Good morning, everybody. Hopefully I'm live. I believe I'm live. I should be live on here on YouTube. I should be live on Rumble and also on X, which is now Twitter. So that's very exciting. I wanted to be here to cover day 11 and provide my commentary on the FBI's Governor Whitmer Fednapping hoax. So we're on day 11, and yesterday, good morning, Danielle. Good to see you. I got to get the links out to share to people to let them know I'm live because I'm so horrible at this. I honestly need help. With like managing everything. I swear this is like difficult. I don't know how people do this stuff. So I'm going to just try to let everybody know I'm live right now and that they can catch me. But okay, so I wanted to cover today because yesterday where we left off, we had the defense trying to get the case just dismissed, or move it straight to a verdict because really the prosecutors have not met their burden. Rocky, good to see you this morning. Hello. Oh, good morning, everybody. Hi, thank you. So I'd like to be in Michigan for the verdict for this case. So I'm actually going to be working on that. I think it could happen. I think that the defense could rest by tomorrow, maybe even, and that we could get deliberation this weekend. But I don't know. I would like that to happen. It might be next week, though. In any case, it'd be easier for me if it happened on a weekend, so I could just drive there for the weekend. But yeah, I'm sure that won't be the case. I'm sure it's going to have to be difficult. Just if everyone's wondering, my birthday is this weekend, and I will be 35. Can you believe it? Unfortunately, I feel like my sister told me that I'm middle-aged now, so and she's older than me, by the way. But that's what she told me. And she said that actually last year. I can't believe she said that. Okay, so I want to just cover some things from yesterday. Then we'll get into today because this is really where I think the best part of it is now that the state has rested and they have literally nothing. You guys have been following along. If you've been listening to my commentary, they have no actual case. I was dismantling the entire thing in real time. And this is just like embarrassing at this point. And don't forget that Judge Hamlin has ruled that the defense is not allowed to raise entrapment as a legal claim. And they're not even allowed to utter the word entrapment. So, yeah, it's like, how do you defend yourself if you can't mention like what happened to you? Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. I just want to let everybody know that yesterday, at the end of the day, we were listening to the defense lawyers basically say that the state has not met their burden to provide to show that these men provided quote unquote personnel to, again, the FBI's fabricated plot here. So I'm asking people, please pray for Eric Mulleter. He's one of the defendants here, and also the Null brothers, William and Michael Null, and their families. These guys are fathers. They have kids who need them, and they are facing being taken from those kids for a while. So the first defense witness is a gentleman named Lane, I believe it's Lane Ford, and he and Eric met through the Michigan Constitutional Militia. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to go ahead and start providing my commentary. And as you guys know, unfortunately, I am unable to share the actual feed. So I don't mind you guys going to watch it. If you want to. It's like yesterday, I had to narrate everything that was going on and then provide my commentary. And I did it for 6 hours without eating or taking one bathroom break. I mean, if I do say so, like myself, that's dedication. I do this for you guys. I'm just kidding. I do it for the truth, and because nobody else will do this. There will be nobody else willing to do this. So let's go ahead and talk about this. So it started out with the judge and the lawyers kind of talking. Eric's mom is there today. And I know that that was something that, so she's probably going to testify today. And I know that that's something that I'm sure she's nervous about. I'm sure that uh, Eric is going to testify. He's going to take the stand in his own defense. And really, for this case specifically, the only other defendant who's taken the stand in their own defense was Daniel Harris, the young Marine from the federal case. And his lawyer, Julia Kelly, I think initially advised him not to do that because most the lawyers, the defense lawyers especially, if you're they really recommend their clients not take the stand if they don't have to, because a lot of these prosecutors are like, they're trained calculated killers. They know how to trip people up, to try to make you look like you're lying, or to try to confuse you and make it appear you're being dishonest. Like, they have tricks that they do. And in fact, actually, at that federal trial, when Dan Harris took the stand, it was not Nils Kessler that went after him hard. He was the main prosecutor there. It was Jonathan Roth, the second main prosecutor. And I had a feeling when I was listening to him, I said to myself, this is either going to play very well with the jury or very bad, depending on what kind of jury you have, because he was really kind of being very aggressive and rude to Harris. He'd ask him a question, and then Dan Harris would try to respond, and he'd cut him off and like launch into something else. And it just appeared very bizarre. It's like, if you're trying to get to the truth, you're asking this guy questions and not letting him answer. And I think that the jury saw that and was like, what the hell? But also, Dan Harris was allowed to talk about the poop emoji hat in one of these pictures of the guys hanging out at these meetings and FTXs that they want people to think was super serious and dangerous. It's like, yeah, they're all getting drunk and stoned with the FBI's provided marijuana, and then they're doing goofy stuff and being silly. And he also called the FBI's main informant, Dan Chappell, a bitch on the stand. He literally said that. And Jonathan Roth was like, what did you say? That prosecutor. And I'm like, oh my God. He just called him what everybody else is thinking about, Dan, CHS Dan. It was amazing. And I really wish that that could have been televised for people to see that, because that took guts. He was the first person in this case to take the stand on his own behalf, and he's been very quiet ever since. And I think Mr. Harris just wants to move on with his life, and I totally respect that. But I'd love to talk to him one day too, because I really want to get his story. He sounds like such a great guy. He was 24 years old. He'd been a Marine. While he was in prison for 18 months for something he didn't do, he had this injury that he was in a lot of pain. He had to get surgery on his hip, I believe. And this is because he served our country. And then when he came home after serving our country, our own government tried to frame him as a DT. Can you imagine? Why? Yeah. I wonder why we have such problems with recruitment. Maybe this is why. Maybe it's because of how people are treated, how veterans are treated. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see more of you out there. I truly feel like, we're being very suppressed today. There's usually a lot more of you guys here. There's like 17 people, which is just ridiculous. Okay, so I want to go ahead and start covering what's going on today, because we've got this first witness, and I think at some point Eric's going to take the stand. So, all right. Okay. All right. So the first witness is being sworn in. That is he is a gentleman named Lang Ford, and he is somebody that knew Eric for several years from a different, very similar militia group. Lane is 33 years old. He resides in Grand Rapids. So I don't need to, I'm sure, give you guys the full play-by-play. He knows Eric, he's from Muskegon. They they met through Facebook group. The Facebook group was for, the let's see, the Michigan Constitutional Militia, and, Mr. Ford was part of that group between 2017 and 2020. I thought you weren't able to do this on YouTube. Shocked to see the suggested. I'm surprised it's being suggested also. I'm not allowed to show the feed, but I can sit here and narrate everything that's going on and do my commentary. Yeah, it's so stupid. It is insane. I still have the strike on my channel though. It's still on there. Okay. It's a I could lose my channel if I get one more, if I have one more issue because of this, which is ridiculous. So he said that he was part of the group from 2017 to 2020, and he said he believes that Eric joined this group, the Michigan Constitutional Militia, in 2018. Now, this is establishing. You guys got notification. Oh my God, what is happening? Wow. I don't know why. This is so weird. All right. So the group on average met once a month, and the trainings were geared more towards like survival, prepping type stuff. So it would be the kind of thing that you would do. So the kind of training that like, oh, you need to know how to do something in an emergency. Like you guys understand, I think, what survivalist and prepping type stuff is. I'm sure I don't have to explain that. They did medical training and a fair amount of weapons training. Huh. Ah. So now they're focusing on 2018 through 2020, and the judge is trying to clarify some issues. Oh, the guy, so the if you're not used, I'm sure most people aren't used to testifying in court. He's being asked questions and he's like nodding his head to reply, and the judge is telling him like, we have court reporters here. You can't, like, in a normal conversation you might do that, but like you have to remember to just like provide verbal answers for everything. So it's weird when you're in that situation if you've never been in that situation before. You know, it's kind of the same thing when you're being interviewed for a documentary and you start to respond to the question, but you have to rephrase it because people aren't going to hear the interviewer's question. And it's a hard thing that people have to get used to. So during 2018 to 2020, the group met around once a month, and it wasn't just a Facebook group. The training was scattered across the state. Most of the training that he attended with Eric were concentrated toward the west side of the state between Muskegon and Cadillac in Michigan. And the trainings that Eric did with him that they attended varied. Anything from meeting meeting with other members. There was a guy whose wife was a nurse, so she'd do medical trainings, dressing wounds, on proper care of any kind of medical issue or injury, and anything you would need in a field situation. They did some hand-to-hand combat training, as in jujitsu, other martial arts kinds of things, he says. They also did firearms training with handgun, tarbeam, and long rifle. I don't know what that means. Sorry. And survival stuff. Anything from primitive fire starting to finding building shelters, finding water, water filtration, general survival skills. Like if something happened and you get stranded on the side of the road and no one can get to you, and you need to figure out how you're going to survive. So during this time, um, he developed a relationship with Eric, and he would character the friendship as they were friends. And Eric attended some of these trainings. Not sure if he did every single month. He couldn't do all of them. He said that Eric has kids, so he couldn't always attend these. And he ended up changing schedules, so it aligned the trainings aligned with the weekends Eric had his kids. And Gary Howell was the statewide leader at that point. He was a zone leader. From Cadillac to Grand Haven, they would do these different trainings. During that time, he resided in Muskegon. So, um, sorry, just to keep everybody that is maybe new coming in, we have the defense is starting so that the state rested their case yesterday. The defense is starting theirs, and their first witness is a man named Lane Ford, who was with one of the defendants, Eric Molitor, in a previous, very similar type of militia group called the Michigan Constitutional Militia. And he's basically discussing, look, a lot of the stuff that this is like common stuff that you do in these kind of groups with these kinds of trainings. Like, it actually isn't unheard of that there would be somebody doing medical training at these events where you're manipulating and handling firearms. Of course, you're going to want somebody there that has medical skills in case there's an accident that happens. So, obviously, hello, that makes sense. But the prosecutors tried to paint that as like combat medical, and they tried to say there's a difference between regular medical training and combat medical training, whatever that means. Tactical medical skills. He says that he enjoyed the training. He was able to improve his competency with firearms in his training. He's never been in the military, and he's learned life skills from these trainings. Aw. So he says he got more from it because he was a leader, and that's where he developed a lot of his leadership skills, organization, learning how to get people together, to manage times, scheduling people. As a general member, he said a lot of people learn teamwork, being able to have survivor skills, building out your firearm skills, target practice, that kind of thing. And he's asked by Mr. Barnett, is there offensive or defensive tactics? And what happened at these trainings that Eric attended with you? He says, I can't say any of it was geared toward offensive. He said everything was defense focused. Martial arts in general, he says, are very defense focused. So these is the trainings that they did there are basically defense. Medical trainings, he says, that's in case you get injured. And not that you're looking to go out and hurt people so you can then fix them, which doesn't make sense anyways. He says that general life skill, survival skills are general life skills. He's and so this is a good comment. Governmectin says they're allowing the jurors to ask questions now. Yeah, actually, in fact, the judge yesterday brought up a question one of the jurors had, and it was specifically about the timeline leading up, I believe, to the day recon. And there were questions that the jurors had about who was driving vehicles and when. And so the judge they had put a question to him written on a piece of paper or something. The judge did address that at one point. So I guess, yes, they are allowing jurors to ask questions, but I don't know why that's happening now and not until they start deliberating. But, it is what it is. I'm not an expert on this by any means. So I don't know if that's normal or what in this kind of case. But in any case, he's talking about, Lane is talking about Basically this training that he's done with Eric for years leading up to this, from 2018 to 2020, Eric was in this group and this is what they were doing, and none of it was, dangerous or whatever, as the state is trying to portray it. Now, he said he saw Eric at about a dozen plus of these meetings and trainings, routine stuff, medical tents, and he's being asked if there are things that show up that are routine in these trainings that you've observed in your group. And Lane says that's a basic encompassing gist of what they did. And so Barnett says weapon manipulation issues, what's going on with firearms. And Lane says we had some trainings specific on how to clean and maintain a firearm. They would do training on that 4-hour get together on how to maintain and safely keep your firearms. He was asked if he's ever heard of a shoot house or KILL house. He says, we call it a shoot house because we're not going in to kill anything. He says, what is a shoot house to you in your training? Lane says a shoot house would be a simulated house where you're training to go in, clear rooms, and assess for any threat. I think that's pretty standard. That makes sense. Now, he's not in the militia anymore because he got divorced. Taking care of his kids, so he stopped being involved in, like, 2020. He said with the stress of going through a divorce, he decided to step back from that position, which, makes sense. Not a yeet house. Now, Mr. Barnett is asking, are there competitions that happen in relation to these trainings? And he says, yes. Eric and I competed at a Wolverine 5K training center in Lake City. They ran that competition together in 2018 and 2019. And that one is a 5K land nav race where you're going point to point with a map and a compass and navigating. There's multiple shooting stages once you get back to where you're supposed to be after your land navigation. Now, he's being asked if he could describe the attitude that the group had or this militia had towards violence, and Mr. Ford says there was none. He said there's no attitude of violence. He said they've done community service type things. They were very, very sure not to let people in that behaved like that or had that demeanor. They had a vetting process. He says that they would run background checks on people. When they were able to, they contacted law enforcement to get background checks on anyone coming into the group. If they were not able to do that, if they didn't have that resource, they paid for their own background checks online. And they would also check people's social media and any platforms they might have been on to make sure that there was no extremism views. He said the militia in general has a strong stigma, and we wanted to break that stigma. He's being asked if he has a relationship with police departments. And he said, what is the view towards law enforcement of the militia? And Mr. Ford said it is very pro law enforcement. He said a lot of our trainings, one of the reasons for doing it is to be able to provide support to law enforcement when we're able to. And Mr. Barnett is asking about, like, what kind of community service? What kind of things did you do? He said some examples that stand out were, as a group, they came together and helped a disabled veteran in the Detroit area build a house. he was paying a company to do it, and they couldn't get it done in time. So they all went down, pitched in to help to get it done. He says they donated almost a semi truck load of water to Flint when those issues were going on. They went down there and hand delivered cases of water to families. Um, and then he says they also, there was a lot of flooding that filled basements, and they took loads of donations up there, had between 10 and 15 people that stayed for a week helping people shovel out their basements, gain access back to their homes, and just passed out supplies for people for things that they needed. So now Mr. Barnett is saying, let's go back to the year of 2020. There's civil unrest going on. There's, things like this happening, tension. And then he says all of 2020 was stressful. There was a lot of BLM protests. He said there were things happening in Lansing and Wisconsin. There were a lot of Antifa joining in on the BLM protests and stuff like that, and the general displeasure with the COVID stuff. Now, Mr. Barnett is asking, did you and your group have anything to do with BLM and or Antifa protests? He says yes. And he says his group's role, they would attend rallies where they knew people were, that Antifa specifically were getting together and thought that they might cause issues. He says, we weren't there to stop anybody physically, but as a hopeful deterrent. And by we, he says, oftentimes the group, he did one in Muskegon that wasn't part of the militia, but he was there with quite a few other people for that. And so he's asking him what his role is, even when you're by yourself. Good morning. He says they're there, they believe their role is to support law enforcement. Now, Mr. Barnett says, how do you communicate with law enforcement if you're there by yourself or with a group and other like-minded people? He says, anytime we're able to, we would try to communicate with law enforcement over the phone the week prior to showing up to an event. If we had that time and planning, if it was a last minute thing, we would try to stop by the local police department or any area of operation where law enforcement was working, and we would talk with them prior to an event starting, tell them our reasoning for being there, introduce ourselves, make sure they knew who we were and that we were there to support them. And he said, do you recall if Eric went to Muskegon with you or your group or any city to be a deterrent for problems in any city? He said he can't specifically recall that Eric was with them, but he said it was 3 years ago, and like there's a good chance he was there. He just doesn't remember. At Muskegon, he's asked how many people were there. He brought with him 4 or 5 people to that. He said once we got down there, they met up with a large group of people. He says that they were armed, but they concealed carry because they didn't want the visibility of having firearms or any kind of force. Now he's asked, what do you do when you get there? Lane says they just stand on the sidewalk. They were talking with everyone else that was there. And it was a very peaceful, pleasant time. And they just showed that people were there and that we care about the community. Now, Barnett asked, was there a rumor that BLM and Antifa were going to show up and cause problems? He says yes. The night prior, they showed up in Grand Rapids and fires were started, businesses broken into, cars damaged. It was rumored that same group of individuals was gonna come to Muskegon and do the same thing. He said that was our reasoning for being there. There was local business owners, general citizens of the community standing with us to show that it wasn't gonna be tolerated. I think he's being asked if he has any photos from that, and he said, "No, not particularly." And he's asked if he had discussions with Eric at that time about Antifa, BLM rallies, and he said, "I'm sure we had conversations," but he doesn't specifically recall them. And he says during that time, he was still training around once a month. Barnett asks him where he was in competitions, if he remembers. He says the trainings were focused at his house in Muskegon. He'd rented a skid loader at a shooting range and had 10 acres that they were able to use for training purposes that were wooded. And he's asked, "Do you believe your group was legally doing things?" And he says, "They absolutely kept everything legal. People were carrying firearms, even AKs, ARs." He says, "Yes, yes, that's normal." Um, Now he's asking, "Do you know somebody named Sam Riley?" And Lane says, "Yes, Riley ran a security business that Eric and he both worked for in 2020." And he's asked if he knows Adam Fox. He says he doesn't think he met him, but Adam did work, I think, with Sam also. He said he doesn't recall ever meeting him, but he doesn't know. And he says he he did 2 jobs for Sam Riley. He worked at Menards, standing in front of the buildings, like, doing security work, for the store, making sure people were generally conducting themselves properly, and he's asked if he has background on Sam Riley, and he said Eric introduced them, and he said he never met him in person, just talked to him on a chat group, and he was asked, "What's it like working at Menards from a security position?" He said, "Generally, it was good. There were times the situation got tense. People were upset about having to wear masks. They would take it out on security standing in front of the store." He says there were times that he thought they were gonna have to call law enforcement to take someone out of the store, and there were times that he was threatened. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so real quick, I want to stop to address this question. Did they show the directed verdicts motions being denied? If so, I must have missed that part. They didn't show it. They showed them reading the motions, but the judge said that he would take the night to think about it. But he did make his decision, and the lawyers were notified that he denied it. And I don't know how that was denied because we listened to it yesterday, and there we were like, yes, they have not met the burden to show that these guys provided personnel. You have to show that they're working directly under somebody that the FBI has framed as a DT, and none of that has been shown. And they even said, like, why haven't we adopted like the federal statute on this, um and that, so yeah, that's, I don't know why. I don't think that they did show it, the judge's ruling on that, but they did show them making the motion. So okay, so Mr. Barnett asked him, did anything happen basically while you're in this position at Menards doing security? And he says, do you have any information about the training and preparation, about what was going on in the country. Like, did they get any training basically for, yes, all these things are happening, and should we have, training for that? He said, not specifically, just what you would have. He said, I was told what my job description was. It was to make sure people complied coming in and out of the store and making sure employees were not harassed. Now, he's being asked if there was anything that occurred in the state of Wisconsin in regards to Menards. He said not in regard to Menards. Threats of violence he's being asked about. And he says there were regular threats of violence. So that would, he said, I would say it was a medium threat level. And yeah, he's asked if he worked at any other stores or for Sam Riley. He said he worked for him at Walmart as well and doing the same thing, like security stuff. It's sorry, guys. I know it's hard to do this. So he's being asked, like, what are your observations of Mr. Molitor during this time period? He said, do you know if he was still in the group when you left? And he says, I believe he was. And he says, did you understand he became arrested at some point in October of 2020? He says, yes. And he says, how often? When was the last time you saw him before that? And he says, I believe the last time I'd seen Eric prior to that was when we were working security at Menards for Sam Riley. So it would have been, and he's thinking about it, July of 2020 for, he believes. Now, at this point, he does for a living. He's a manufacturing manager at a small machine shop. And he said this is in Muskegon. Oh boy. It's going to be a long day, guys. I know. It's so weird having like someone narrate proceedings to you and then do their commentary. Okay, so there's no more questions from the defense lawyer. Now the prosecutor is going to ask him some questions. We know Mr. Ralston is quite a piece of work, isn't he? He says, let's talk a little bit about the Michigan Constitutional Militia. He says, have, have you ever heard the term burns, beans, and bullets? I don't know what this is referring to. He says he's not heard that. He says in terms of the militia that you were in, the constitutional militia, did you ever go out of state to train? He says no. He says it sounded like you said your militia and your area was between Muskegon and Cadillac. Is that correct? He says yes. They had other areas around the state and other divisions. He says yes. And he says that a fair summary. He says yes. The training you guys did in the Michigan Constitutional Militia, you talked about survival skills and medical. Yes, duh. Firearms. Mm-hmm. He says, what I want you to tell the jury or explain to the jury, if you would, is why are you practicing these things? Is it for in the event that society breaks down and you have to fend for yourself? Is that where it's going? He says that is a thought as to just being able to protect and survive on our own if there isn't anyone to support that. Ralston says, right. The people that were in your group, in your area, your division, Muskegon, Cadillac area, you support each other in a time of crisis. Is that right? And he says, yes. He says, in terms of the survival aspect of what you did, how important was that to overall training? The things you talked about, water filtration, food sources, things like this. He says, I feel it was a pretty fundamental part of the training. And he says it's one of the core values of their group. Now, he says, in terms of the trainings, you said these monthly trainings were happening in your area, Muskegon area. He says, yes, anywhere between Muskegon and Cadillac. And then Ralston's asking him, he said, you said you had 10 acres, blah, blah, blah. And he says, yes. Ralston says, one of the things I caught on your direct exam with Mr. Barnett was we didn't practice any offensive maneuvers. Is that correct? He says, no, no. And then he says, what I'm trying to get you to explain to the jury is your group, is the militia, your group, I understand there's different groups, correct? He says, yes. And he says different groups have different tendencies. Some are more offensive in nature. He says, I don't know any that were, but I can assume maybe that some would be. Ralston says, what's the biggest group you're aware of? He says, Michigan Home Guard. And he goes, have you ever heard of the Michigan Liberty Militia? He says, yes. And he says, who runs that? He said, at the time I was involved, it was Phil Robinson. And he says, okay, have you ever heard of Michael Null? He says, yes. Do you know him? He says, limited, but yes. He says, tell us about that. How do you know him? We met at a few events, political rallies, that kind of thing. Just because we were in the same groups, there was some communication back and forth. Last time I saw him was at a training. He believes it was in the fall of 2019. They did a 3-day camping survival trip. And that was in New Air, Michigan. And he says Oceana County, Lower Peninsula area. Now, he says, do you know Bill Null? And he says, yes, through the same channels. He knows him. Did Bill Null and Mike Null, were they together typically when you saw them? He said, yes. Did you ever see either of them operate independent of each other? He says, not really. No. And how did you know them? And what group did you know them to be affiliated with? He says, that was Michigan Liberty Militia. Was that militia bigger than yours? He says he doesn't believe so. He believes member-wise, they were around the same, probably. And now they're going back to talk about the training, the kinds of things he did in his group, the Michigan Constitutional Militia. He said, did you ever go out to state to train? No. He said, why not? He said, we didn't have the resources or the connections out of state. It wasn't that we would have been opposed to it if it was a good training. We just didn't know anybody or have a reason to go. Okay, let's talk about your trainings. Did you guys ever set up a shoot house? He says, no, we never actually put one together. And then he says, if you were at one and saw it, would that be something that was concerning to you? He says, no, I think it's part of shooting skills. I think that it would play into a defensive role where someone comes into your house, those skills would be needed. And he said, room clearing, hall clearing, building clearing, those kind of things. And he says, they could be applied offensively, and then he says they could be applied offensively, but that is not where we were going with it if we were doing it. And then he says, that's not what your group would do. And he says, correct, if they were doing a shoot house training. The reason for training, he said, was to try to get in shape. And this is part of, having survival skills, being in shape and physically competent. And now Ralston is saying, do you have ballistic armor? He says, yes. He says, do members of your group have it? He says, many of them did. Yes. He says, were you at the Capitol on April 30th, 2020? The Michigan Patriot rally. He says, I don't believe I attended that. He says, are you familiar with it? He says, actually, I know I haven't attended that because it was after my divorce and I didn't attend any events after that. And he says, okay, let's talk about, you talked about you're providing support for law enforcement and your group is pro law enforcement. Did you ever have law enforcement reach out to you and say, oh, we need your help here in Muskegon? He says, we did not. Or even Grand Rapids? He says, no. And he goes, you guys were taking it upon yourself, right? And he says, yes. And he says, and the charitable work you were talking about, did you ever do that with Michigan Liberty Militia? He says, I don't recall if they attended them. I believe they may have been at the Flint one, but he can't say with certainty. Okay, and the come on, Ralston, get it together. You talked about BLM, Black Lives Matter, and Antifa, right? He says yes. He says, did you guys ever deploy to Antrim County or Bel Air? Deploy to. Here we go again with this deploying to the store, combat gauze, tactical helmets, all of their stupid words for things. I cannot stand BS. You guys know it. You know it drives me insane. And I think that when people hear this stuff, it also drives them insane. Nobody's stupid, sir. We all understand what you're trying to do by saying, did you ever deploy to Antrim County? Why don't you just ask like a normal person, sir? Did you ever go to Antrim County? Like, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but, I have to call that out. It's absurd. Now, he says he did not deploy to, and he says, did you ever hear of any unrest? Do you know anything about that? He said, I had heard a rumor that something was going to happen, but I was phasing out of the group at that point in time, so I didn't really have anything to do with that. He said, okay, when you go to these things, how do you know who Antifa is? Do they wear a uniform? And he says they make it fairly obvious. He said it's usually all black dress. Also, a lot of times they're carrying signs and they make it known. And then Ralston says they're exercising their First Amendment rights, just like you. Sorry, sir, I don't think burning down buildings and looting businesses is exercising your First Amendment right. He said, what makes them any different from you? Lane says, we're not there to cause any kind of damage. We were not there to stop them from exercising their First Amendment rights. In fact, we supported the fact that anyone with any view had the right to exercise their First Amendment rights and the rights to gather and protest. But he says no one has the right to cause damage to people's personal property. And he says, so you're going to step in and basically become the police if necessary. And Lane says, we never hoped to have to do that. We hoped our presence was enough to stop that, and we did not plan on physically intervening. He says, we talked about going to these things. I think you mentioned you dress down, right? He says, you carry a sidearm, you have a CPL. He says, yes. He says, all for the Second Amendment. Right. Okay. So sure you are. He says, that's different than showing up with a full kit with AR slung in your sidearm. Wouldn't you agree? And he says, yes. And he says, let's talk about your job at Menards with Sam Riley and Mr. Molitor here. He's so disrespectful. What a clown. He says, tell us about your dress when you go to work for Sam Riley at Menards. He says, very similar to what he's wearing now. So like a polo, button-up polo shirt, short sleeve polo shirt, khaki pants, polo type shirt, usually black, and khaki pants with his concealed sidearm. And he says, this is like an hourly job. He says, yes. How much you get paid an hour? $25 an hour. Same thing for Molitor. He says, I believe so. He says I mean, you're like the store security guard, right? It's like a tough job, right? You're trying to get people to comply and with policies, and he says, "Correct." He said, "Did you wear your kit when you went there?" "No." And then he says, "I mean, does that job require you have a ballistic helmet or Kevlar bulletproof helmet?" He says, "No." "Does that job require that you carry flex cuffs to take somebody into custody?" He says, "A lot of guys did carry them in case someone did get out of hand, so yes, possibly." "Did you carry them?" He says, "I personally did not, but that was because I didn't have any, and it was a short-term job, so I wasn't interested in investing more." And he says, terms of, that job and what you were asked to do, "Did you need a gas mask?" He says, "I do have a gas mask." He said, "No, no. My question is it something you need to work at Menards?" He says, "No." And then he says, the what because you talked about vetting your members, you're trying to keep bad apples out. Felonious khakis, ballistic khakis, you guys are the best. Now, he says, "There's never a time when you guys are just talking saying, 'Boy, this governor, we need to just K and K her and take her, attack the Capitol, take her up north, take her captive, kidnap her.' That wouldn't be something you'd go along with, right?" He says, "Absolutely not." He says, "I mean, that's a different animal." And Lane says, "Yes, that's the kind of thing we try to keep out." And then he says, "What would you do if one of your members came and had that plan and said, 'I'm gonna start planning this?'" He said, "If I found that someone was planning that, I probably would have called law enforcement." He's asked, "How long would it have taken you to call?" He says, I suppose if someone I thought was just like, no." He's saying if he thought it was someone that was just kind of joking around, not that it's something to joke about, but if I thought there was any actual intent, I absolutely would have called. He said, "Would you have waited, try to build a case, anything like that?" He says, no." Was it a tactful? Oh my goodness. This is just ridiculous and stupid. They don't have a case, and so they're just floundering the whole day. That's all I guess we're gonna do is just flounder around. He's still not asking questions. He still just has this poor guy sitting there in awkward silence as he fumbles around with his papers, being weird, as he is wont to do. So I'm gonna fast forward. Now he's being asked about stages at trainings. He says one of the shooting stages was you had it was shot with a handgun. You had to have gas masks on and be able to manipulate your firearm with limited field of view and still hit your target. He says that they had a stage where you were handcuffed and your firearm was laid on a table in a safe position, pointing downrange, and you were handcuffed in front of you, and you had to pick the lock on the handcuffs to be able to get to your firearm and then engage the targets. He says there was a shoot house involved in the competition where you went through the front door. You had targets at different stages through a house that you had to engage to get with them. And then he says, you shot in a four-man team. There was a lot of teamwork involved. He says one of them, you had at least a telephone pole that you had to pick up, put on all four of your shoulders and engage targets coming back. And then he said that they did a little bit of everything. And then he says, it sounds like you trained to be prepared for something that may happen. Do you train for competitions? He says, yes, absolutely. He said, what do you use to prepare for that? He said, whatever's going to be at the competition, whatever gear. They put out a list prior, what stages, shooting stages will be there, what they're going to involve, and you get whatever you need to train to get as close a scenario as possible to what you're doing with the competition. He says, do you know what a plate carrier is? He says, yes. It is what carries hard armor for level 3 and up, ballistic armor. He's asked if that's common in the group he was leading. He said it was actually a required part. He says in the militia or for the competition. He says both, one at a time. For the militia group, it was not required. It was just something a lot of the guys like to have. Um, he says it's just a piece of equipment. And then for competitions, he said it is required. At the class that we ran, it was required for the competition. He says, what other gear was required for the competitions, the ones that Eric went to? He says, other gear would be carbine rifle with multiple magazines, a sidearm rifle, usually full size. It's usually easier. With also multiple magazines. He says some sort of optics and a long range rifle, usually a larger caliber rifle. And plate carrier was required for one of the classes we ran, and a backpack with supplies. And he says, okay, what kind of kit did you have, so to speak? He says, I had a level 3 plus plate carrier and a Marine Corps issued backpack that I used. I had an AR-15 and all of the magazine holders and everything on my vest for shooting in that competition. He said, do you know what kind of kit Eric had? What you saw him at trainings or competitions? He says, I know during the competitions, he shot an AR-15. I don't recall what brand. He also had a Glock sidearm he used for the competitions. And then he had a plate carrier as well. And he used those things in your presence. He says, yes. Once he says for the competition. He says, you indicated something about a hiking, camping, something about that, whether weapons are involved. He said that one wasn't a weapons training. We had our firearms with us for simulated weight, but we didn't use them, and no one had ammunition for live training. He said, is that the one you saw the nulls at, the camping one? He said, yes, yes. So he says that was a 3-day camping survival training, and it was also a hike that was correlated with a group called 92 for 22. And we did a 22K hike to help support that group. We collected donations for them and donated to them. Are they nonprofit? He says, yes. He says, what is their cause? He said, they support the families of veterans who have committed suicide. 92 for 22, 92-kilometer walk that they did, and to support the 22 veterans that had committed suicide. Sad. And he says, thank you for your testimony. No further questions. Oh, nope. They are going to ask. He says, you talked about the shoot house being helpful, like if somebody attacked your home, you could defend yourself, right? Breaching, do you know what that means? Breaking down a door? He says, yeah. And I mean, when you practice that skill, you're obviously not defending your home. Would you agree? He said, to physically break down the door? No. He says the idea of breaching the threshold of a door and entering a home and clearing it, that's not somebody training to defend their house. He says, no, but the same skills can be applied in a defensive situation. He says, I understand that it may be if you're in your room and your home was attacked, that training that I just described, the idea of breaching the door, entering the first room, team, clearing different sections, moving into a hallway, clearing a hallway, looking into doors and the roof of in the house, clearing everything. He says, is that offensive or defensive? He said, I would say that's offensive, but from a training purposes, that's part of our competition. So we need to be proficient. He says, I understand. Thank you. Nothing else. So look what they're trying to do. The prosecutor's trying to say that regular trainings that everybody, all these groups do, are somehow very dangerous or something, or it can only be one thing. Like, oh, you would never practice breaching a room for defense. How do you know? What if you're in a situation where you're in somebody else's house and some threat comes or whatever, and people, there's multiple rooms and you have to go clear the threat from those rooms? What if people come into your home and like start trying to occupy it? Like, yes, these you could be in a situation where you need to learn how to breach a door, or whatever. It's just so stupid that what they're trying to imply here with this. And I hope that the jury can see right through it. I presume that they can, because this is silly. Now, I do have to use the restroom real quick. I am going to play a quick video for you guys while I do that is relevant to today's proceedings, if you will. So give me 1 second to do that. And I'm just going to use the restroom, and then I will be right back. It's just a quick short video that is relevant to the case here. Let me just bring that up, share my screen, and I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and we'll get right back into this. I promise. Hello, everyone. I am sharing a short clip. It's some behind the scenes footage that I shot for my documentary, Kidnap and Kill, an FBI Terror Plot, which is about the FBI's Governor Whitmer Fednapping hoax. This clip is with Eric Molitor. He's one of the defendants. I interviewed him and his mom, Sue. And while I interviewed them, I had the chance to watch Eric with his 2 children, who are lovely. And I thought you guys would like seeing him with his family, because these men are family men, unlike how they've been portrayed by the government. And so I just wanted you to be able to see that, and I wanted to be able to share it with you. So I hope you guys enjoy.
Let's do it.
All right, so kids, tell me a little bit about your dad. What do y'all do together?
I don't.
Is he silly?
We're spoiled.
Hold on. Let Aiden go first.
He's 50% silly, 50% normal. like 50% silly and 50% normal. Dad wants us to have some exercise, but I don't. But I like go for bike rides and go to the woods and go camping. But I'm not a camping guy.
Because you say you're allergic to bugs, but you're not.
I'm allergic to bug bites, like mosquito bites. No,
yes, I am. Is that like an argue with him?
Not. But I enjoy is Dad has taken us to the Y. We normally do bike rides together, which I like. Aiden hates it. We go to church.
Every Sunday we go to church.
Almost.
It's gonna rain gumballs today, everyone. Me and Dad just Beyblade a lot, but until Dad got something really, really hot. I'm
No,
sorry.
but it cut me. It didn't burn me.
It cut him. Oh, what was the question?
How much fun do you have with your dad?
Oh,
Variety. It can fit a
They're so
1,000, 1 million story hotel.
Parts of Hyperion.
It's so cute. Okay, so I have finished my restroom break and I'm back. Sorry, guys. I know it's like, listen, I went 6 hours yesterday, over 6 hours without using the bathroom once, and cut me some slack. All right, so the next witness here that they're going to call is Eric's mother. So let's go ahead and skip that. Of course, they had all these stupid morning breaks. We're going to skip after that, and we're going to start here. they're just coming back from the morning break. The jury's being brought back in. Mr. Barnett is up at the podium. The judge is swearing in Eric's mom, Sue Molitor. She is sworn to tell the truth. Rosemary, good to see you guys. That's Barry Croft's mom. That's Barry's mom. Now, Sue is Eric Molitor's mom. She's being sworn in, and she's just telling everybody her name. Oh, Stephen's right. I deployed to the bathroom. Oh, my gosh. Her full name is Susan K. Molitor. Now, the judge is saying that just a couple things. You have to speak loudly. And he's talking about the court reporter that's transcribing everything. These are the kind of things that blah, blah, blah. He's just saying don't say or uh-huh, and don't nod your head. No nodding and things that you would normally do. She says she understands. He says if you don't know something, you can ask. So like if she's asked something and she doesn't know, she can ask for assistance, like to restate the question or something. And so now he's saying that Barry's mom's deployed to the kitchen. So now I don't know why she has to do this, but they're asking her address. And like she's saying the whole address. And so she lives in Cadillac. She says yes. How long have you lived there? She says, I was born and raised in Cadillac and I'm 62. He said, I wasn't going to ask that. And she says, it's okay. She's so cute. And he says, how many children do you have? She says, 3. Is Eric one of your children? She says, yes, he is. How old is he now, if you know? 39. Do you have 2 other kids? She says, yes. Have any of those lived with you? And she says, yes. And her other kids, Amy and Jerry Molitor. Jerry's in the courtroom today with her. And he says, who lives currently with you at the home? Amy, her daughter, and her son, Xander, her grandson. Anyone else? She says, and Eric. And he says, back in 2019, that's where I'll go back to. Who was living in your home at that time? Eric and his son, Aiden, and his daughter, Hazel. He has custody of his 2 children at that time. She says, yes. Where was the ex-wife? Rachel. Her name is Caitlin. She was living in Grand Rapids. They had shared custody at that time. And she said, yes. She had visitations. Yes. Anyone else living with you in 2019? She says, no. He says, what is your relationship with your son? You know, more recently as an adult. The closer, the better in time we're talking about. What kind of relationship do you have with him? She says, family membership. He says, is it close, distant? She says, the family is very close. They have very few family, but we're very, very close. And he says, if I asked your opinion on character traits or anything like that, do you have a basis or background foundation to have that information? He says, otherwise, yeah, please, let's pray for her right now for her strength. Can you tell me anything about Eric's character? She says, yes. What would you base that on? Your interactions with him, living together, that sort of thing. She says, yes. Interaction, discussing certain topics and stuff. Just knowing his viewpoint on things. Has he always lived with you? On and off? Yeah, not constantly. I take it he was married before. Yes. And he had kids. How many years has he been living with you since he was divorced? And she says since 2017. Is that when his divorce occurred? She says yes, that was when it was finalized. And he says, do you have enough background information to opine, otherwise provide an opinion as to Eric's peacefulness or violent nature, aggression? Basically, I'm looking for your opinion on peacefulness, but I got to give you an opening. Did you have an opinion on Eric's character traits relative to peacefulness? She says yes. What have you have an opinion based on a solid basis? Do you agree? You have a solid basis to have an opinion? She says yes. How did you acquire that foundation to have that opinion? She says, Mom. She says, watching him as he ages, as he matures, having conversation, and discussing things that, the positives and the negatives about things. And through discussion, peacefulness versus violent nature. What would be your opinion as to a character trait in that area? She says, he says, is your opinion that he's a peaceful person? She says, yes. Without really getting into specific instances, general, the best that you can. Why do you have that opinion that he's peaceful? She says, because he has empathy for other people, and he is a caring. He cares about all people. Like if they would be hurt or something, if he could be of assistance to help them. She says, one time we had, may I explain? He says, you can proceed. One time there was an elderly woman in our neighborhood that was missing, and the police came that were checking around, asking the neighbors if they had seen her or anything. And Eric did not hesitate. He put his boots on and he went out in the back of our property just to look for her, to help the officers. And he offered his assistance if there was anything else he could do to help out with those types of things. So he's a caring person. How about danger, violence to others? Any propensity in that regard or not? And she says, no. He has firearms, does he not? She says, yes. And he says, if you know, as to having firearms, that could be looked at as being violent or being aggressive. Does he have an aggressive or violent nature? She says, no. As it relates to firearms, she says, no. What is a firearm history in your family? We come from a long line of veterans, and that they believe everyone that is a citizen here has constitutional rights, and that's one of them. And I know a lot of people who have guns that don't have any ill intent to use them or anything like that. He says, what purposes does he use guns for? And now the prosecutor says, Judge, can we approach? Of course. We have to sweep it up. Oh no. We can't have his mom humanizing him. Yeah, exactly. This is ridiculous. You know, and this poor woman has never had to do this before in her life. Imagine what she's going through, you know, just having to be there, you know what I mean, and watch what's happening to her son. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. And I want to say something about this prosecutor, but I know if I say it, I'll get in trouble. All right, so the sidebar's over. They're done sweeping it up. He says, "What is your opinion as to his character trait of peacefulness? And is he a peaceful person?" She says, "Yes." Yes. He says, "And you've got that opinion by living with him, talking to him." She says, "Yes, yes." Seeing him on a daily basis. She says, "Yes." I would also talk about him as a parent. He's a peaceful parent, you know, his parenting skills, observing him with his children. Do you have any feelings or thoughts about his character traits? He says, try not to touch on specific conduct. So, how is he a good citizen or have positive citizenship traits? She says he is wanting to learn how to process his work, like board meetings, to become an active member in the community, to school board meetings, from the township level to the county level, just to give input. Does he have an interest in government that is positive or negative? She says positive. He says no instances, but you have that opinion. She says yes. He says again, it's based on your interactions with him. She says yes. Would your opinion be he has respect or disrespect for government? She says respect. And he says, what else can you tell us about your opinion related to him being a good citizen? You know, if anything. She says, just, you know, I believe, in my opinion, that he believes we have a very good process in our country. Like everything else, there's areas that there are always room for improvement, and he believes that. And that we do that by interacting. We do that by going to board meetings and discussing things with the community. He says, I don't have anything else. Yeah, it's a hard question to ask. And then you're not allowed to be specific. So you have to kind of like think of like, oh, how am I going to word this, you know? So that's hard. Now they have the prosecutors are asking her questions now. He says, it's a tough day for you. Agreed? She says, yes. Yes, sir. And he says, your son's 38 years old. Is that right? I think he's 39. She says, yes. Grown man. Yes, sir. Makes his own decisions, right? She says, yes, sir. His relationships with other people. What do you know of his relationship with Adam Fox? She says, other than Mr. Fox got him connected for the security job, that I know of. I don't know much about that man at all or anything. And then he says, I understand because of his age, and he has his own relationships with people that are separate from the relationship you have with him. She says, yes. And he says, I appreciate your time, Mr. Barnett. He said, did you ever see Adam Fox come to your house? She said, one time. Was that on August 29th, 2020? She says, yes, sir. Saturday? Yes, sir. How long was he in your house for? To my knowledge, it was a very short time, maybe 20 minutes. Anything happen unusual, out of step with that short visit? She said, not with the people that familiarized with, no, 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 I wouldn't say anything was out of sort. Is that your only personal contact with Mr. Fox? Yes, and that was very limited. Yes, and do you recall when they came back? She says, no, I do not. No one else has questions for her. So then she is being relieved. And the next person being called is Eric. Eric is testifying. So everybody pray for Eric. You know they're going to go hard on him. And what he's doing is very, very hard, and it's very brave because these prosecutors are trained to try to trip you up. They ask you questions, rapid fire. They don't give you a chance to respond. They try to trip you up. They'll go forward and backward in time. They'll try to confuse you. Like, they'll do these things, and you have to be very, very stoic while this is happening. You know, you can't be disrespectful to the court or whatever. So I'm just saying what he's doing is brave, and it's hard. It's not easy. It's not an easy situation. So he's telling everyone his name now. He says, I understand. This is Mr. Barnett asking him questions. So Barnett first, he says, I understand you lived with your mother in 2019. Is that correct? He says, yes, me and my 2 kids. And he says, were you married or divorced at that time? Eric says, I was divorced at that time. Moved from Grand Rapids. That's how I ended up living with her. What did you do with your spare time during that time of your life? He said, during that time, just hung out with my kids as much as possible, worked, and I was kind of invested in militias at that time. And so he says, Mr. Barnett says, your mother just testified about your personality, character traits, rather. Do you agree with her opinion? He says, I do agree. That's his mom. Of course he agrees. So his mom was retired at that point. She used to work for the Department of Health and Human Services, but she's retired. And he says, your mom has indicated that in your family, there's a history of veterans. Is that right? Eric says, yes, veterans, 2A supporters. My grandfather owned his own gun business. My brother has his own gun business. I grew up around them. Your brother is actually, he has an occupation in guns. He says, yes, he's a federal firearm license applicant. He can sell firearms. He says, were you at that time, and are you still a Second Amendment supporter? And Eric says, yes. He said, you were a gun owner at that time? He says, yes. Are you a person who would vote? He says, yes. Did you vote in the governor's election? He said, I actually did, and I actually voted for Governor Whitmer and for AG Nessel on the first round. And he said, why? Why did you feel it's important to vote? And Eric says, especially knowing what I know now, it's up to every individual to be, again, and be invested in your system. Each individual makes a difference. So he said, it's important to get involved. The more you know about your system, the more you can do, the more good you can do, obviously. He says, do you have an attitude or position about government? Did you at that time? He says, yes. He says, I'm going to talk about throughout this time, 2019 up through your arrest. Basically, he says, yes. What was your feelings about government during that time? He said, there was a lot going on. I'm sure everyone can remember what was going on. There was a lot of upheaval. We're watching a lot of Black Lives Matter rallies get turned into riots, and Antifa was there. We were watching the government. They were pretty much told to stand down. They weren't doing anything about this stuff. He says, this was, you said 2019, 2020. So brings up COVID as well. He said that there was a lot. He said there was so much going on. There was a bunch of stuff going on. What were your feelings about government during that time? He said, and he said he was scared that they weren't able to do what he felt they needed to do to get a hold on the riots. And he said, I felt like they were starting to come after some of our rights more aggressively than they had been previously. He said, I guess to clarify this, I still like government. I like our government. We need government, obviously. I just think that when I want to get more involved in trying to make it better. He said, you said they're taking rights away. We're talking about Second Amendment rights for a little bit. He said Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights. He said, I felt like for a while there, your ability to even travel. He said, yes, we felt like our rights were under threat. And he said, did you have any involvement with government? Your mom mentioned, I think, township or county in 2019, 2020. He says, while I was teaching myself about our system and how it works, I found out there's something called a board of commissioners, which is really awesome. It's a board of people from your local area. You can go and talk to them. He said, voice your concerns and whatnot. So I was able to broach a Second Amendment resolution for Wexford County, which passed 9-0 for our board, which was pretty cool. He says, so you've had some involvement with your local county board. He said, I sure did. He said, it sounds like you were presented a resolution for consideration. He said, yes, I did. And it passed 9-0. He said, yes. What was the resolution? What was the flavor of that? Eric says, the resolution was a 2A sanctuary county for Wexford. Pretty much, if there were laws or rules that are brought up, which be what we consider anti-gun, anti-2A, like it would not be effective. The premise was we would not accept it. It was not legally binding, just a resolution. So we're just saying this is where we stand. And then he says, his lawyer asked, how did you feel about that process? And he said, I actually enjoyed it. It was nice to see how easy it is. Like I said, a local government, he said, it's right in your area. And it's cool how it works. I enjoyed it. He says, are you pro-government or anti-government? He says pro-government. Yeah. How about law enforcement? He said, I am pro-law enforcement. I just wish that they would kind of weed out the bad guys more and instead of standing up for them. So mixed feelings about that. And he said that's been going on in the country as well, right or wrong. And then he says you talked about veterans, hunters, and your family, your relationship with guns in your family. He says yes. Did you have a grandpa that lived in Cadillac? He says yes. He said, what was going on with your grandfather? He said, while I was growing up, he had his own business, his own firearm business, gun and knife dealer. So I grew up around this stuff. It's not uncommon for me. There's nothing scary about it to me or any of that stuff. He said his interest pretty much came from him. He didn't have a father growing up. So his grandfather was his father figure. He said, I learned a lot from him watching him. He's asked about his relationship with firearms. And Eric says, I I guess I don't understand the question. Do you own them? He says, do you own firearms? He says, I did, yes. I had many. He's What was the status for your arrest leading up to your arrest? He said, what kind of firearms did you have prior to your arrest? He said, I had quite a few pistols, couple pistols, some rifles. He said, I had them for all sorts of reasons. So obviously, I was in a militia where I was with militia groups at the time. He said, the competitions I was involved in required us to have the weapons, also for self-defense, Police are great, but it's good to have it in your back, it's good to have something in your back pocket. His lawyer asks, how often would you carry your firearm? Are you a person that carried a lot? He said, everywhere. He said, if there wasn't a metal detector, it was on me. If there was, he said, obviously you can't take it in there. And then his lawyer says, how about if there's rules about, I don't know, rules about whether you can take it in or not? He said he would still take it in if he was allowed to. He said bad guys don't listen to rules. He said if they have a firearm in there, and just because I'm not allowed to have one in there, that doesn't mean something won't happen. So he's talking about an area where weapons aren't permitted. He said if there was not a metal detector, but it was an area where you weren't supposed to have firearms, he said, I would still bring one because bad people don't listen to rules or follow them. So there could still be an armed bad person, basically. It makes sense in a self-defense way. And then he says, you understand you're sworn in today. You're going to give honest testimony. He says, yes, sir. How do you feel about that? He says, I love it. How do you feel about the trial that's been going on? He said, I can't believe the stuff I've been seeing and hearing. Oh, and then, of course, the prosecutor starts to object, and he says, I'll retract that. He said, let's go back to your firearms. What is the purpose to have firearms at that time? At that time, it's for all the reasons I previously stated. It's for militia, for competitions, and for self-defense. I was also in a private security at that time, and that did require a firearm. He says, I love that it keeps getting downplayed that I was just a doorman at Menards or Walmart. He said the reason that we were hired was because employees, regular people, were getting shot and stabbed. And he said that's why we were there. It was not some small doorman job. And then he says, did you hear Mr. Lance's or Mr. Ford's testimony earlier this morning? He says, I sure did. And he says, did that accurately reflect your involvement in trainings during that time period? He said, to the best of his recollection, yes, he did. He said, were you involved in any other trainings? He said, there's all sorts, not just with that group. He said, I was involved with a bunch of groups. Anytime I could get training, I would go get it. He said, you have to pay a lot of money to get firearms training. So if it's available, if you have a chance to get it free, 500 is something that's usually $500 or $1,000. He said, yeah, I would jump on that. He says, were you ever in a militia? Eric says, yes, I have been in militias previously. And he says, what were those? They were back in end of 2017. 2018 is when he first got into them. The first group they joined was with Lane. They changed names three times. He doesn't know how you count how many militias you were in. He said one with 3 names. He tried joining one after that, and then he was asked him about the Second Continental. He said, did you leave those militias? He said, I left being a part of the group. Yes. And then he said, why did you leave? And Eric says, you get around a whole bunch of, to me, I guess, this might sound inappropriate. He said a lot of people there just want to be spec ops. That's my opinion on it. They just want to go around and play army. And to me, that's not appropriate. Militia should be training. It should be ran better than that. He said there's more than just going out and pulling a trigger at targets. And like he said, as Lane talked about, there's also the survival aspect. He said I could go on forever about that stuff. And his lawyer says, so what was your feelings when you left? Why'd you leave? He says, just because I was sick of people showing up and a lot of mouths running. He said, I think that you guys have called it chest beating, like people that are doing the tough talk and trying to LARP and stuff. He said, that's not all that unusual. He said, no, it was constant. Every gathering I was a part of, the groups I'd been around, all these groups, there's always people running their mouths, lying about things they've done, lying about being in the military. He said all sorts of stuff. You just had to deal with that to be able to get down to the training and to get down to a good core group of people. He says, were you ever in the military? Eric says, no. Did you ever apply? Eric says he did. When 9/11 happened, I went down and tried getting in. He said, how'd that turn out? And he said, I passed the ASVAB, but I wasn't as heavy as I am now, but I was still too big to get in. So he said he wasn't able to lose weight at the time. He says, so you were rejected? He says, yes. How old was he at that time? He said 18. Jeez. I would actually say he's lucky that he was rejected, because who knows what would have happened if he would have joined and right after 9/11 been sent overseas, he'd probably be dead and his children wouldn't even exist. They wouldn't even have been born. So thank the Lord, right, that they rejected Eric. Just saying, no disrespect to any people who have served. Of course, we all love and care about our veterans, but come on. A lot of people were lied to. So Not Sure is asking, I thought every citizen was part of the militia. Yes, technically, yes, but he's being asked about specific groups, actual groups with titles and members, actual membership lists. He's being asked about specific groups. So you have to understand that there's a reason for that because it's relevant to the testimony that we'll get into, that has gone on about this whole thing with the Wolverine Watchmen and the trainings that they did. So yeah, he said, when did you get out of militias, groups, membership? He said, honestly, it didn't take too long, probably a year or two after I started. I want to say a year. I wasn't I wasn't too keen on it. He said, "Well, what year?" He says, "I couldn't tell you." And he says, "Were you a member of the Wolverine Watchmen?" Eric says, "No, I was not." "Were you a member of the MLM, the Michigan Liberty Militia?" He says, "No." He said, "Were you part of the Michigan Patriot Three Percenters, the group that the FBI fabricated through their pedo informant, Steve Robeson, who was posing as a national leader of a fake Three Percenter militia that the FBI created, fabricated from whole cloth that does not exist?" And Steve posed as the head of the Wisconsin chapter. Jenny Plunk, the informant, posed as the head of the Tennessee chapter, again, of a fake militia group. Then they told Adam he was going to be the head of the Michigan chapter of this fake Patriot Three Percenters group that was created by the feds. And the FBI even created a Facebook page for it. And guess who was the first person to post on that page? Steve Robeson, the pedo informant. Steve also gave Adam business cards that matched Steve's business cards. Again, the FBI made those business cards for Steve and for Adam. Then they had their informant give it to Adam, and then they seized it as evidence when they arrested him. That is planting evidence on people. That is planting. You are having your informant take something you, the FBI, made, and then you are giving it to Adam so you can use it as evidence when you arrest him. That is literally entrapment. It's framing. That's what it is. And that's what they did. They planted evidence on people so that they could seize it later when they arrested them. That's how they explained planting a bag in Barry Croft's car that had quote unquote explosive ingredients in it. And really the ingredients was like innocuous stuff. There was a canister of black powder. There were 4 canisters of BBs, all unopened, except I think maybe one. Then there was some tannerite and a few other items. And they called that explosives ingredients, which is ridiculous. And they planted it in Barry's car so they could quote, seize it later when they arrested him. And it's like, so you admit you plant evidence on people? Like, yeah, that's what they do. And it's absurd and ridiculous. Any word says, how does this trial look like it's going to turn out? We don't know, because unfortunately I have not been able to be in the courtroom yet to see the jury myself or their reactions. But I do have to say that, I cannot, and I know what I know, knowing what I know a lot more than what the jury's been able to see. The jury has not been able to see a lot of the evidence that we've gone over, and they haven't heard my debunking of the lies, which I did for the past week straight, every single day. So I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I'm praying that they don't convict. I don't see how they could, but then again, that happens all the time now, doesn't it? All right, getting back to Eric's testimony. He says he was asked if he was ever in the Michigan Liberty Militia, the MLM group. He says no. He says, how about the Michigan Home Guard? He says no. And recall, of course, he was just asked if he was part of the Michigan Patriot Three Percenters, which is an FBI fabricated group. And he said no. Basically, the one you were in was with Lane. He said yes. Any others besides that? And he said, I want to say there was one other one. Nope, that was a prepper group. I wouldn't consider it a militia. I guess it's a prepper group. His lawyer says, what is a prepper group? He said, they're almost like a militia, except there is a lot less shooting. Pretty much there was not going to be any shooting other than for hunting. But it was more like prepper. So like learning to gather supplies, learning how to forage, more along the lines of survival. He says, his lawyer says, you've trained. Is that something you enjoyed or not so much? And he said, I liked the majority of it. Obviously, I'm a lot bigger, and a lot of the techniques and tactics are difficult for somebody my size to pull off, especially when you're trying to work with other people that maybe are more fit than you and you have to move around. He said, I loved it. It was great. It was really cool. Having experiencing the camaraderie, he thought was really cool. He liked that. He said competitions. He said, yes, I love that. That was a lot of fun. He says it's always fun to get together when you find people with like interests, similar interests, and being able to get together and hang out. And he said that one official at the official competition and at other many competitions, he said when you get together with militia groups, you just compete even between groups or within your own group. It's really neat. And he said that was fun. And his lawyer says you're in these militia groups, your mindset to be in that was relative to weapons is what? He says, why I wanted to be in militia groups? I wanted to be in militia groups because I wanted to feel more secure, like in my area. I was having a lot of anxiety, not knowing, like, if something happens, who do you go to? What do you turn to? Like I said, we were watching police and whatnot at similar times, especially being kind of run over. So where do you go? What do you do? And I found out militias. And he said, were the groups that you were in pro or anti law enforcement? He says, so I don't think the groups really, in my experience, they don't really put out that they're pro-government or anti-government. He said it was more, he said, well, are the groups that you were in pro or anti-government? He says they didn't really promote themselves one way or the other. He said, I guess I would say more pro-government. He said, like Lang said, we kind of put ourselves in the position, as he pointed out, to supplement police, not to supersede or get in their way or anything like that. We did that at our own risk, out of our own home and out of our own pocket. He says, his lawyer says, same question as to law enforcement, like the groups that you're in. What is their feeling or sentiment towards law enforcement? And he says, obviously pro law enforcement. He said these weren't police haters. Eric says, not the people. No. He says, you, I think, mentioned the Michigan Regiment of the 2nd Continental Army. And he's like laughing because he knows it's something that the FBI literally made up. So he said, what was that? He goes, did I get the name right? And Eric says, I have no idea. He says, a pretty long name. I believe that's the first militia that Adam talked to me about, that he said he was trying to, is that the one you're referring to? His lawyer says, it is. Let me start over. In June of 2020, you said, yeah, he said, did you join a page? He said, I did join a page. That sounds familiar, on Facebook. He says, okay, I'm going to jump back. March, it was brought up, sort of a relevant date for CHS Dan and his involvement. March of 2020. Eric says, okay. He said, were you in any militia at that time, in March of 2020? Eric says, no. His lawyer says, did you know at this time any of these Wolverine Watchmen? Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Paul Bellar, just to name 3. He said, no, I did not know them. He said, do you know where they're from? He says, no. Did you, his lawyer asks, did you know about any of the information that was brought up relative to them allegedly threatening law enforcement or anyone? He said, no, sir. As far as they're concerned, I didn't know anything of their involvement until I was already in jail reading reports. And he says, okay. So when did you come into contact or meet or see Adam Fox? Eric says that was end of 2019, beginning of 2020, I would say. And then he said in 2020, I was part of that prepper group I'd mentioned, the Michigan Civil Defense Force. And it was a prepper group. It was Wexford County, surrounding counties. And he said, the guy that set it up, I thought it was pretty smart. So that was, if anything started happening, we would get information before for Wexford so we could be ahead of things. He said, anyways, this was during the beginning of COVID, and a lot of new members had come in. So we were trying to respect that. They wanted to have trainings, show up in person. He said, even though Adam wasn't part of Wexford or surrounding counties, he was part of Grand Rapids. He was on that for some reason. He said, that was my first time seeing him. And so his lawyer says, you're talking about an online training? And he says, yes. He said, the training was for medical training. I was actually doing the class with an individual first aid kit. So Vice's Raid. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming in. So if you're just coming in, to let everyone know what's going on, is I am providing my commentary and covering the final day, the final trial, day 11 of the FBI's Governor Whitmer kidnapping plot. And this is finally the state rested yesterday. We're finally getting into the defense. And we've had so far Lane Ford testify. That is somebody who was friends with Eric and was part of one of these militia groups. We had Eric's mother testify, Sue Molitor, and now Eric is testifying. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am literally narrating the proceedings to everybody and providing my commentary because I'm being threatened, so I'm unable to stream and share my screen, the actual proceedings for everybody. So that's what we're doing. If you're wondering what I'm doing here and you're just coming in, that's what we're doing. I'm still covering this. I'm providing my commentary and I'm just giving you all the play-by-play of what is going on in the courtroom and giving my commentary, which I've been doing for over a week now. So, all right, let's get back into it. Eric is still testifying, and he's being asked about what was going on in 2020 and how he sort of came into contact with his co-defendants, right? Because a lot of these people he doesn't even know who are his quote unquote co-defendants. And so he is explaining how he first came into contact with Adam. And he said Adam was in some of these groups. And recall also that the FBI created fake militia pages for fake militia groups on Facebook. And that is also where some of these folks met each other. All right, so we're getting back to this. So the judge is telling him basically he's talking too much and to try to make his answers more simplified. I understand that being a talker myself, just saying. And so he said, just try to answer the question specifically and not go off on tangents. Defense attorney should play the Mission Impossible theme song for the jury. Yes. Hail Vices. Yes. Okay, so he said you were doing an online training for what group? He says that was the Michigan Civil Defense Force, which he described earlier was basically more of like a prepping group. It was not really an actual militia group. So he said that Ken he believes the group was started by a man named Ken Varney's, but he's not entirely sure. And he said, did you have any involvement in leadership, he's being asked, in this group? And Eric said no. And the group was located out of Wexford County, Cadillac area of Michigan. And so he said they had a buffer zone set up around the Cadillac area. They did training. And he said, what did you train online? He said that was the IVAC, IFAK, individual first aid kit. And he said, how does that get publicized or put out there? How does it get shared with others? And he said Ken was the leader of the group. So they would go to his page and he would put out notices that we were going to have training, and that's how people would find out about it. And he said, was that a positive or negative influence type of group? And he said, they're really positive people. He said, okay, so you were training online. And he said, did you use Zoom at that time? He said, yes. And he's asked if he recalls the date of his first sighting, his first meeting or sighting of Adam Fox. He said it was in March of April of 2020. He doesn't remember the exact date. And he said, how did you know Adam Fox? And Eric says, I did not know him. His lawyer says, what did you see that day that tells you that's the first time you saw Adam? He said, well, because I saw his face, and that was the first time I'd seen his face. And he said, how many people were in the Zoom meeting with you? And Eric said there was Adam and his girlfriend, Amanda Keller, the psycho. And he says, I want to say there were 6 other people besides them. He said, okay, and you were teaching. How were you qualified to teach somebody this first aid? And he said, I'm not really qualified to teach anyone this. I've studied on my own. Things that I find interesting, I study on my own. I also went through basic EMT class, but that's where I get my medical training. And he said, you're not qualified or certified to be an EMT or anything? He says, no. And he says, you were offering what information you knew on these topics. And he said, what did you teach at that location? Eric says, it would have been the basics of IVAC, which would have been basically like how to tie a tourniquet, combat gauze. He says MPA, I don't know what that means. He said there's something for chest decompression. He said Band-Aids, basic first aid. Band-Aids for what? And Eric said, if you have something coming out of you, whatever, he said you would cover it with a bandage with gauze, things like this. And then he says, anything continue with that relationship with Adam after that? And Eric says that not really out of that. He said the next time I saw him, I recognized his face, but I'm not sure. And he said, did you have a militia name or nickname? He says, yes, his nickname was Barricade for the prepper group. And he said, what does that mean? And he said, it means to block something off so something can't get in. And he says, is that because you're a bigger person? He said, I was going to say because I'm a larger person. So he's like physically like a barricade. And then he says, in any of the militia groups you were in, did you observe any illegal conduct? He says, no. He said, Mr. Barnett is asking, do you believe that there's a relationship to the Constitution with militias or not? And Eric says, yes, 100%. And his lawyer says, tell me about that. Eric says they are part of, he said, the Constitution mentions militias. Not just that, but just being a natural born citizen of the US, that puts you in the position of being in the militia. But he said it's not like an organized militia, but his lawyer says, how are they in general? Like, how are militia people in general as people? Are they chill or what? And he says there's a lot of paranoia. Once you get inside of these groups with other people, like, I believe a lot of it is for show. People try to brag about how, like, oh, they're after me, the government's after me, and tough talk all the time for people. So there's some paranoia. He said, yes, there's a lot of paranoia. He's being asked if he had any involvement with a civil defense force at any time in that time period. He said, I sure did. This was 2020. I started a civil defense force with a friend from Cadillac because we were watching how police were getting overrun. He said, we started our own group to supplement that and help. We'd heard Antifa and BLM ran when these protests were coming up and coming our way. We saw what was happening in other areas and decided to get a group of around 200 to protect our community, our businesses, our homes, and our people. And then his lawyer says, what is that, offensive or defensive? He said, that's defensive, 100%. We weren't just there to protect our community. We were there also for the people who were trying to protest. They have every right to protest. And he said, I don't have to agree with your protest. You know, it doesn't matter what my beliefs are, but I'm just trying to protect your rights. He said, there are people on our side that are more aggressive, and we would also shut them down as well, just like on the other side. His lawyer says, did you do any community activities? And he said, he's asked the gentleman who testified earlier today, Mr. Ford, if he did any of these like training activities with them. And he says, yes. Unfortunately, he didn't remember, but Mr. Molitor is going to talk about it. He said, I did go to Muskegon with him. And I stood with him down there. They were supposed to have BLM and Antifa show up there. He said they actually did show up, and he's asked, were there any problems there? Eric said, very minor, because like he said, there were hundreds of people that showed up standing out there lining the streets. So it was a huge deterrence. He said the Antifa and BLM did send scouts down the streets a couple times. He said there were bricks. He said there were bricks found and backpacks found with stuff found. And he said they did try to set a dumpster on fire. Oh, no. Okay, so hang on. I'm having issues again with the feed. He's being asked about what kind of clothing he wears if he goes to these, like what kind of kit does he wear? Because, you know, the government keeps making this big deal out of the fact that, like, yeah, guys who work private security and are in militia groups have things like plate carriers and quote unquote long guns. Like, yeah, all that stuff they owned legally. So they keep calling things like tactical and Kevlar and blah, 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 blah. You know, oh, he has a tactical helmet. he wouldn't need that unless he was planning to kidnap governors. Like, no, people just have that stuff for like non-nefarious purposes, you know? It's so silly, the way that they act about this stuff. Tactical, exactly. Dumpster fire, quite literally. Simdal has a very good comment and says Antifa and BLM should be on trial for the quote unquote summer of love. I agree. And I find it interesting that the FBI decided to target these men, the militia groups that were trying to act as deterrents to stop the Antifa and BLM violence. It's almost as if the FBI like is ideologically aligned with these, I don't know, leftist organizations and groups and actually wanted them to do the things that they were doing. And they didn't like people trying to stop the violence. It almost seems as if that's what we have here. Just saying. Now, he said, what I wore, I did not dress down. He said, I dressed up. I wore everything I could. I had my plate carrier on me. I had my rifles on me. I had extra magazines. I had my pistol on my side. I had my medic kit, of course. The flex cuffs. He said, did you have to use any of those things? He said, I did not. No. He says, what do you have that gear for? And he says, that is for defensive purposes, of course. The weapons, again, deterrence. You see something and that looks scary. He said, it does work as a deterrent. He said the flex cuffs, just in case we had to restrain anybody until police came. He said that way you don't have to physically manhandle someone the whole time. And his lawyer's asking, have you attended other events like that? You know, with your, like just yourself. And he said, I did go to other events and just kind of stood there. And he said, I chose to do it myself. Nobody asked me to go. I wasn't part of anybody's groups. This was something he was just choosing to do on his own. He said, I just like to watch it and make sure that people were safe. Now they're asking him about Michigan Defense Force. Is that what it was called? The Civilian Defense Group. He said it was a Civilian Defense Force, correct. He says, how many times did that group go out before, if they did, to BLM and Antifa protesters? He said, my group only went out the one time, which was, he doesn't remember the date. He says, where was it? He said it was in Cadillac down at the park. That was your group? He says, yes. Was there any violence there? He says, there was no violence, no. And his lawyer says, why was that happening in Cadillac? Eric says, there's an individual, Travis. He doesn't remember his last name. He had some interactions with the police. He thought it was because of his skin color, because he's black. So he'd been in touch with somebody else that he knew. They decided they were going to have a rally up in Cadillac. He says, so there was a rally, and Eric says, yes. And that was in June of 2020. And his lawyer asked, were there firearms at the rally? He says, there were no problems. And then he says, his lawyer asked, you know, if there were any other cities that had these issues with protests, with Antifa and BLM. And he said they were all over the state. And he's discussing his understanding of those events. He said the ones that stand out in his mind are the places where they were actually destroying things, setting things on fire, overturning police cars. And he said that was going on in Michigan. And he asked, is this going on in other states? And Eric says yes. Other states were experiencing this. He said Minnesota, he believes, had some issues. He says, especially after the George Floyd incident. I could totally see that. So, yeah. He said Kenosha. Yeah, we all know about what happened in Wisconsin. And I would say, I think, so we know that Steve, the pedo informant, he was operating out of Wisconsin. And he kept trying to get people to go armed into these where BLM and Antifa were rioting. And he was saying things like trying to rile people up and going, they're in your backyard, give them no quarter, trying to make people think that like they're going to come into the suburbs and get your families, they're in your backyard. Like he was trying, Steve wanted people, the informant, Steve, wanted these guys to go out, and he was hoping, I believe they were trying to do a Kyle Rittenhouse. They were trying to encourage people to go into Madison, Wisconsin armed. And I think that had some of those guys listened to Steve, they might have been the first Kyle Rittenhouses, because Kyle Rittenhouse happened the next day. Just saying, after the Madison incident. So I feel like there may even be some connection to the federal agents that were involved in the Kenosha thing, because we know that the FBI did have drones flying overhead in Kenosha. They even tried to introduce video at the last moment. You guys remember that during the Rittenhouse trial? The FBI and their stupid drone footage. It's like you were sitting there flying drones over, monitoring this, and you did nothing to stop it. You did nothing to try to help the people of that community. What is wrong with you? Why is the FBI flying drones overhead, watching all of this chaos and destruction occur and doing literally nothing about it, seemingly protecting it and letting it happen and going after people who are trying to stop it? That's what it seems like to me. So he said there was also issues in Washington, and here in Michigan, there was Grand Rapids. He said he doesn't remember if Lansing was attacked or not, but his lawyer asked, what happened with your defense force? And Eric said, so what happened with it was we ended up making a Facebook page. That's how you connect these days. So we just kind of put it out there to the community. They were attracted to it. We ended up having a police liaison. He said, is it okay if I talk about this? I don't want to overrun, because he gives very long-winded answers, and the judge was complaining about that earlier. He said, what happened with your defense force? He says, we ended up working alongside police. We had a police liaison. We would take information we were gathering, and we would give it to him. He would run it through his people, and he'd come back and let us know if these rumors are true or false or whatever, if the intel that they were gathering was valid or not. Basically, law enforcement was kind of letting them know. He said they had uniforms so that they would be easily identified. They were given bylaws. So if they were wearing that uniform, they were told how they could and could not act. He said it was very professionally set up. And the lawyer said, what was the role of the person that was the liaison, and who was that? And he said, someone Woody. He was a former sheriff. He trained their canines for a while. Him and his wife did. He was the police liaison, so he would take information that they got. They'd run it through him. He would tell them if it's actionable or not. Actionable. So his lawyer says it, so there would just be like a line of communication there, and Eric says, "Oh yes." And he's being asked what was his role with this civil defense force, and he says, so when he started it with Kelsey, he Duffy was brought on as the liaison. He ended up taking over the group. I'm not quite sure how that all happened. I was working a lot during that time, doing private security. He said I even went out of state a couple times, so I don't know. He said he just kind of took over the group, I guess. That's how it worked out. He saw Adam a second time, doesn't remember the date. It was at Rosa Parks Circle for another rally. Eric was there. He said it's one of those rallies where I kind of inject myself into security. I'm looking over the crowd. He said, I saw Adam out there. He's got a very recognizable face, which he does. It's true. And he said, I went over and shook his hand. You know, I recognize him. That's what you do when you meet somebody. And his lawyer says, did you do anything else while you were there? He says, I did. So while he was there, he also saw the MLM guys, that is the Michigan Liberty Militia men. That was Phil Robinson's group that the Null brothers were members of. The Nulls were there. The Nulls were there actually working security. That's the other thing. So all of the defendants in this case, both of the Null brothers and Eric Malter, both of them, so Eric and the Null brothers, all three of the defendants in this case, they were all working private security. So when these prosecutors and the government are bringing up the fact that they had like AR-15s or whatever, yeah, there's a reason for that. Like if they're working private security and they're part of like these multiple groups, that would not be surprising. They made this big stink out of Eric having a $50 RF detector, and he's clearly saying, I am doing security work. The brothers were doing security work. The brothers, in fact, I believe, were working security at one point at the Capitol building. So it's just amazing how they can lie with impunity and nobody seems to do anything about it. It's annoying they're holding the trial in federalese, but it's nice of Christina to translate it to English for us. I'm trying, guys. It's very awkward and weird having to narrate two different people talking. The lawyer asking the questions, Eric answering them. I'm also trying to interact with you guys and provide my own commentary. And it's just all very weird. You guys know I'm a talker, but talking for 6 hours straight and narrating everything and adding my commentary like I did yesterday is exhausting. But I'm doing my best, and I appreciate you guys listening to the play-by-play. I know it's easy to just watch it yourself, but then you wouldn't get my commentary. So Phil Robinson was there. He said those were really like the only guys he knew at this rally. The one where he met Adam and shook his hand at the Rosa Parks Square or whatever. His lawyer said, where were they standing? He said they were up at the front, like on the stage area overlooking the crowd. And it's funny because the media uses pictures of them armed and wearing their kits and stuff, standing up there as like trying to make them look menacing or something. And it's like, yeah, they're working security at that event. So it makes sense that they're dressed that way and that they would be, armed. Like all of that is normal in that kind of situation. Like if they're working security, yes, they're going to look like security. Not even sipping a drink. Well, I do have my Naruto cup with my water in it. You guys know I've got the Naruto with his 9 tails, and then there's Sasuke on this side. I have to have a wee moment, okay? I know, though, I've been very all over the place this morning because it is very weird, the narrating part. All right, let's get back to it so we don't get too far off the weeb cup. I know. So, who else was there? He's asked on the stage. He said Darleaf, the sheriff for Genesee County, was there. And he said, was this your first sighting of the Null brothers? He said, no, I've seen them around. You like bump into people because there's constantly these events happening, these competitions, these rallies where these various militia groups or folks are obviously going to come into contact with each other. You'll see each other at some points and maybe be familiar with one another. He said they definitely stand out. They're big guys. They're twins. They have the ponytails. So then he said, you just, that was the first time you met Adam Fox. You just kind of went, shook his hand, said hello, and he said yes. He said he went back and stood in line. The reason he was there was to be part of it, inject himself into security. He was wearing a full kit that day, plate carrier, rifle with magazines. He said he believes he had actual handcuffs on him that day, not the flex cuffs. And his lawyers asked, like, why do you have handcuffs, flex cuffs? Because the government made a big deal out of him having these like flex cuffs in his freaking backpack. And it's like, okay, he worked security. Why would he not have? The better question would be, why would he not have that? If you're working security and you got brought in because people have been shot or stabbed, and you're expecting, like, I might get shot or stabbed, you're gonna have things like flex cuffs, I don't know, to maybe try to restrain a person that's trying to be an active shooter or stab people. Hello. Like, it's not crazy, but they took the flex cuffs out of the little baggie that they come in, and the government arranged them, like folded them together into actual circles so they looked more like handcuffs, and then displayed them next to his backpack and took a picture of it and admitted it into evidence. Like, this is some big scary thing. And it's like, yeah, he had that for work. You just took it out, displayed it, took a picture of it, and are saying this was somehow dangerous and scary. I don't know. You know, there are also sometimes people that have handcuffs for other reasons, you know, that are not related to security, but aren't necessarily nefarious. Sometimes people like to, you know, no judgment, but they like to role play or whatever. You know, it isn't unheard of for a man to have a pair of handcuffs that is not owned for a nefarious purpose. Okay, just saying. Not that I condone that activity or that I judge it. I'm just saying this is a factual thing. There are people with fetishes out there, and they're not necessarily nefarious, you know. Not that I know anything about that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, that's a thing that has happened. Now he's talking about why he would have that gear that he was wearing, and he's saying this is for security purposes, for defensive purposes. You know, when we're at these events, you don't, when you're at these rallies, you have no idea who's going to show up, what their intentions are, etc. Now he said, what are these rallies for? Antifa, COVID, Second Amendment. He's saying basically all of these things. He said the rallies I went to were for Pro 2A rallies, typically, and COVID lockdowns. He said that I was interested in. And the lawyer asked him, what is your feelings about COVID and the governor's response to it? Whether that was overreaching or not. He said that's how I felt about it. It's definitely overreaching. That's he says that's how I felt about it. And he says, you don't have the right to tell somebody what they can and can't do. He said, again, I don't know how far I'm allowed to go with these answers because every time he goes off on tangents, the judge gets ass mad. And he's just trying to answer the question. He said, no one should have to tell you that you have to wear a mask if it's for your safety. He said that should be up to you to decide. You can decide how you want to conduct your own safety. And then his lawyer says, what did you think about your constitutional rights at that time? And he says, I see a lot of slippery slopes. So something that someone might think isn't a big deal, you might say no, but he's saying to him, he looks at things like, well, that's the start of something that could lead to something bad in the future, even if it seems small now or like not a big deal. He's saying that this creates a slippery slope, and that's how he views a lot of these infringements on our rights. And I would agree. I think a lot of people on the jury would probably agree with that as well. Probably a lot of people listening in right now would agree with that sentiment that, yes, when you allow the government to encroach on your rights a little bit and they do it and get away with it, they tend to do it again, don't they? And to keep escalating until they're not able to get away with it until they get enough pushback. Because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they seize more power? And I think that the concern a lot of people had during that time was that the emergency powers these politicians were granting themselves would never be relinquished. They were not going to relinquish them at the end of the pandemic and just give over power they've taken for themselves. That's not how power works. That's not the nature of power. Power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, right? And so if you are able to give yourself these emergency powers to just make decisions about, I'm going to shut down everyone's small business, you can literally, apparently, in the mind of somebody like Gretchen Whitmer, decide what businesses fail and which ones survive, because she was deciding what businesses would be shut down. She even tried to prevent barbers from cutting hair. Do y'all remember that? There was a protest from these barber shops because she was trying to stop people from being able to get their hair cut during this time. And meanwhile, she's flying around in her private jet. You know, Nancy Pelosi is going into salons in San Francisco when everyone else is locked down and getting her hair done. You know, all the things they were telling people not to do, they were doing themselves just behind closed doors. Now, Nancy got exposed because the hairdresser who did her hair put the video out there and went on Fox News and told everybody, like, this is crazy. Yes, and then labeling some businesses as essential is blatant discrimination. How would you feel if you're being told you're not essential? You're not important. Your job isn't important. Your ability to support and feed your children isn't essential. Like, F off, you know? And so this is, yeah, as corrupt as it gets. This is what a lot of people were upset about, you know? And I think that it is reasonable. And I believe that no seeds, the seeds too. What the heck was the seed thing about? And how is that even related to a pandemic? Really? I mean, she is sadistic and she gets off on this. That's all it was. She enjoyed wielding her power like women are wont to do anytime they're given it. And I don't know why that is. It is just a thing with women. Not that men don't abuse their power too, but some of these women, my God, you know, it's like because they don't have the physical ability to hurt people, you know, or whatever. It's like they just love this ability to like hurt people passive aggressively, you know, like she can't go to somebody's house and physically prevent them from doing things, or she can't go to somebody's business and say, I'm destroying your business, you're not allowed to open anymore, and we're just going to allow you to lose a business that's been in your family for 3 generations just because I don't like you. Like, she can't actually go physically do those things. So she goes and runs for governor, and now she can do these things. She has apparently a mandate and the ability to enforce through order followers her bizarre passive aggressive aggression and hostility. And I think that is a display of her sadism. I think that she enjoyed doing that. And she has bragged about how her lockdowns were the toughest and most stringent in the entire nation. She derived pleasure from that. And you could tell when she would talk about it, that little smirk on her face as she thinks about and considers all the people who are losing everything and losing their businesses, and all of her corporate donors who are acquiring these businesses, who no longer have competition because she destroyed the competition for them. That's what they're doing, okay? Make no mistake. That's what the federal government was doing. They allowed Amazon to be, oh yeah, they're allowed to operate, but other businesses can't. No, then you're picking and choosing which companies are able to succeed. That is not a fair market. And sorry, I don't want to go on a tangent on this, my God. We'll get back to the trial. You guys know I will just talk and talk if nobody focuses me. Okay, so he's talking about these concerns about what's going on in 2020, and he's saying that, these small things, he's concerned that these small things are going to have a ripple effect that spreads out and will eventually become a bigger problem. That's what he's talking about. He says when small laws and rules come in, they open the door for bigger bills to come in and that are unconstitutional or wrong. So his lawyer is asking him, like, were you ever a protester for that position? And he says that, yes, he was a protester in the crowd at a couple of these events. And they're saying, is that different than standing guard? He says yes. And he did say a couple times as a protester, he did go in a full kit. Still went full kit. He said, the first time I went to, I guess you call it a protest, I went gray man, or I dressed down, so I look like this, except I have my pistol on me. That's when I went to Lansing, where I talked to representatives about red flag laws. And then his lawyer says, were red flag laws part of the constitutional resolution you did with the county? He said it was part of it, that we don't want it. So we did bring it up and said, don't do that. We being who? He said people like me and like-minded individuals. So he said, I don't know names, but we packed the entire courthouse with people. And this was in Wexford County. And so he is now asking if he could drink his water. And so the judge is now, he's talking about timing for lunch and like how they're going to like schedule the rest of the day. So he's saying they're going to take lunch at like 1:30, 1:45? Or is he saying they're going to take it now? Okay, yeah. So right now, or I'm sorry, this was a little bit early. We're about, I would say about 40 something minutes behind what's going on. So we're at a little bit of a delay because what I didn't start at 9 today because I didn't want to start. And then a lot of times what happens is you start and then you wait, right? Like court starts at 9, but nothing starts happening until 9:15. And then they take their little morning break and then they do another break and then they do their lunch. So I'm thinking if I'm going to sit here narrating proceedings and then there's a 15-minute break and nothing's happening, what am I supposed to do for 15 minutes? So if I start at a bit of a delay, I actually, what ends up happening is what I end up shortening the process for you guys. So you're basically getting the full play-by-play of what's happening, but you just have those breaks removed. And so it just kind of goes by better if I start a little bit later, and then I can go backward in time and get us caught up to where we are now. Because then when we're on break, like he did a 2-hour lunch break at one point. So if we're on a 2-hour lunch break, what am I supposed to talk about for 2 hours? And I really don't want to just leave a blank screen. So that's sort of like my thinking. So anyways, they just went on the first of what are many of these breaks that keep happening with the court being in recess. And then, okay, so it's coming back from recess. And let's see, the prosecutor is going to ask Eric questions on cross. So that's where we're at. Okay, so let me bring us back to coming in after that break. And now we have Mr. Ralston up there. I'm eating an onion bagel with cream cheese. Oh my gosh, don't talk about bagels. I'm so hungry. I haven't had anything to eat yet today. And I'm starving. Let's see. I don't know who's talking there, but it's weird. All right, so all right, now he's going to sit back down and start asking questions. They're bringing the jury back in after the first morning break. You guys are so great for sticking with me through this. Really, I know it's awkward and weird that we have to make do this way to get my commentary, and it's absolutely absurd, but it is what it is. I guess we can't complain that much. Now, I do want to very quickly, let's see. Oh no. Is this working? Ah. Where is the chat? Okay. So he's being asked about his tattoos. And he's explaining one of his tattoos is a cross. One of his tattoos was actually for a girl. And so the judge is telling him, because I guess he's trying to point and show people his tattoos and explain them. And the judge is like, basically, because court reporters, they can't see, pictures. And yeah. So he has to describe where. He has to say, my right forearm has this tattoo, like he has to be more descriptive for the court reporter. His right forearm, his elbow has a little band tattoo. The stuff on his left arm is called flash. So things that were up on the wall when he was young, he would go in. He'd be like, oh, that looks cool. I want that. So just things that he saw that he thought were cool. That's on his left arm. And it's almost a full sleeve, basically, on the one hand. He said that so he's describing the tattoo on his left shoulder. The cross, he has a cross across his knuckles and fingers, I think he said. And he's asked, do you have any militia, anti-government, anti-police tattoos? He says no. Like anything that says like, we're coming for you or we hate government, anything like that. He says no. Because such a weird. He said, "Are those common in militia groups?" That kind of thing. Is this really true? Uh, is this really true that regular eating is a must? Did you know skipping meals can elevate your blood sugar and too often can lead to diabetes? I did not know that. Whoa, I thought that was just if you overeat. I didn't realize that could be a thing if you undereat too. You learn new things every day, guys. You do. Okay. Okay. So he's saying in 2020 you were 36. He says yes. Stevie J, good comment. Stevie says flash is what the tattoo artists call the stuff on the wall and in their binders as opposed to commissioning a fully original piece. Thank you for that. So he was 36. He was working at that time. Says he was working for Sam Riley doing private security. Asked about before that in 2019. He says he's trying to think. He said, I don't really remember. And he says, okay, so I assume Sam Riley was introduced to you by somebody else. He said, yes, Adam Fox hooked him up with Sam Riley. So he says, we better go back and talk about Adam. You saw him on Zoom, then you went to the Grand Rapids, Rosa Parks Circle area, and you saw him there, shook his hand. What was your next contact with him? He said, I couldn't really tell you the next contact we had. I guess we stayed in touch here and there. He said, I remember sending him pictures. He said that he ran some pictures by him that they'd gotten from their police liaison. These are legitimate. So I sent pictures of these vans to Adam, like, hey, have you seen stuff like this? Or are you hearing anything about pallets of bricks? So he said no, and he told him to keep his ears open. And so he's being asked by his lawyer about what do you mean by these vans? And he's explaining that, yes, during the summer of love, there were vans that would show up, black vans like SUVs or whatever. Yeah, that was a thing. He said during the riots, these vehicles would show up and bring stuff down. He said they were seen in the outlying areas, staying at hotels and stuff like this. And he said that it looked like that people were coming in from out of town to do the riots and to burn things. And so his lawyer says, so you're communicating with him. How did you communicate with him? Is it through Facebook or through email? Like, how are y'all talking? He says Facebook. Facebook was a big part of it. And then text at that point. He said, how'd you get his number? He said, probably through Facebook. How'd you find him on Facebook? Or did he find you? He said, I don't remember. Is it personal Facebook? He said, it was through someone else's group. Ken's group. He said, okay, let's talk about Ken's group. What's Ken's group? The Michigan Civil Defense Force. That was a prepper group. And he says, let's talk about the word prepper. He goes, I know preppers. I don't know everybody does. Family members. What's a prepper? Eric says, prepper means to be prepared. Someone who's prepared, typically what you're getting prepared for. He said, a scenario where there's no communication, there's no police coming, there's no help. So you prep for you and your family and close friends. That's his interpretation of a prepper. Now, he said, was Adam part of that group? Do you know? He said, like, he was on the group. He's like part of the group, but on their page, he said on that video, a thing that we did, I don't know if he was part of it. And he said, did you train with the prepper group? Eric says he'd done some stuff just with Ken, like just the two of them. He would set stuff up. He said I would help when he had other people coming together. And so his lawyer says, so that's how you feel you got in touch with Adam, is kind of through Facebook and through this prepping group. And he said that would be, he doesn't know what, he said it was either April or May of 2020. And his lawyer said, when did you get into contact with him on Facebook? He said probably shortly after we did the online training. We stayed in touch a little bit. His lawyer's asking, was that before or after the Rosa Parks thing? And he said, well, that was before the training, the online training. Now, he said the prepper group was before. So he's asking about, like, were there any other communications back and forth with you and Adam besides you, Eric, passing along that information about the black vans and the pallets of bricks and whatnot and the motels? He said there's nothing that really stood out. He said, I guess to me, nothing that really stood out. He said he did ask me if I wanted to join a militia of his. I think that was called the Second Continental Army. And his lawyer says, okay, is that the group I brought up? Remember that I believe that was given to him by the FBI, the idea for that. And he said it's hard to keep all these names together because some of these groups change the names all the time. Like he talked about that one group who went through 3 different names. You know, it's hard to keep track of all this stuff. I bet it is. Michigan Regiment of the Second Continental Army, which doesn't really exist. It's like Adam and 3 people, you know, 1 or 2 of which are FBI. So he says, what's your relationship with them? And he said, Facebook, I guess. He said there was a Facebook page that represented them. And he says, did you see that as part of the evidence in this case that you joined the Facebook page or joined? He said, did you see the evidence in this case? It was presented that said you joined this group or this militia. And he said, I know they're saying I joined the militia. He said, but joining the page is not joining the militia. It's like you're just joining and following the Facebook page. He said, what is the difference? His lawyer's asking basically what's the difference between just following a page on Facebook and then becoming an actual member of the militia group. And he's explaining how you join the militia. He said we talked about patching in. He said, just because you're allowed to even come train, for example, at first, you're not part of a militia or that specific group. You have to be vetted. You have to actually show up, and then you can patch in. And that's when you become a part of and organize. Now, his lawyer says, you know, why we've talked about security, why you doing security work, just to get to some of your comments too. Jamie is right. We are preppers out here in the Florida swamps, prepping with mainly permaculture and food prep. Too much change and not knowing where anything stands in society. Got to take care of yourself. yourselves. Being prepared is one of the best mottos to live by. I agree. That's right. Yeah, and a lot of the prepping is just like learning skills your grandparents had. Like, this is not scary stuff, guys. It's not. It's like these are things that really everybody could benefit from knowing. Yeah, it'd be good for you to know how to find, fresh water if you ever get stranded out somewhere. God forbid something happens, and you need to learn how to be able to light a fire to keep yourself warm or something like that. These are all things that, skills men need to have, shall we say. I mean, as a lady, I have none of these skills. So yeah, you would expect that men would have proficiency in these things and do these things. Like, I feel like that is expected. As a woman, I think all women expect this of their men. Or is this just me? So now he's talking about his interest in security work and the militia stuff. And he said that, he was doing security work. And at that point, he was, wanting to get involved in security work because he needed a job. And it was during COVID, too. He wanted to make some money. He said, when Adam got a hold of me and asked if I wanted to cover a security gig for him so he could go to a meeting, I was like, heck yeah, I do. And I asked what it was. He said, private security. That's my thing. So he said that was like thousands of dollars a week. He said it was awesome. He said he never had a job like that before. And his lawyer's asking him, like, why would you get paid that much? And he said, because of the danger involved. It's not a typical, you don't just wake up and go out. I'm going to go do security today. Like, there's a reason you get paid a lot. There's a lot of danger, he says. His lawyer asked, did you see a future in that work? And Eric said, I did. His lawyer asks, in what way? He said, eventually, I was hoping to stay with these guys long enough to kind of build up a resume to where I would be able to open my own security business. He says, they started talking to me about moving up. So this wasn't just like him wanting to do it. He said now he's being asked about who Sam Riley is. And he says Sam Riley and his partner Doc, Sam and Doc, they are U.S. Marshals. Sam and Doc are U.S. Marshals that Adam Fox got Eric a job working for, private security for. So it's very interesting to me that is an underreported aspect of this case. The government makes these big claims about these guys being scary and dangerous and all of this. They were working security for the Marshals. So for people who were U.S. Marshals, they were doing private security with them. So it's very strange. Like, yeah, it would make sense that they would have a lot of the gear that they had and that they were practicing a lot of the things that they were practicing. Hello, this is ridiculous. I just don't know what to say. So he's asked, where are Doc and Sam Riley from, the Marshals? And he says, Sam is from Ohio. I don't know that much about Doc. He said, these were the people that hired you, or Sam was. He said, oh, yeah. He says, how did you get a referral from Adam Fox? What was your relationship at that time? During that time frame, background on that. He said, I don't know how to explain what kind of relationship we had. He said, I mean, we had talked here and there, and I had, passed information down to him, but a lot of the conversations we had, I don't really remember. He said, like, I'm hearing things on tapes, and I'm like, that's new. That's interesting that he's saying that he's saying he doesn't even remember, because you have to imagine this is something that happened years ago, and there were multiple times where somebody thought that they were just hanging out with a group of friends, but actually they were being surreptitiously recorded by, agents provocateur working for the federal government. And so it's like, it has to be weird hearing just a random snippet of a conversation that you might have had over 3 years ago. Like, nobody remembers every conversation they have, just random conversations. And I think that it would be probably jarring for everybody if little snippets of things that you said years ago, and in the midst of a conversation, were just played out of context for a jury. It would be weird for everybody. I can't imagine that, because I know, for me at least, I have said a lot of stupid things. I think everybody has, especially if you're in like a social situation. Not everybody is good, like, socially. There are some people who are extroverted, and then there are some people who are not normally like that. So they do weird things, because they feel awkward. Like, sometimes people just say "wee" if they don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. Could you imagine if they, like, I had to sit in court and listen to videos brought up of like me shit posting on online, or saying like, and then Sneed and Ree, like, they'd be like, and listen to her, she says Sneed here, and it would just be so strange. I feel like, oh my God. Yeah, guys say the dumbest shit to each other. I can confirm this. Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, girls do that too. Yeah, it's so creepy. The FBI can pull ancient like shit posts out of context. I know. And think about too, especially if you're somebody like me who's been, I've gone on so many shows over years. I've gone on various podcasts with various different types of people, and some people have different humor than you, or like you have different ideas, and they may say something that you don't agree with. But you don't necessarily, like, when you're doing these things, you're not going to just be like, I'm going to state that I disagree with this. Like, if somebody just says something and you don't agree with it, you just kind of laugh it off or whatever. Like, what they'll do is they'll use that against you. They'll take these little snippets of things and they'll say, well, he didn't disagree, so that means he was in agreement. Like, they said that about these guys when Undercover Red pulled out the video that the FBI made of them blowing up an SUV, when Red was trying to tell everybody he could get explosives. I'm sure a lot of the people that were standing there as he played the video were probably thinking, what in the hell is this? But you're trying to not be rude to people, so maybe you just don't say anything. And then the FBI will play that audio and they'll say, he didn't say anything, but he was nodding his head in agreement. And it's like, what? That may not be true at all, but there's just no video. So, like, things like this can really, really be taken out of context. No one says "re" if they have nothing else to say. I do all the time. I say "re" actually just when I want to read, just because I feel like it, because I like it. I think it's funny and cute and silly. All right. So now he's being asked again, still, to talk about how the opportunity came up working with the marshals, how Adam got him that job. Even though he and Adam didn't really know each other that well at that point, he still got him that job. He said, I was driving, Adam called. He was like, I got a meeting to go to out of state. I can't do this gig. Do you need a job? And Eric said, I was like, yeah, I need a job. He said, so he hooked me up with Sam, and now he said, his lawyer asked, did Adam tell you what kind of meeting he was going to? He said, I was told it was a national militia meeting. This was probably, by the way, the FBI's Dublin meeting, called and chaired by the FBI, their national meetup of militia groups. They've described it in various ways at various times. at the federal trial, it was described as a nationwide meetup of militia groups with for attack planning. Then Mr. Impala at this trial said that it was a meeting to plan a civil war. And then CHS Dan called it a national boogaloo meeting. He said that that's what Joe Morrison called it. Joe Morrison, I don't think was even there. And if he was, it would only have been just briefly, but I'm not sure that he was. And they claimed that Barry called that meeting. Barry did not. Steve called and chaired the meeting. There's even Facebook posts about this, I'm sure. And as Barry said, the government had all of this. They had all these warrants. They'd been watching Barry since April of 2019 at the very least. You know, we know about that because of the quote assessment that was made by the FBI after they got the Dallas field office was upset about basically Barry's relationship with Casey Massey. And so Barry was already being monitored by the FBI as far back as April of 2019. They would listen in to his podcast shows he was doing and things like that. And they had warrants for all of his things. If he called and chaired the Dublin meeting, they would have communications of him talking to the other people who attended the meeting, inviting them to it, and like there'd be evidence of him planning it. There's not. Steve did it. Steve called and chaired the meeting. We even have the audio, some of the audio from that meeting, where it's very clear that Steve is the one calling the meeting to order and then telling various people to speak. So that's the FBI's national meeting, and it was a meeting that was designed for targets that the FBI had in various states, because the FBI wanted this to be a multi-state plot. So what they were trying to do is, because this gives them their jurisdiction, right, is to bring people together, these different militia groups from across the Midwest, bring them together and say that these groups were coming together on their own. And that, now we are justified in trying to entrap and frame them. It was a meeting put on by the FBI with at least 4 different people recording, 4 feds and informants. Barry calls them provocateurs, and I think that's a more apt description than informant. And it was, other than that, it was just all targets, all people that the FBI had wanted to target, which I believe came from that database that was given to Steve Robeson by the FBI that had the targets in it. Barry's mom says Barry put on awesome big fireworks displays for family and neighbors every single year. The whole area looked forward to them. Fireworks are explosives. Exactly. This is the kind of thing that, like anything could be considered that, I guess. All right, getting back to this, because we're already how many hours into this? Oh my gosh, we've been going for 3 hours. Yeah, let's keep going, because I need to eat soon. So now he's being asked about, basically, did Adam tell you like what this meeting was going to be? I mean, he didn't. Eric didn't attend. He said there was no context placed on it other than I was told it was a national get-together, which is not the first one I've heard of either. So his lawyer says so that wasn't unusual. Eric says, for me, no. And he says, what were you doing to prepare for your security future? And he says, what do you mean? His lawyer says, yeah, gear, you have training. What do you do to have like a security business? He says, even before I had the security job, he said I was already doing things that would kind of like align with that kind of job. He already had a lot of gear that could be worked for that. He had skills that could pertain to that. He said, but because of this job prospect, I really wanted to get more skills. The higher you move up, the more skills you have, the higher you move up, and the more money you make. That you know, that's what he wanted to do. He said he had lots of gear, and he says his lawyer says the police arrested you. They came into your house. He said yes, because they went through your car, and he says they went through your things, so to speak. He said yes, they did. He said, why did you have that gear as it relates to security or militia? He said, for the militia stuff, I have the majority of my stuff for the security gig. He said, like I said, part of the militia being defensive is if you are attacked, you want body armor, right? So you want the gear. That's the plate carrier, the plates. And then he said, something is better than nothing. So that's why I would have that. The helmet, he said, because I can, it was sitting there in the shop. So why not just grab it? He said, that's why I bought that. And he said, it actually did get used to protect somebody down in Kentucky. He said somebody was wearing a ballistic helmet and a plate carrier, and he was able to help somebody feel safer. A camera person, I think. He said you feel a lot safer when you're wearing that kind of stuff. That kind of, I guess you could call it a kit or whatever. Now he give us a rundown on the jobs you did for Sam Riley. He said it started out working security at Menards, and he moved into the Walmart. During these times, he'd be called to different jobs. One was down in Monroe, and that was protecting a facility from an employee who threatened to come and do damage to the place and the people. So he said Sam had a crew. We protected that then in Kentucky. So he actually went out of state for some of these security jobs. He was sent down to Louisville during the riots. He was protecting a news crew from Telemundo. So he was, outside. And then he's talking about doing security for a doorman job. He said he'd wear khaki pants, a black shirt, or navy blue, doesn't matter. He's asked if you wear a weapon. He said, yes. And he did have a weapon on him for the Menards. He said he had soft armor under his shirt. He didn't want to wear the plate carrier. Obviously, it's very conspicuous. And he says, how about for the Telemundo gig? He said for a Telemundo one, he wore whatever he could. He said it was very heavy, though. So some things ended up coming off. His gas mask ended up coming into use down there. He said when people would ask, why do you have a gas mask? He said, well, aside from the competitions where they're actually used to limit your field of vision, as he described earlier, he said down there during riots, police would announce they're about to shoot off canisters, and that's why you would put that on. So to protect you from that. Now, his lawyer says, did you buy any other gear after you started security work? And he said, yes. That's when he got the flex cuffs and a whole bunch of stuff. He doesn't remember everything he had. He had a lot of stuff, though. And so his lawyer says, what's the RF device thing about that? The government made this big deal out of a $50 RF device. He said that's radio frequency. And his lawyer says, when did you buy that? He said he bought that. He doesn't remember what the date said, but whatever the date says on the receipt. And he's asked why he bought it. He said he bought that while doing security stuff because I was being taught, it might help to move up, in the company. He said, I went online, started researching things private security do, and he wanted to build more credibility by appearing more knowledgeable. And so he said that he heard people talk about the RF detector, and he said, what I do when the clients come out, he said you would obviously do this before a client even comes out. They're going to a safe space, but they don't know that stuff. You want to show them. It gives them a sense of security. He said, working with clients, word of mouth helps with your business. So this makes sense to me. If you're somebody that's working private security, that yes, you would want to appear knowledgeable and you would want to have things like that, because the kind of people that are going to be paying to hire private security, they're going to want to show, they're going to want you to show that like you can protect them, or that their money is going to good use, right? Hello, that makes sense. So he wanted to show them the RF detector, so he could be like, yeah, we've done a sweep for devices or whatever. It makes sense to me. He said that was the purpose that he got it for, to impress clients, to make them feel more safe. He said, was your goal then to have a security business down the road? He says, oh, yes. And he said, you did say that had something to do with your militia training, having a security business. How is training related to that at all? He said, because the training is universal. He said, how you would handle a weapon in this situation is the same way you handle it in this situation. You're not going to, there's not a lot of differences. So obviously, he says the things he was learning in the militias transferred over to his security work, like how to handle your weapon, how to and be safe. So his lawyer says, Adam Fox, you had a phone call. That would have been your next contact with him on Facebook. He says yes. How about in April or May? Any other contacts? And he's thinking about it. He said, did you cover him at work any other times? He said, I did cover a couple of gigs for him. He said, first one was June 6th at Menards. That was when he was going out of state for the FBI's planned national militia meetup at Dublin, at the Dublin Drury Inn and Suites. No, he said, what was your next contact? After that, he doesn't know. He said, what was the purpose of getting into his on a Facebook page? He said he'd asked me if he asked me if I wanted to be part of a Second Continental, whatever the name is, part of his militia. That he proceeded to tell me what it was about a little bit. He says, I think we heard some tapes going back and forth, Facebook message. He said, yes. Do you recall those in your response? He said, after hearing them, I remember talking about that. He said, you were enthusiastic about joining his Facebook page. He said, I was very enthusiastic about You know, he said everything he was saying was the right stuff. You know, boots on the ground, staying involved. Stop sitting there trusting the police. He said it's good to have opinions. That's great. What are you going to do with it? He asked him, his lawyer just asked him, did you take an oath in that militia? He said, no, I did not. And he's asking if it, like, was it even a formal militia group or is it just like a Facebook group? And he said, I think he wanted to have a formal militia, but I'm not sure, if he did. He said, I don't think it actually came to fruition. Now his lawyer's asking, did you train with him in that militia? And he said, no, I did not. Did it ever get off the ground? No, he says, not to his knowledge. So he says, what was the atmosphere like during the summer with Antifa and BLM? He says, in my circles, it was terrifying. People were scared. They were seeing, he said, we felt like things were collapsing and that there was more that could be done that wasn't being done. He said it was scary. His lawyer says, a real threat? And he said, yes. His lawyer says, how do you know they're coming and what do you do about it? If you hear these rumors and you're communicating with Duffy, the retired Wexford County deputy. He says, what do you do about it? He said, I know what I did about it. I started a civil defense force that I had people come out from the towns to defend their town. People who could possibly, protect their homes and businesses. That's what I did. His lawyer says, you hear rumors about van loads of people coming up. What do you do about that? What did you do? Did you get rumors like that? He says, yes, we did. He said, we actually got pictures of the vans and license plates, ran them through our police liaison. He came back and said, yes. I passed that on to Adam. I asked if he'd heard anything about it. He said he had not. So I asked him to stay in contact. Let me know if he does. And his lawyer says, well, what did you and your group know about those concerns? And as to the safety of northern Michigan, he said what the group did was they showed up, they lined the streets, and he said I individually decided where. Some had full kits, some did not. People just stood guard. He said there were people up on rooftops to get a better vantage point. He said, we protected our community. That's what we did. That was in Cadillac. He says, yes, sir. I think he's doing real good. Now, his lawyer said, you said something about hotels and motels in one of your messages. This was the message. Remember, when he's being invited on the daytime recon that the FBI has already planned in advance, and Adam is asking him about it. And, there's nothing said in there that says Adam is asking him about doing a recon at a high profile vacation cottage. Now, Eric has just gotten these security jobs from Adam. I think it's obvious he's thinking it's referring to that. And they've been communicating about these groups coming in. Yeah, it is good context. And Eric testified he'd sent him stuff like that, pictures, and his group had even had a sheriff that they were working with. So it all seems to make sense. So on August 29th, he says, what's the deal with your message mentioning hotels and motels? He said, I believe it's the 28th you're referring to. I may be wrong. But he said, was there concerns with hotels and motels during the summer? He says, yes, there was. And that's actually what I was referring to in that text message. That's why I said, me and the Cadillac crew, we already have eyes on looking at these places. And so that was the day before the daytime ride along that was referred to as a daytime recon. He goes, "What were you looking out for?" He said, "What I was looking out for was those vans. Evidence, license plate, people who don't fit in with local communities, McBain area." So he said out of towners stand out. So like you'll be able to tell if someone's coming in from out of town. He said these are small communities. No. He says you're next. How much contact are you having with Adam? What's your relationship with him? In June. He says, in June, barely any. We talked back and forth a couple times. He says, I don't remember having a lot of conversations with him before the daytime ride along, honestly. He said, it's been presented in some ways that your close friend or a friend of his, he said, I believe it was said that we're best friends. He said, are you best friends with Adam Fox? He said, I am not. What was your relationship? He said, barely knew him. He'd gotten me a job, so I was grateful for that. He said he was like-minded, so a militia guy that was actually active, you know, instead of just running his mouth like we talked about. He said, I actually respected him quite a bit, and I was very grateful that I had a job. He said, I'm very grateful that I had a job, at that time. First of all, he said, that type of money, I was very grateful. And this was June 6th. So he said, did you break away from him and start basically working for Mr. Riley directly, doing the security work? He says, yes, I did. And Lance said he worked there too. He said, yes, he worked for Sam for a short time. And were you still friends with Lane at that time? He says, sure was. Did you take any steps to get him into any militias or anything like that? He said, I did not. No. No pages, no militias. Basically, in June, you're sitting on a Facebook page. He says, correct. Were you on another one, possibly? He said, I was on quite a few pages. He said, not directly linked to Adam, if that's what you mean. But you're on these pages for what? He says militia groups, 2A groups, cat groups. He said, whatever things I'm into, he said, there's a whole bunch of groups for different things, all legal, all peaceful. He said, are you a violent person? No, I'm not, he says. He says, he said, you're not into having weapons and armor and all that scary stuff to hurt somebody. He said, hurting somebody is the last thing I would want to do. He said, it's obviously something you have to think about if you're holding a weapon. I mean, you got to take that into account. It's for a purpose. He said, if you're willing to pick it up, there's that aspect to it. It's the last thing I would want. Hopefully, he said, hopefully that you don't have to ever cross that threshold. And his lawyer said, have you had to do that? Cross the threshold? He said, no, sir. So I would be, I don't know, asking a little bit. He then said, I have been able to de-escalate situations. And his lawyer says, you've sat here for 2 weeks, 11 days, basically. You've heard about a lot of meetings. He says, oh, yes. Did you go to any one of these meetings that have been brought up? He said, none of them. He says, you indicated that you respect Adam, liked him, appreciated him. He said, oh, yes. And that was in the month of June. He says, yes, sir. Was he throwing out legal ideas, constitutional ideas, or not so much? He says, in June? He says, yeah. I don't know. He said everything that I remember him talking about was all legal. It was all positive. It was all moving in the right direction as far as I'm concerned, meaning nonviolent. There was nothing violent he talked about. And then Burnett said, did he also, it sounded like on one of the exhibits, went to another city to do the same thing you were doing, Grand Rapids or Lansing? He said, typically the crowd I run with, we were trying to help out with protecting. And his lawyer asked Judo if Adam was doing that kind of thing or bad things in June. He said, in June, I thought we're all doing good guy stuff. So his lawyer's asking, how was your firearms proficiency holding up during your training there? He says, back then, it was great. He said, why would that be related to militia membership? So he's asking, why would his firearms proficiency have anything to do with a militia membership? And he says, it doesn't actually have anything to do with a membership. Like he said, you can be part of a militia without touching a firearm ever. There's other aspects to it that, aren't involved in pulling a trigger. So he's being asked if he had online conversations with other citizens during the same time frame. He said lots of people about government overreaching, over prescriptions, things of that nature. He said, yeah. He said some positive, some negative. The majority that people he was running with, he said most of the people I was running with were not favorable towards the lockdowns. He says, you say running with, are you out physically running around with them? Or like keyboard warrior side of things. And Eric says he doesn't run. He said just like the people I associate with. So text, talk, going to rallies. All legal. He says legal. And then his lawyer says, what'd you think about lockdowns? The results of what happened with that. He said, I was not a fan of them from the get-go. As things progressed and we found out more and more, I was a lot more vindicated in how I felt about not being a fan of lockdowns. He said, I kind of saw them as telling an adult what they can and can't do. Yeah, that's actually a really good description of it. And I think of everybody's annoyance with it. He said, that's a ridiculous thing. His lawyer asks, you're for a free America? Is that your standing? And he says, yes. He says, you want America to be a free country? And Eric says, I'm a lot more libertarian, yes. So he says, you have political beliefs. He says, yes, sir. He says, he sounds similar to Dan's. He likes smaller government. He says, yes. So he says, how about the month of July? In June or July, did you attend protests, rallies, get-togethers, anything like that you can think of? He said, I did. He said there were so many going on, I can't really think of specifics and dates. And his lawyer asked, was he patched in or hooked up with other groups? He says no, not at that time. He said he was kind of a floater, a fringe guy, he called it, a loner. And his lawyer's like, "What does that mean? What does a loner mean? Are you a social butterfly or somebody that is not so much?" He says he's actually not that social. He prefers to be by himself. And he says, "How do you feel about testifying today and presenting yourself, before the people?" He said, "It's terrifying." He said that this has been 3 years. I'm ready for this to be done. Good for him for saying that, man. And Chastity, I hope you're feeling better. So he asks, "Were you aware that the FBI was watching Adam Fox?" Eric says, "No, sir." Jeremy, I believe that's you, says, "There's no way the jury does not have reasonable doubt at this point. No way." Exactly. You would think that, right? But, you and I have a different understanding of this stuff, and the things that we know, the jury doesn't know all of that. So you have to try to limit your perspective to only what has come in during this trial in front of the jury and then try to put it in. But I think you're right, though. I think if you listen to Eric and his mom and their description and explanation of things, I believe they're a lot more relatable than these FBI agents and informants. And they have answers and explanations for everything that are completely innocuous and not the way that the government's portraying it. And I also think that you have to, as a member of that jury, when the government is bringing in all of this stuff from Facebook and talking about how, when somebody said this, they meant that, and blah, 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 blah. I think everybody is thinking to themselves, I've talked like this before, and I have these sentiments. And then the government is saying that makes you a dangerous bigot or something. And I would have to think that these people would be like, I've said similar things, amongst friends, in the privacy of my own home. And they're trying to say that this is, oh, it's totally crazy for people to talk crap, about politicians behind closed doors. It's not. That's literally the American way of life. That's what we do. Joshua says, "Eric is handling himself very well. It sounds to me. I think that you're right." Okay, continuing. He said, "So you didn't know at the time that the FBI had been watching Adam, had infiltrated, gotten close in?" Eric says, "No, he didn't know." He said, "You weren't aware of the Watchmen and all of that going on, the Jackson County area?" He says, "No." You didn't know about a Vac Shack meeting or any of this stuff, He said, "Correct, I didn't know." And he said, "Did you go to the April 30th protest where people were up on the walls screaming in state troopers' faces?" He said, "I cannot remember. I do not believe I was there, but I can't say for sure." And then his lawyer is asking him another question during the month of April. Did he go into any so he's got to in April or May of 2020, he asked him if he ever went into the Capitol with his kit. And he said no. And he asked, have you ever been inside the Capitol with your kit? And he said no. His full kit, the plate carrier, weapons, all of that. No. No, he said, "Do you remember the day that those people did that?" He said, "I know of the day, yeah." He said, "You didn't go in, and if you were there, you didn't go in." He said, "No, I did not go." He said, "Were they 2A COVID? What were these protests?" He said the protests he attended would be 2A or COVID related stuff. And he said sitting here today, I couldn't tell you which ones were which on each date. How many protests did you go to that summer? He says, oh gosh, I couldn't tell you. 5, 15, 2. His lawyer's asking. He's counties is 6 maybe, 6. And his lawyer says, did you have any discussions about illegal dealings with anyone at any of those protests? He says, no. And he said, you do swear quite a bit, don't you? He says, yes. He says, your language is bad, isn't it? He's saying, yes. I understand that, as somebody who grew up with a mom that had a sailor mouth, shall we say, I grew up around like curse words all the time, and I used to have such a potty mouth. But I feel like I've gotten a lot better as I've gotten older. It just takes time to get to not like do that. But I understand. I understand that he does curse a lot though. And I think it's just because when he talks, he's like, he gets kind of animated, like similar to how Adam talks too, where I feel like he just kind of like, you get excited and those sometimes you just curse. So his lawyer was asking him about his kind of a foul mouth, because for some of the women on the jury, I'm sure there's some women, they might be moms or something and thinking, oh my gosh, look at that potty mouth on this guy. But respectfully, I think everybody has a bit of a potty mouth at times. And if you were facing being taken from your kids and spending the next 20 years in prison for something you didn't do, I think you'd probably have a little bit of a potty mouth too. Just saying, Shit. Okay. He says, if you could put it on a scale of 1 to 10, he says he's been working on it. He knows that he's curses a lot. He said, I know you're doing your best today to not use words like the F word, drop the F bombs and stuff in court. He says, yes. He said, I have a little bit of a problem with it, but I think I'm doing good. I understand that for sure. He says there would have been, he's being asked about contact he had in July. He said there definitely would have been contact from June 6th on. So he said, yes, there was contact. And the lawyer said there was a presentation of a lot of back and forth. Eric says, as the lawyer said, there's some communications going on. It was up on the board. Those are exhibits. Eric says, yes. He said, do you recall those? He says, yes. He said, are you willing? He goes, are you willing to comment on those exhibits when we get to that point? And Eric says, oh, yeah. Like I'm sorry, but I'll say this. Like, I can't imagine being in this kind of situation, but Son of Liberty says studies have shown that honest people are more likely to swear. Put that in the jury instructions. There you go. I was going to say, if I was a jury member and I'm listening to Eric, he comes off as somebody who is telling the truth. He might be a little bit animated, but if you listen to him, he's like willing to talk about everything because he didn't do anything. If you're guilty and you've done something wrong, you might not be willing to talk about all these things. Imagine how you would feel if a court was going to bring up your shit post from 4 years ago and then present it to a jury, and then you'll have to explain why you were using certain slurs or whatever. It's like, imagine if your Call of Duty chats got brought in with like a bunch of guys playing Call of Duty and the type of talk and things that are said. I mean, good Lord, it's ridiculous. And So I think he's doing very well, even if he is a little bit curses a little bit. I think that really what that does is just show the jury that, like, yeah, these guys, they talk tough. They say sometimes very offensive things. They use curse words and stuff like that. They get very animated and passionate about things, but you also get a sense for their character, and that comes from a place of like, because they care. That's why they get animated and they're very passionate about that stuff. It's because they care. And I think that the jury can kind of see that Eric's not up there being evasive. He's not up there trying to deny things. He's not up there trying to lie. He's not up there with no explanations for certain things. You know, if someone's lying and they're getting caught out in it, you all know what that looks like, and how people try to backtrack or, you know, maybe have zero explanation for certain things that they're asked with. This has not happened. So obviously this is on direct with his own lawyer. I'm sure it'll be different when the prosecutor starts trying to hammer into him, but you can get a sense for the kind of person somebody is based on how well they can conduct themselves during something like this situation. So he says, you know, yeah, he's trying to work on his cursing, and yes, he is willing to talk about all of these, you know, the messages. And another thing too is, like, if you really think about the exhibits that they brought up, the so-called comms chart, you know, where they try to make it look like, oh, look at all the communication these guys are in. If you look at the time span, like the period of time that's encompassing, it actually isn't a lot of contact. There are a couple messages, you know, here or there scattered around. It's not like they're talking daily. I think about my own communications and stuff, and it's like, you know, there are some people I talk to almost every single day. If you were to have 5 months worth of those conversations, you'd be looking at something like this big, you know, depending on if it's like a very close friend, there's going to be reams of, so it really isn't a lot. It looks like a lot if you don't understand that the time span this is encompassing. I could see how it would appear that there was a lot of communication, but really it's like, actually, this is disparate. It's occasional conversations, you know, and mostly done online. So talking around the June, July time, he says, you know, what's your impression of Adam at that time? What's your impression, feelings? He said, during the summer, you know, of 2020, did something change with your views on Adam? On how you like him, respected him, liked his ideas? He says, yeah, until the 29th happened. And so he said, I didn't see any of that coming. He said, before I saw Adam in this light, then from that day on, it was a different light. Definitely different. He says, so there was a run up to, is that when it changed your feelings about him? He said, oh yeah. Basically talking about up until the FBI's planned daytime recon. His lawyer says, you were worried about being in shape, you know, at one point in your life. That's part of your relationship with Adam, and we're going to get into why. Eric says, so yeah, Adam was kind of a bodybuilder, I guess. He said that Adam used steroids and he had access to them, like he could get them, at least. He said, obviously, again, I'm a big guy, and he said, I was trying to get into private security. It's very competitive. He says there are some people built like this, but other, you know, we're talking about men who are more physically fit, more bodybuilder type, I guess. He said there's guys that are like ripped and they look like superheroes out of movies, you know? And I think that they're looking at people like, what's his name? Chris Pratt or whatever, the guy who plays like um Thor, or what is that guy's name? You all know what I'm talking about. You know these people are not natural. It's not natural like some of the guys from these Hollywood superhero movies. It's obvious that they're on some performance enhancing stuff. You know, you don't look like that and like are built like that just because like, oh, he only eats chicken breast and broccoli. Like some of these guys have legit tried to explain how they transform their entire physiques for a role, and they're like, oh yeah, I just worked with a personal trainer and ate chicken and broccoli. Really? And that's how you got an 8-pack. You know what I'm saying? I think that guy used to be, wasn't that actor, didn't he used to be overweight as a child or something? Is that true? And then he ended up getting in shape. Like, I think that's true though. I believe that I saw pictures of him as a child where he was like a chubby child. I think that was Chris Pratt. I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I think that's true. And I wonder if that has like a bearing on somebody's personality. Like if you were not always an attractive person, but you had like a period where maybe you were less attractive, and so maybe you're more humble or something. I don't know. I'm just asking questions, okay? Anybody who goes to the gym regularly could find steroids if they want them. That stuff is everywhere. Is that true? What? Is this just like, I don't, well, obviously, is it Chris Hemsworth? I think you might be right. Chief Moody, you may be right. But yeah, so like, obviously, as a woman, I don't know anything about steroids. I'm sorry, or whatever this stuff is and like what it does. All I know is I've heard that I've heard of like the roid rage or something. Basically, they're taking hormones that increase their testosterone, if that's how I understand it. Somebody in chat, if you know more about this, let me know. Someone can explain this better, but from what I understand, it can mess with your hormones and make you more aggressive because, yeah, you're supplementing those hormones, right? You're taking more than, I don't know. As somebody that understands this better will let chat know, because I don't know. But it's also, from what I understand, this is not uncommon, especially people who are working out and have specific goals that they're trying to reach. It is not totally uncommon that they may use some performance enhancing substances to help them achieve that. And I know, in fact, that female bodybuilders have done this. I actually watched a documentary on this woman who was a bodybuilder, and I think she had just had kids or something, and she would do these like bodybuilding competitions, and they showed all the crazy stuff that this person does to prepare for these competitions, the bodybuilding thing. And it's like, oh my gosh, some of these girls, they're taking like the stuff to get like physiques that they should not normally or naturally have. And I think that women look at like the female bodybuilders and they're like scared to go to the gym because they don't want to look like that. And it's like, that's not from going to the gym. Okay. That's from going to the gym along with like other things, you know. Anyways, I'm just saying, okay. And it was a very good documentary. I forget what it was called, but it was really good. And I highly recommend people watch it because you just learn a lot about, you know, what goes into all of that stuff. Just to, you know, for these competitions that are not long, the bodybuilding competitions, some of these people will spend like a year preparing to just go do this thing for one day, to just stand on a stage in a bikini or something. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, could you imagine putting that much work into to stand there for one day and have somebody judge you? That's just so weird to me. But anyways, getting back into this, I'm just saying that is something that should be taken into consideration when looking at Adam's susceptibility to people like Dan and the suggestions that these informants were constantly making to him and constantly trying to get him to whatever. Like they were constantly trying to suggest crimes to him and criminality and all this other stuff. And so, I'm sure that affected him in some way because it just seems like it would. If you're taking hormones and your hormones are elevated, that obviously is going to affect your mental state as well. So, Eric is saying he wanted to be more on par with some of the higher level private security people. A lot of them are ex-military. Some of them are ex-special forces. Like you are competing with people who are of a different caliber. And what Eric is saying is, in that situation, high competitive environment, you're going to look for any way you can get an advantage, right? And that might be one avenue to pursue. So he wanted to get stronger faster. He wanted to be better. So those were his reasons, part of the reasons for staying in contact. His lawyer says you were going to look for shortcuts to get your weight and your strength to par at the place where you wanted. He said, I wanted to do it as fast as possible. And so he said I had some pretty big opportunities, and he basically wanted to improve the fastest way he could. And so he said, you were willing to do something stupid to help yourself. And he says, yes, in your physical shape. He said, did that ever come to fruition? He said, no, it did not. He said, you didn't go after it very hard, but you had that in your mind. And he says, yes. He said, I did talk about it, and he did say he could get that. So he said he never gave them to me. He never procured it for me. He said, but he talked about it, and that was something I was thinking about. So his lawyer says, so your relationship, is there anything about training, militia purposes that you would be interested in hanging out with Adam and having that connection through the summer? He says, yeah, any chance I get to train. I don't care who it's through, And the lawyer says, well, what does he offer for training? He says similar stuff. It's all the same training, He said, all the other trainings I've been to. So he just said, here's a training. So I'm thinking it's a training. He says, does he have training connections for you? And he said, did he ever get you a training? And Eric says, well, yeah. He said, the 12th and 13th of Luther training there. That was the one put on Ty Garbin's property, which was, again, and I don't know how often this gets discussed, Steve Robeson put him up to that when they were still at the Cambria FTX in Wisconsin. Also hosted by Steve Robeson, the pedo informant. Steve put Ty Garbin up to this Luther FTX. All the way back in Cambria, the FBI had in their mind this design, okay? And they were suggesting to these folks, hey, you've got a place out in Luther. Why don't we do an FTX at your property? And Ty says, okay. Ty the rat, who, by the way, was in that courtroom on the first day. Do y'all remember that were watching with me? I said, oh my God, is that Ty Garbin? I recognize him, okay? I've seen the guy enough. I've seen all of these gentlemen enough to, at this point, after years of covering this case, I can recognize him. That was Ty Garbin. He's already out of the so-called halfway house he was supposed to be in for taking his plea deal to rat on people who were innocent and to lie for the government just to save himself, which was asinine anyway, because had these two guys not taken plea deals and everybody defended themselves, properly at the first federal trial, maybe a lot of this other stuff could have been avoided. But, this is selfish people are selfish. And there are a lot of people who put in that situation would put themselves first and say, I don't care about these 6 other men and their families and their children. I'm going to put me first. And I'm going to lie because the government is offering me a sweetheart deal. And he's gotten a sweetheart deal. He's not even on the Bureau of Prisons website anymore. Why? How did that happen? How's this a-hole already off of the BOP website? I'm sorry. I thought there was supposed to be a record of all of that. I thought there was supposed to be a record on the BOP website forever. Once you're in that system, it should be logged. All of that should be available, public records. Why has he been scrubbed from the BOP website? And why is he already out of the quote halfway house? He didn't even spend 4 years in jail for that plea deal. Interesting. So his lawyer said, you said something about a change of pace or change of view with regards to Mr. Fox, did you not? He said, yes, I did. What date was that? The 29th. He says there'd been some back and forth that looked like prior to that communication. He's talking to you. You're talking back. He says, yes, sir. You're talking about Grand Rapids, dropping off your kids. He says, yes. He said he'd gotten a hold of me and asked me if I wanted to go for a ride. I asked him like what he had in mind, to which he said a high-profile vacation house. And he said, I'd like to expound on that if I could. The lawyer asks, what did that mean to you? He said to me, he said, obviously now I have a different viewpoint. But he said, at that point in time, because of everything I was involved with, Antifa, BLM, and they're showing up hotels, motels, he said, in the outlying areas, to me, with everything, with my context, what I also shared with Adam, when he had sent Adam these pictures of these vehicles and asked him about the pallets of bricks and stuff like this. Oh, yeah, keep your eyes peeled. He said, I'm assuming that, in my view, that this is a BLM and Antifa thing, which, he said he thought maybe that Antifa and BLM had gotten like an Airbnb or something and were renting a vacation house. And he said, that actually sounds smarter because we were able to track them at hotels and motels and those black vans. So in his mind, he's like, oh, Antifa's learning and they're doing Airbnbs. And that's what he's thinking when he's being told something about a high profile vacation house. He said, I thought we were going to go out and look at how we were going to run some kind of security for it, So he said he did not explicitly state anything. This was my assumption just based on everything I was involved in, like heavily involved in. And his lawyer asked, did you receive any notes, any communications, anything at all? Before that, it was like a red flag. Like, this guy's kind of out there with extreme views. He said, compared to stuff other people said, no. He said, he runs his mouth. He said he runs his mouth about as much as the average person, trying to act big or, but other than that, he said there was nothing that stood out to me that said this is a bad guy. He said he was always talking about doing good guy stuff. And Barnett says the average person to you then would be like-minded folks that you associate with online. Communicate, text, call. He says, yes, people of a like mindset. But nothing illegal. Until the 29th, he says no. So he says, were you aware of any bad doings, anything at all, of the meetings, anything you'd been doing with the Watchmen at all? He said, I did not know anything, no, about Adam and the Watchmen. And he says, you were not in his militia at that point. He said, no. He said, is it true he tried to patch you in at that ride? He said, I think he wanted to read me an oath, which would kind of be like a patching in ceremony. So, yes. He said he'd been wanting you to be in his militia since June. Is that true? He said, I believe that was what's stated. Is that true? He says, yes. He said, well, were you in Adam's militia? He said, no. He said, why? He said, why would he be trying to get you to read an oath if you were already in his militia? Like, that would make no sense, right? And he agrees. He said, it's obvious I wasn't actually in his militia, and he was trying to get me in it at that point. And then he says, jumping forward, he showed up at your house that day. Who was he with? He says he was with Dan, CHS Dan. He does not recall what time directly that was. He said it was around afternoonish. So his lawyer's fiddling around with papers. He says, we're going to talk a little bit more about the RF device. You have the box to it, do you not? He said, I do. Have you found the manual to it? He said, I did. I found it last night. His lawyer says, did you? You don't remember when you bought it? He says, correct. How much did you pay for it? He said, I think it was $50, $60. And you bought it online, or? He said he bought it on Amazon, literally ordered from Amazon. Anyone could order it. This is not some big sophisticated device. It's a $60 toy from Amazon that he bought to impress clients and other people. He says, how long before the 29th did you purchase that device? And he says, I couldn't tell you. He said it was shortly before. So these two folks show up at your house. Yes. Sounded like they knock on the door. He says yes. He said, we have a tape. They played, basically knocked on the door, said hello to your mom. Were you there? Not. He wasn't there at that time. He got there pretty quickly, though, probably like within a minute. And he says, what was presented to you at that time? Like, did they say anything, introductions? Eric says, no, Adam, introduced me to Dan. He said, this is Dan. We went, Dan used the bathroom. He goes, has Adam ever been at your house before? Eric says, no. He said that was his first time. Did Dan say anything to you when he first got there? And he said, not right away. We just introduced ourselves. So Dan and Adam had never been to his house before. This was their first time there, both of them. What was the discussion once you got in? Once they came in your house, did they come into your house? And he says, well, they came in. Dan had to use the restroom, and they wanted to go get stoned. Of course, I'm sure with more FBI provided marijuana. Yes, Leo says day 11. They still want us to believe that this is legitimate. I would sooner take honesty lessons from Bill Clinton. I guess make-believe land can last as long as you want. Yes, Leo, I love that comment. It is so true. It is bizarre. We are in Alice in Wonderland. We're going in through the looking glass, and hopefully we're going to come out on the other side soon. I hope this doesn't last much longer because it's very hard for me to sit here and listen to the nonsense, knowing that it's all BS. So they went to go get stoned. They used marijuana. No one else in his family used it that day. He says, so if Dan said he saw or thought or assumed that your mother did, is that true or false? He said that would be false. Yes, if Eric smokes marijuana on a regular basis. He said, I did at that time, yes. Technically legal in Michigan at that time, do you know? He said, yes, at that time it was legal for recreational use. He said it was legal for something. So he's asked how many times did they smoke marijuana that day? And the look on his face is like, he's like, we smoked all day. You could tell. It's like, oh my gosh, that look on his face. He could not say how many times. He asked if he had something to drink that day. He said, yes, I drank a little bit before we took off. So he said, you're doing that in the morning? And he said he drank moonshine. Oh my God, what the hell is that? That he got from a coworker. That was from Kentucky. They had shared a room. So he had some alcohol. He's asking him how much he had. He said, I called it a couple whacks. It's more than a sip, you know? So he said, did your alcohol or marijuana use that day change anything that happened in your mind as far as your thinking and judgment? He said, I don't think the drinking did. He said, smoking, I get a lot more talkative. So there's that. He said it is relaxing. Yeah. 4 times with Adam that day that they smoked. He couldn't say. He said it's hard once you've already started smoking. Your perception of time is difficult to keep track. He's asked when was the last time he saw Adam prior to Adam showing up at his house that day. He said Grand Rapids. And then he says the last time he'd seen him was at that one time he saw him at the Rosa Parks rally. That's it. So that would have been a few months before. See him here and there, basically. And then they just communicated back and forth on the internet. That's it. And then, so he said, did he mention that other people were going to be invited? He said he mentioned there would be other people. And then he showed up without other people. He said, did you offer a person to come to help out? And he says, my buddy Ethan. Who's Ethan? He says, Ethan has been a friend of mine for 7 or 8 years now. He says, I don't know how else to explain him. He's a really good friend of mine. Did he go to you? Did he go with you to any community like protection thing? And he says, yes. Ethan went with him to Muskegon to help people stay down there. He went to rallies. He says the two of them hang out and do survival and prepper stuff together. So prepper stuff, militia stuff. He says, did you have anything illegal in your house that day other than maybe marijuana? He said, I think maybe the moonshine. If that everything else is legal, all of his guns, all of his equipment, all of it's legal. He said, did any of your buddies have stuff at your house? He said Ethan had some stuff at his house. He says, was there a picture full of all the stuff that came in the courtroom? He said, all was Ethan's stuff except the manual. The manual's mine. So the lawyers are asking, did he have his property taken from your home the day of your arrest? He said, yeah. He said, yeah, it was stolen. Like the government stole his gear and just never gave it back. They seized it and took it. So the lawyer asked, what happened once Dan and Adam got into your house? There was some marijuana smoke, but other than that, he says, that was about it. We were smoking. Dan used the bathroom. He came out. Him and Adam start talking about boosting a car. That was kind of weird at first, but then they said that the owner was aware of it. And he said, yeah, if you guys can come take it, feel free to give it a shot. So they were talking about that in my kitchen area. Because that's the only funny business you heard prior to getting in the vehicle. He said that was the only thing that was out of the norm, I guess. And then he said that sounded like what? He said that sounded like what to you? He said it sounded like they were given the green light to attempt boosting a car. They were trying to figure out how they were going to do it. Now he's asking about where was the RF detector at this time? Eric says it was in his house. And he doesn't remember. He was asked, where was it specifically in your house? He says he doesn't remember where specifically it was. He said he was walking out of his front room. It may have been on a stand. And he says, and what were you doing with it? He said, when I saw it, he grabbed it and wanted to show it off to these guys. So check this out. He said he showed it to Adam and Dan, turned it on, showed them how he thought that it worked. And Adam said, bring it to the FTX in a couple weeks. That would have been the Luther FTX. And he said, did you agree to do that? He said, yes, I did. He said, would you have done it otherwise? He said, would you have taken it anyways? He said, yeah. He said, showing off your gear, this is petty, but he said, it's kind of fun to show off your stuff because not everybody has the same stuff. And he said, especially like unique items like an RF detector, who else has that? So it's kind of like a point of pride for them. You want to show it off, you would brag about it. Like, yeah, I got this toy. Now, that was before he got into the truck. He says, did he tell you why he wanted you to bring it? He said he made comments about, for lack of a better words, operational security, but that's what it's for. It makes sense, right? And so his lawyer saying, how's that fit in with OPSEC? And so he says, militias are paranoid people. Majority are paranoid. He says, whether it's fake or real, that is how they portray themselves. And there's a lot of OPSEC at these things. You're not supposed to have your phone. He says, like, all these things, But he says, but you see phones pulled out. He says, you see phones at these events. He says, you see them. Nobody ever really sticks to the OPSEC. It's like for show in many ways. He says, so for OPSEC, the security device the RF device would be pretty unique. So he said, what was your response when asked to bring it to the training? He said, I said, heck yeah. How did you know there was an upcoming training coming? He told me. He said, bring it to the FTX. So the lawyer asked him, well, did you know about this before? And he said, no, like the FTX before this date. Were you aware of it? He said, I couldn't tell you. He doesn't remember. He said, it doesn't sound familiar. That might have been the first time I heard about it. And the lawyer says, and what did you do with the device at that time? He says he took it back at the house, tested it. The lawyer asked, did you have any real working knowledge about it at that point? He said, I showed them how I assumed it worked. I wouldn't call it knowledge. I just pulled it out of the box and started playing with it to see what it could do. So the lawyer asked, did you turn it on while you were standing next to Dan and Adam? He said, yes, I did. And then he says, did you know that Dan was wearing a wire at that point? He said, no, I did not. He said, did you know Dan was an informant, the CHS, for the FBI? He said, I did not know he was an informant. No. So he said, did that device go off when you were hanging out with Dan and Adam and Dan's wearing a freaking wire? He said it did go off. And what did it go off on? His phone, Dan's phone. It was in his hand. He said, what'd you do with his hand and the device? He said, so he was holding his phone and I waved it right over the phone. And like he said, unlike how some people say this is how it's used, he said, you don't have to do that for it to work. You have to. So he says, was he already holding his phone when you had the device in your hand? He said, yeah. He said his phone was in his hand. I don't know if he already had it in his hand or I requested him pull it out. I don't remember. Regardless, the phone was in his hands and it did go off on his phone. What was the purpose of doing that? He says just to show it off. And the lawyer asked, were you trying to do security to see if he had a wire? He said, no. He said it was obvious he had a cell phone. It was right there in his hand. He said, did you do it to Adam? He said, did you do anything else or were you just doing this to show them and demonstrate how it works? So he's saying, how do you know that your hand has to be that close? And he said it was really close. Why do you have to? He goes, why do you have to put the device that close to the phone? He says it doesn't work. He said it has to be like right on something for it to work. And what I've seen when I've used it. And his lawyer says, did you do research on this toy, this device? He says, yeah. After the raid, he said, I didn't do it when I had it in my possession. He says, I found out. And the lawyer asked, was it worth a lot of money? He says, no, it's not even worth $50. He said, that thing is junk. It's a piece of poop, he says. He said, it's really not good. It doesn't really do anything. It just is like a toy. So the lawyer says, after you show them, hey, look how cool this is, assuming that's what you talked about here, you're showing this thing off. You go up to the phone, makes a noise. What happens to the device after that? He says, I took it back in the house. We sat back down. He says, okay, and you had that for your security business? And he says, yes. Makes sense. You know, all of this makes sense. And this is a good point. So he said, when you got in the car, were you in the front or back seat? He said he was in the back seat behind the passenger. He was armed at that time. He said, did you believe Adam and Dan were armed at that point? He said, yes. He assumed both would be armed, yes. And you had yours with you. Is that different from any other day of your life having a firearm with you? He said it is not. He's asked if he sleeps with his gun, and he said there have been a few times that he slept with it. Yes. And then he said, do you take it with you when you go to stores, that sort of thing? He says, yes. Basically, he always has it. And yes, notice no objection from the prosecutor. I know. It's interesting. All right, so now they're on lunch break, and we're still on lunch break, so we're all caught up on today's proceedings. Would you guys look at that? Isn't that neat? So what we're going to do, and this is what I was trying to avoid, and that's why I wanted to start a little bit late in my covering of this, because I knew that, oh yeah, we're going to be on lunch. Lunch should be over soon, though. So what I'm going to do is, in the meantime, I'm going to play a video real quick so I can use the restroom. And yeah, I'll try to eat very, very quickly so that we can be back here and catch up. We'll be basically doing our play-by-play in real time at that point. So that should be fun. I think that the reason that they're not objecting is because I think that they're probably taking notes on everything he says and looking for how they're going to try to pull it apart. But you really can't, because the truth is the truth, I would say. Yeah. Daisy Girl says, go eat. I will. And as soon as, I believe they said that lunch would be over around 2:30. So that should be perfect timing. Let me bring up the video I'm going to play for in the meantime. You guys have seen this before, but why not? Okay. So we will play our weaponization committee highlights video because it's awesome and wonderful. And I'm very proud of that. Okay, so let me bring this up. And really, I mean, everybody should just hear that if they haven't. So let me do this. We'll bring that up. I'm going to real quick also put a banner for lunch. I think it is 2:30, so we'll just say that. Bring that up. Okay, guys, we're going to go on lunch for just very quick for like 15 minutes, and then I'll be back. Enjoy the video in the meantime.
I feel honored and privileged to be able to address this esteemed committee, and in an effort to reveal truth and justice for not just myself, but for all. In early May of 2019, the FBI launched a full investigation on me. At our trials, rigged so that we could not reveal the criminality of the FBI's actions in our case, they cited 3 reasons for the investigation. First, anonymous reporting of me illegally possessing firearms. They knew that anonymous reportings are difficult to validate, and as the highest law enforcement of the land, they should have been aware of the governor's pardon that I had received in April of 2019, rendering that claim to be bogus. Secondly, they cited my exercise of First Amendment free speech on social media, which may have been distasteful, but didn't reach the threshold of criminal. And third, and most important, was information they received from the Dallas field office. I hadn't been in or near Texas in 2019. This was merely retaliatory for my association with Kevin Lindell Massey, a 2014 border defender from Texas who was discovered by federal law enforcement on December 23, 2019 with a gunshot wound to the neck, which they ruled a suicide. They monitored my every move for 8 months, and I hadn't committed any crime. This included warrants for every form of communication I took part in, use of 24-hour physical surveillance teams, and social media informants who had never met me. All to no avail. I hadn't committed any crime. But the FBI was determined to obtain a prosecution against me. Their answer was to send CHSs, or confidential human sources, at me in January of 2020. The term CHS is very misleading. It implies that they are using informants. In Black's Law Dictionary, informant is defined as one who confidentially supplies information to the police about a crime. But what happens when law enforcement knows that there is no crime? The CHS is paid and used as an agent provocateur. The definition of agent provocateur in Merriam-Webster's dictionary is a person hired to infiltrate a group and incite its members to illegal action. The court sealed the discovery information in our case in order to cover up for the FBI. If you investigate this case, I swear before the Almighty God you'll find these words to be true. I apologize and have paid for my intoxicated ramblings that were recorded, but I did not conspire to commit any crime. In 1932, Supreme Court Justice Roberts stated in his opinion, courts must be closed to the trial of a crime instigated by the government's own agents. He also stated that preservation of the purity of its own temple belongs only to the court. But what happens when the court shields its eyes from the truth and through its rulings obscures the facts? I want to offer my sincerest gratitude for your obvious pursuit of the righteous truth. If we cannot rely on the judicial and executive branches to serve and protect justice, that awesome responsibility falls on the legislative branch, and all Americans should be encouraged by your efforts to do that. As for myself, and judging by my experience in this case, I feel that you are my only hope for the legitimate finding of fact in this matter. Thank you for hearing from me. God bless and protect the United States of America.
Average people are getting paid with taxpayer dollars to be informants against those very same people and to monitor them and surveil them, you know, and essentially snitch on them and tell the government what the people actually think about them so that the government can justify using their own citizens as pawns in politics, political pawns, in the magnitude of criminality that government agencies conduct on their citizens. She might not ever be able to get to see her son ever again on the outside, you know, because of what the government did to her son. The FBI preyed on Adam Fox like a lion would an elk or a deer, you know? They stalked Adam Fox like a lion would a gazelle. And they all ganged up on Adam Fox, just like the lions do in the wild. You know, when they come across some zebra, they all gang up on that one zebra, or they attack the baby zebra. You know, they try to find the weakest thing that they can find to kill, the easiest target. And that's what the FBI is doing in today's age. Including members of the Wolverine Watchmen and members of the 1st Continental Army, including Adam Fox, Steve Robeson, and specifically the Wisconsin Patriot 3% Militia, along with the Null Brothers, Brian Higgins, Eric Moltor, and others. So these groups that we're talking about here, like 1st Continental Army, Wisconsin Patriot 3% Militia, these were groups that were created by the FBI. These are groups that they are the FBI. You know, their informants are the leaders of these groups. The agents are saying, make a group online, create an event, get people to show up. And then they write in their documents that they've discovered these groups, right? They've discovered these groups during their investigation of their subjects, when in reality, they've directed their actual subjects to specifically create these groups and name them in certain ways. Yeah. To actually put CHS Dan in a leadership role of literally training all of the people at the training events, you know, because otherwise they can't really just put them up there and have them train everyone every single FTX. So they have to say, oh, well, we had to put him in that training position so he could make sure everyone was safe. And if you look at the data and you rewatch the videos or the audio, not one point in time was there ever a safe place to put your firearms before you went out onto the field. There was never any directions or anything like that from the government to try to maintain safety at all. They allowed very untrained people to run these courses without actually showing them anything. And then all they did was train the other kind of higher level people to make them look more deadly than they actually are. Training, the CHS frequently asked agents for direction on what weapons tactics were allowed to be taught. Now, this is an absolute lie. The agents said that they advised the CHS to provide instruction to individual members based on their request for assistance while shooting, and to provide general instruction to the group on marksmanship and form. Okay? This is an absolute lie. It's not like, we were showing up and then we were like, hey, will you teach us how to do this? Will you teach us how to do that? We don't know every single, drill there is to know. The reality of the situation was we knew a little bit, but when we came into the FTX, the government already had everything set up and ready to go. We're going to do medical right here. We're going to run this shoot house right there. We're going to run back and forth on these barrels right here. The hanging steel targets are over there. The barrels are here. It's already set up. So when you show up, everything's ready to go. And the range safety officers, I guess, or the trainers in the events are government agents and government informants. You know what I mean? It's not like they're standing around waiting for us to say, hey, should we build a shoot house? Or, hey, should we run this drill? No, they're doing it on their own. And then using that against us to say, oh, well, these guys, they're running this shoot house drill because they wanted to practice assaulting a building, or breaking into a building and killing people. Excuse me. And then when the defense pointed out, like, well, if they're supposed to be breaking in a building and shooting people, why do they have red targets with sad faces and then a bunch of smiley targets that are green? That means that those are friendlies. Those aren't people you should shoot. This isn't something that, people who are training to conduct violence are going to put. If they're terrorists that don't care about human life, why would they put friendly targets, that they shouldn't shoot in the drills that they're running? It doesn't make any sense. And then it also says in here, and this is probably one of the most important things to understand that's in their documentation, is that the CHS was advised that in his role as XO or LT, which is like, a commanding officer, that the CHS was not to initiate any ideas, help develop any attack plans, or help Joe Morrison maintain control of the group. And as we've talked about, that's literally all they did, was try to maintain control of a group that was splintering off into other areas and were no longer associating with each other, and then suggesting, criminal type behavior to conduct against politicians or other people that were aside from the actual conspiracy charge.
Yeah, and here's another thing. It says here that CHSs were advised not to use controlled substances or whatever, and not to participate and stuff like that. But at the same time, they're taking them out to get drunk. They're paying for their food, for their beers, and they're watching these people get stoned. Steve Robson, I believe, did get stoned with these guys. So they're doing things that they're claiming on paper they're not doing, but they're doing the exact opposite of that. So that's just another thing that is interesting here.
Steve Robeson was buying ounces of weed and giving it to Barry Croft for free. This is, trying to entice him to smoke and say, the most ridiculous things that people say when they're high on marijuana, and this is the type of behavior that they say on paper that they're not supposed to do. But then when you actually see the evidence for what it is, that's all they're doing, is what they're not supposed to be doing. And these things are recorded. So what that tells you is that there's over 150 bullet points here in these documents with nothing illegal happening. And in every single instance, Dan Chappell is the one that's recording it. You have Dan Chappell or Steve Robeson who are there recording all of these data points, which shows that it wasn't like they heard about something that was going on. They were there and they created it. They didn't hear about something or an event and then tell the FBI about it. The FBI told them to create the event and go there and then record the event so that they can document it. And there's so many things where, they don't have me calling Adam on here. They don't have any of us calling each other on here in that way. They just have the government informants calling Adam Fox or Barry Croft.
Right. So if Adam Fox was a leader of a group, you'd expect there to be more communication with him and the members of the group he's supposedly leading, and has just consolidated power and control over or whatever, and he's now giving people directives. There's nothing that actually shows any of that happened. An interesting data point here is on June 14th, 2020, there's a phone call between Big Dan Chappell, the government's lead informant, and Adam Fox. This is before Fox is seen at the Capitol protests where other members of the Watchmen were present. So how was Adam first, how did he even come into contact with Dan? Where did that happen at? It's very bizarre, very strange, and no one had met him prior to that. Very interesting.
Was never recorded that they had put in their information, and it has multiple other people as interceptees on this phone call. So what did they do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6-person triple 3-way whatever phone call? That doesn't really make sense. What this tells me is that the government had focused on Adam before Adam ever even was involved with us at all, and actually convinced certain members of the group to actually allow Adam to come to the training property. Yeah, absolutely. The government created that entire meeting, and unfortunately this didn't get to come into the trial, but I had discovered this in the discovery, that there was text messages between FBI agents and other FBI agents, as well as FBI agents to their informants, where their informants are reporting back to them and the agents are reporting to the other agents, where they're literally saying, hey, they're not planning anything. They're not talking about any planning. Like, what do you want me to do here? They're not talking about any planning. Barry Croft is about to leave. You know what I mean? So then you have the FBI, and this is real, man. This is in actual text messages where the government is saying that this is a national attack planning meeting, but then behind the scenes, the FBI agents are texting each other saying, hey, there's no plan here, man. There's nothing actually going on. There's nothing criminal here. We need to get some sort of evidence. Like, we need to get them to talk about a plan or something, because we need that conviction. We need that data. So there's no criminality happening over time here. And what you have is the FBI wanting there to be criminality. They want it to occur. And if the people aren't going to do it on their own, then they're going to have to take over and do it themselves.
Yeah,
I feel honored and privileged to be able to address this esteemed committee, and in an effort to reveal truth and justice for not just myself, but for all. In early May of 2019, the FBI launched a full investigation on me. At our trials, rigged so that we could not reveal the criminality of the FBI's actions in our case, they cited 3 reasons for the investigation. First, anonymous reporting of me illegally possessing firearms. They knew that anonymous reportings are difficult to validate, and as the highest law enforcement of the land, they should have been aware of the governor's pardon that I had received in April of 2019, rendering that claim to be bogus. Secondly, they cited my exercise of First Amendment free speech on social media, which may have been distasteful, but didn't reach the threshold of criminal. And third and most important was information they received from the Dallas field office. I hadn't been in or near Texas in 2019. This was merely retaliatory for my association with Kevin Lindell Massey, a 2014 border defender from Texas who was discovered by federal law enforcement on December 23, 2019 with a gunshot wound to the neck, which they ruled a suicide. They monitored my every move for 8 months, and I hadn't committed any crime. This included warrants for every form of communication I took part in, use of 24-hour physical surveillance teams, and social media informants who had never met me. All to no avail. I hadn't committed any crime. But the FBI was determined to obtain a prosecution against me. Their answer was to send CHSs, or confidential human sources, at me in January of 2020. The term CHS is very misleading. It implies that they are using informants. In Black's Law Dictionary, informant is defined as one who confidentially supplies information to the police about a crime. But what happens when law enforcement knows that there is no crime? The CHS is paid and used as an agent provocateur. The definition of agent provocateur in Merriam-Webster's dictionary is a person hired to infiltrate a group and incite its members to illegal action. The court sealed the discovery information in our case in order to cover up for the FBI. If you investigate this case, I swear before the Almighty God you'll find these words to be true. I apologize and have paid for my intoxicated ramblings that were recorded, but I did not conspire to commit any crime. In 1932, Supreme Court Justice Roberts stated in his opinion, courts must be closed to the trial of a crime instigated by the government's own agents. He also stated that preservation of the purity of its own temple belongs only to the court. But what happens when the court shields its eyes from the truth and through its rulings obscures the facts? I want to offer my sincerest gratitude for your obvious pursuit of the righteous truth. If we cannot rely on the judicial and executive branches to serve and protect justice, that awesome responsibility falls on the legislative branch, and all Americans should be encouraged by your efforts to do that. As for myself, and judging by my experience in this case, I feel that you are my only hope for the legitimate finding of fact in this matter. Thank you for hearing from me. God bless and protect the United States of America.
Average people are getting paid with taxpayer dollars to be informants against those very same people and to monitor them and surveil them, you know, and essentially snitch on them and tell the government what the people actually think about them so that the government can justify using their own citizens as pawns in politics, political pawns, in the magnitude of criminality that government agencies conduct on their citizens. She might not ever be able to get to see her son ever again on the outside, you know, because of what the government did to her son. The FBI preyed on Adam Fox like a lion would an elk or a deer, you know? They stalked Adam Fox like a lion would a gazelle. And they all ganged up on Adam Fox, just like the lions do in the wild. You know, when they come across some zebra, they all gang up on that one zebra, or they attack the baby zebra. You know, they try to find the weakest thing that they can find to kill, the easiest target. And that's what the FBI is doing in today's age, including members of the Wolverine Watchmen and members of the 1st Continental Army, including Adam Fox, Steve Robeson, and specifically the Wisconsin Patriot 3% militia, along with the Null brothers, Brian Higgins, Eric Moltor, and others. So these groups that we're talking about here, like 1st Continental Army, Wisconsin Patriot 3% militia, these were groups that were created by the FBI. These are groups that they are the FBI. You know, their informants are the leaders of these groups. The agents are saying, make a group online, create an event, get people to show up. And then they write in their documents that they've discovered these groups, right? They've discovered these groups during their investigation of their subjects, when in reality, they've directed their actual subjects to specifically create these groups and name them in certain ways.
It's true.
To actually put CHS
100%.
in a leadership role of literally training all of the people at the training event.
Y'all got to hear,
because otherwise,
Big Dan testify, oh, he's such a special boy that he had to we had to protect what he looks like. Like, this is the dumbest thing about this, because guys, anyone who wants to know what Dan Chappell looks like, it isn't hard to find. I found his old Twitter profile in 5 minutes of sleuthing. 5 minutes of just open source research, okay? He has his Twitter page from 2010. Anyone can go look at him. He used to be a firearms instructor. He's sitting there in his stupid chair. And in fact, I mean, we don't owe these people anything. I don't have to protect his stupid identity. His name's out there. And like, all of this shit is public information. So I might even bring it up just to show you guys what a butt boy looks like. That's what we're calling him. Swing. Here we go. Ha ha. Sorry, Big Dan, Thor, whatever your name is. Code name Thor. Like, how dorky. I'm sorry, but how dorky is the FBI to give this informant the code name Thor? Oh, he's a special boy. He's Thor. And so this is an article on my Substack. FBI and informants lied about pretext to open investigation in Michigan case. The Michigan Whitmer kidnapping plot case continues to unravel. I wrote this in October of 2022. Jesus, guys, it's almost been an entire year. I want to make this. Danielle, you knew a guy named Thor. Oh my God. Oh my, Daisy girl. Brandon's gonna be happy to see that. Okay, so I wrote this almost a year ago at this point. How wild. You can see in my graphic here, it's called Anatomy of a Frame Job. And this scum that you see here is a convicted pedophile. Look at him. Look at him. For all and sundry to see. Look at it. Look at its gross fat face. Look at its gross pedo beard and its gross pedo glasses. Why they all look like that? And this guy here is Big Dan. This picture. Look at the guns behind him on the walls. He's holding one in his hand. We're supposed to believe that Adam Fox, the homeless man living in the basement of the Vac Shack, is dangerous. Adam, who's never been in trouble before prior to this case, oh yeah, this is supposed to be, come on. guys, like, and you guys know, I know I don't have to tell you all. Yeah, but FBI got discount on pork, it seems. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Aw. I'm sorry. Somebody on Twitter shared the post about Eric and his family and praying for them, and I just want to share that because it's super, super important in my opinion, you know? All right, so yeah, you see that pedo freak. Yeah, ew, it's a creature. Exactly. That's right. He looks like he hangs out at the park trolling for kids. That's exactly what this weirdo does. Oh, and let me tell you guys, okay, you are going to want to watch this documentary when it comes out. And I'm looking now at probably a release date of, we'll say January. So in a few months, I have one more location I have to travel to interview. And that's the other thing. The reason why have fundraised for the documentary and stuff is because I foresaw lawfare being an issue with this case in particular. So my thinking on that is, if I'm going to be interviewing people for this documentary, this is going to be all of my footage and I'm going to own all of it. And I also contacted a local news outlet to inquire about licensing some of their footage about this, because you want to have some newsreels in the documentary from when this happened. And of course, you can use some as fair use, but I'm trying to be respectful, right? And nice, like a normal person, and ask permission and offer to pay to license it. And I was told that their media, local media, so they have to be that line in the middle, and that they don't allow their likeness or image or whatever to be used on potentially biased commentary. It was a bizarre, and I'll read it just so people can understand. Our name, image, and likeness cannot be associated with commentary that could impact our credibility. As a news outlet, we have to be that middle line in the road. Sharing content that could be used in a biased discussion is not something we can approve. What does that mean? What does that even mean? I asked them if this was an official policy, like you don't license footage, your news footage, to be used by other companies. This is a lie. We know that they do. So I asked if it was an official policy, and that was the response. And it's like, every news segment you do is biased commentary, with all due respect. You know, so I foresaw this being an issue, and this is why all of my stuff, I have to go travel to all these different places and film myself. So, yeah. Anyways, but as far as this freak goes, this pedo, oh, you haven't heard the half of what this weirdo is up to. And you have to watch the documentary to get that. I know that Thomas has talked a little bit on the stream before about his interactions with the pedo, but I think that there's a lot more that's going to come out. You'll see in that documentary that is going to blow your mind about what is the FBI doing, employing these types of people. Like, hello, they're sick. So you can see Thor, Big Dan. When does the documentary deploy? We're looking at, as I said, a release date of 2024. So January of 2024. I'm saying early in the year, January. There's only really one more place I have to go to interview somebody. And after that, it's pretty much done. We're talking, I want to be in Michigan for the verdict in this trial, and I'd like to be with the family the night before the verdict comes in, and I would like to capture that, because I think people need to understand what it would be like to be in a situation where you might be facing being taken from your kids for something like 20 years. You know, you're facing being ripped from your family. And I think that everybody needs to see what that's like. And I would like to have that in there as well. And then it'll move into the editing and all of that. And then we'll wrap it up. It is technically fair use to just put some parts of news footage in a documentary. Obviously, a documentary is significantly transformative. It's also for educational purposes, newsworthiness. There's, you know, some it's a fair use as a thing, but it's always best to get permission from people. Like, I was just trying to be respectful, you know, and ask just so I knew for sure, because I know that they're going to look for anything they can to go after me, especially with lawfare stuff. Anything to cost me time and money or delay my work, they will do. And so I am raising this money to finish this thing all completely on my own. And I've had to travel to at least 5 different states, and it costs money. Like, I've had to rent Airbnbs. I've had to, things happen. It costs money for equipment. You know, I'm very lucky that we happen to have some of this equipment already. So I didn't have to go buy it all brand new. But if one person, I'm one person, and then I have my editor, I have a very small, basically very small people group working on this. I don't have a team. I don't have a production team. I have nothing like that. I don't have a budget. I don't have credit cards to go pay for it because I just don't use credit cards. I think people should live within their means. Although I do recognize, like, for business purposes, there might be benefits to using stuff like that. I just don't like, I like to, you know, I just don't like credit cards because I am very ass chapped by the notion of paying interest on something. You know, who's getting that money? We all know who's getting the interest, okay? And it isn't anyone good. So I just feel like I'm not going to participate in your little phony scheme of social credit or whatever it is. That's technically what credit scores are. It's basically like a social credit score anyways. They're saying that, like, oh, she's a good girl and pays her bills on time or whatever. I don't care to be on anybody's good girl list or whatever. And I just really don't like the idea of interest. Like, honestly, even if, I mean, to be fair, okay, I could understand if you're lending out money, and you're taking risk, you better get some return on that. And I could understand a reasonable interest rate, but these credit card companies are out of control and they're insane. And some of the predatory aspects of the lending that goes on, that when they're giving loans to people who they know can't afford them and can't afford to pay them back. I mean, to be fair, this is how we got into the subprime mortgage crisis, because Bill Clinton's government decided that, oh, it's a great idea to try to force banks to give loans to minorities, basically people that could not afford them. They were putting through this sort of, like, I don't know what you call it, like affirmative action, but they're basically like racial quotas that they have to do with quote unquote equity. And basically what they were doing was victimizing these communities. They would have people who did not have the ability to pay back these mortgages. They'd give them the ability to take out a mortgage, but they also had the adjustable rate mortgages as well. So some of these people, when they first signed up for their mortgage, it was affordable. But then after a certain period of time, they kick in that the rate changes. And then they can, all of a sudden, these people can't afford it when that changes. And then they default and lose their home, you know, and it's just, that's awful. You didn't help those people by giving them a loan that they couldn't afford. You've now made their lives even harder by putting them into debt, and now they're getting evicted, and now they're going to be homeless. They could have just purchased something within their means. They could have rented a property, you know, and not had any of this happen to them. But anyways, that's another discussion for another day. I could talk about this stuff forever, and I know no one wants to hear that. So, getting back to these scumbags here, look at the two clowns. So, why are we pretending that this guy is in witness protection because the FBI helped him to relocate after he framed a group of innocent people? He's not in witness protection, number one. If he is, haha, embarrassing and absurd. Number two, this is information that is already out there in the public domain. Anyone could go look at what he looks like. Now, here's the other thing I'm going to put forward to you guys. Keep in mind this picture of Dan, Big Dan the informant, codename Thor, is from 2010. This guy is not in shape. He does not even look like that anymore. He looks like that, but with a beer belly. So let's not think that this is a man that is in shape. The code name Thor, frankly, is ridiculous. I mean, no one's looking at... I look at him from the training video they put out from Luther. He's balding, first of all. So that hairline has receded even more. But he also looks like a blimp. With all due respect, he looks like a blimp. I'm just gonna say it. Round is a shape. That's true. Danielle's right. And yeah. So anyways, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make fun of this guy because he's a scumbag, and he is the reason that Barry is sitting in Terre Haute right now. He is the reason that Adam is sitting in Florence Supermax. And I always say, I will name and shame these people for what they did. And really, I think that Dan should be brought up on conspiracy to kidnap charges. I think he should be the one charged with providing material support. I don't know, sir. Respectfully, you led these trainings. Arguably, you did more than Eric Mulleter. Why are you not being charged with providing material support? Oh, yeah. A bowling ball with legs. Oh my gosh. It's true, though. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? This man has GPS coordinates. Oh my gosh. You guys are going to get me in trouble. I'm not supposed to be ragging on them too much. You know, I'm trying to be professional here, guys. And frankly, I'm more professional than all of these guys, these pedos and weirdos and perverts and freaks that the FBI employs. And I mean, quite literally, all of their informants are weirdos, perverts, freaks, and they're all basically doing it because they've been essentially, usually it's their criminals, right? Like Steve, he's a 20-year felon, and he first started working for the FBI. He actually became an informant during, I think it was 1980, late 80s. He was, if I understand correctly, incarcerated with, so he was part of these biker gangs. And at one point, he is incarcerated with another gentleman, also part of a biker gang, who was accused of essentially murder. I guess he committed an arson, and then somebody ended up dying. And, you know, so Steve's apparently, while he's incarcerated with this guy, testifies for the prosecutors in that case and says that there was a jailhouse confession, right? Basically, that this guy confessed to him that he had set the fire or whatever that did this. And so that was Steve's first instance that we know of being an FBI informant and a snitch. Okay. He has a history of that. And I think you'll find there's a lot more to this freak than meets the eye. And there's a lot of weird stuff that he was involved in that the FBI clearly did not want people to know about. And that's why Robeson has always been kept off the stand. They arrested him and charged him with a gun charge for something they knew he was doing, just to burn him as an informant and have a reason to keep him off the stand. They knew that if he got up there, my God, I mean, look at him. It wouldn't take long to figure out this weirdo's up to weird stuff. So, I have over 1,000 subscribers now on my Substack. That's so cool. I didn't even know that. Why are you asking me to subscribe to my own Substack? Hello. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. And this is an important thing to touch on. I wrote this a year ago. On October 7, the FBI, this is for the federal case, arrested 6 men they claimed had conspired to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. They claimed the men were engaged in a domestic terror plot that the agency had quote unquote foiled. As the case went through the legal process, discovery showed a different story than what the FBI and DOJ had initially claimed. The FBI had used a network of at least 12 informants or CHSs and 2 undercover agents. Now that's 3 because we know about the online covert employee, Lauren Hastings, still an undercover agent. That still counts. The government pressured and coerced 2 men into taking plea deals and testifying to the government narrative. 4 men took the case to trial, which ended with 2 men being acquitted of all charges and a mistrial being declared in regards to the other 2 defendants. The government then decided to retry those defendants with a new, more quote-unquote diverse jury, that was a thing, to get the outcome they desired, which of course was a conviction. The other men, who were loosely affiliated with the Michigan militia group the FBI set up, the Wolverine Watchmen, have been charged in state court. The state of Michigan versus Paul Bellar, Joe Morrison, and Pete Musico is currently underway in Traverse City. We learned more about the FBI's pretext for opening the investigation into the Watchmen. Mainly, we have learned that the FBI is lying about their pretext for initiating the investigation. There were 2 main government informants in the case: Steve Robbie Robson, a career criminal and longtime snitch, and Dan, Big Dan Chappell, a veteran who was the government's star witness. And my God, nothing screams sex offender more than that image. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Excuse me, respectfully, could you imagine that freak touching you when you're a child? Look at it and look at the eyes. These people have a look about them. Demon, exactly. You can tell that it's almost as if there is a specific phenotype. Why do they all look like that? They have a look about them where you can tell, there's something wrong with you, buddy. Yeah, put him in Gen Pop, they'll fix him. No, the FBI has given him a sweetheart deal for the firearms charge he got when they burned him as an informant in December of 2020. So he is, he's not incarcerated, although he should be. And he most likely tried to burn down his own home in an effort to obtain insurance money. That would just be one of a long number of crimes on his rap sheet, which is lengthy. But look at that. I mean, could you imagine? I could not imagine being a child and having this freak assault me, which is what he did to a child. And you'll hear more about that in the documentary. What an absolute scumbag. Oh, this is the people who the FBI employs. That's his mugshot picture. And here's Big Dan. Big Dan. Thor. Codename Thor. Yeah. Carol Howe didn't get treated that well, exactly. She didn't get treated well at all. So yeah, we're naming and shaming these folks. You're not in witness protection. You're not some hero, war hero. You're nothing but a self-interested weirdo. And we want to know more about why you wanted to have an escape hatch in your house. What were you doing in your basement, Dan? What's with the weird stuff you had down there? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, that picture is from a publicly available Twitter account that dates back to 2010. Thank you. So, FBI presents no proof or evidence for pretext to open investigation. FBI Special Agent Henrik Impala and CHS Dan claim the FBI opened its investigation into the Watchmen in March of 2020. They claim they opened the investigation after Dan Chappell, wanting to maintain his, quote, perishable tactical skills, joined the Watchmen Facebook group, which he claims to have magically come across while simply searching for pro-2A groups on the platform. So we don't need to get into all of this, except that it's filled with lies. It's filled with lies and more lies. And I've discovered even more lies since then. They had no pretext, no probable cause, except things that they'd made up. You know, it is what it is. But they're all liars. And you know what? I can tell you this. Guess who's never tried to sue me for any kind of defaming of them? Dan Chappell. I'm just saying. A little bit weird, right? Okay. I think that we should be back from lunch here and ready to go. Are we back from lunch? No? Oh my gosh. They're still on lunch. How is this real? Oh, no. Actually, okay, they came back. I think we're on another afternoon break. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Jesus Christ on a bicycle. What is going on now? What? No. Why you don't work? This is ridiculous. I don't know if it's my browser or if it's just the stream, but Jesus, Mary and Joseph, why is this being difficult? So they just got back from lunch and they're picking up where they left off. Boomers, guys, you know this. Yeah, they're working hard to misuse our tax dollars. You all know that I boomer technology. This is not a new revelation. This is what everyone knows, what you can come to expect with me. I literally highlight and print out everything because I like to physically touch it. I'm very old school. I like to sniff it. I like to touch it and hold it in my hands. I like to highlight because I feel like when I'm reading, after I read something and when I highlight it, I feel like it helps me retain the information better. Also, sometimes when I'm working with documents, I take notes as well, which also helps with retention. I cannot, for whatever reason, and I know some people can, and that's great. I cannot retain information when I am reading things in PDF format, like electronic documents, especially long ones like that. I just cannot do it. I read it and there's zero retention. As soon as I've read it, it's like gone already from my mind. So I actually have to have like the physical things to be able to keep the information and retain it properly. All right, let's get back into it. They just got back from lunch. Don't sniff it. What? Oh man, but everybody sniffs paper and books. I'm not the only one that loves the smell of books. I know that to be a fact. Other people sniff books too. It isn't just me. Right? Or is that weird? That will only work for Oompa Loompa dispensed candy-coated government BS-filled pets. Oh, man. Special Agent Oompa Loompa. Oh, my gosh. Like Giles from Buffy. Aw, I love Giles. He's such like a dad figure, you know? And Buffy was like one of my favorite shows growing up. I totally had my own Vampire Slayer kit. Ask Jamie. If you're still in chat, Jamie was my best friend. We grew up together in Florida, and Jamie and I had our own wooden stakes and holy water and crucifixes. We had our own vampire slaying kit, and there's nothing weird about it. It's totally fine. Every girl had one growing up, obviously. So we're getting back into Danielle says I have the comics and books. Oh my god, I did the comics too. Not only that, I had the Sunnydale. They made a Sunnydale yearbook that you could get, and then you could also order online. You could get the what's the thing she uses? It's not a scythe, but it looks like. So at the last season there, she has this like thing. It's sort of like a battle axe, and it's super cool looking. And you could order it online, like for like $150, I think, at that time, because mind you, this is like 2005 time frame that we're talking about. And there was this one collector store that I loved. That was by where my mom would get her nails done. And so when my mom went to get her nails done, I would be like in this store for the whole half hour, whatever it was. And I would buy not only the comics, but they also had figurines. So you could get little dolls. And I had those too. Is it a sickle? That may be what it's called. There was an actual like word for it though from the Buffy verse. I forget what they called it, but it had like a special there was a special word for it, and I can't believe I don't remember. But it wasn't a scythe. That may be it. But there was like a certain word for that, because she had like a special one, and it had some kind of thing on it or whatever. It was supposed to be like a historic like item, you know, that she was wielding there. It wasn't just like one that you could just buy. I don't remember what it was called, but anyways. Yeah, I remember I would make my mother, when we went to Costco always had like they'd have the DVDs out and stuff. And I would always make her buy me, like when a new season came out, I'd make her go buy the whole box set for it. I also had the collector set at the end of the last season that had all of the seasons together in the collector set, in addition to having the individual seasons. What is wrong with us? And it oh my god. What else? Yeah. No one needs to know about this stuff now. I also did have a goth phase. This is true. I even had dyed my hair black. And you guys know I naturally am blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin. So you could imagine my teenage goth phase, dyeing my hair black. Like, I do not have the skin color to have black hair, nor do I have the eyebrow color to have black hair. So my eyelashes and eyebrows are almost see-through, actually. So when I was a teenager and I dyed my hair black, I looked ridiculous. Are those what I think they are? Thank you. Where's the ketchup? Oh, you already have those. Thank you, honey.
It's like that thing from the...
Yeah, from the Addams Family. He's just a hand. Can you also get me a napkin?
Yep.
Thank you. Oh no! Oh my gosh. I am not a redhead. I don't know where does this misinformation come from? You guys are so rude. I've never been. Well, no, that's a lie. Actually, during the goth phase, which, to be fair, respectfully, was a punk phase. At that time, I didn't call myself goth. I was punk. Okay. But anyways, I did do red hair at one point so I did the black hair. I did the black hair, and then my eyebrows were almost see-through. I have blonde eyebrows and blonde eyelashes, very pale skin, and then the black hair. And even my mom said that I looked goofy, and so I knew she was right. So then what I did after that, and I should not have done this, but I did not have any actual authority. My mom did not really care or pay attention to the things I did. So if I dyed my hair and stuff, she didn't care. Basically, as long as it wasn't bothering her, she didn't care what I was doing. So my sister bleached my hair after we had dyed it black, and I looked ridiculous. My sister then said, "Oh, we can fix it and we can turn it back if we just bleach it. That'll get all of the black out of your hair and it'll just be like it used to be." That was a lie. She was lying. So we bleached my hair and it turned orange, and it was bad. I mean, bad. I honestly believe I permanently damaged my hair during this phase of my life where I had no parental discipline. Someone should have stepped in and said no and taken the bleach. But anyways, so my hair was orange, and then my sister was like, "Oh, let's just dye it red, and then no one will be able to tell it's orange because it looks so brassy." It was awful. So then we got this red hair dye that was from, do you guys remember that brand that always had the hair dye brand that had all the weird bright colors? They had this, yeah, blame your sister. Caroline's going to be so mad at me. They had this, there was that one brand of hair dye that had all the weird colors, like the bright blue and green and whatnot. And they had this bright red that was like ketchup red. And I thought it was so cool. Manic Panic, that's what it was. Yes. And I'm like, oh, this is so cool. So we dyed my hair red. And I have to tell you guys, even with the blonde eyebrows, the red hair I thought looked very nice on me. That bright red, although I felt like it looked too Fifth Element-y at that point in time, but I also thought it was very punk and very cool. And then I did other weird things. I had blue hair once and purple and green. I don't know what was wrong with me. This is why teenagers should not make life-altering decisions. They certainly can't decide what gender they are, because, I mean, you just don't know. Eat your food. These are French fries. I will eat the fries. They're from the sandwich shop, which really does have the best fries. And the breading on them is really good. All right. The thing is that I can't eat it because I have to talk to narrate the proceedings. What I could do, play a video real quick, stuff my face, and then come back, because no one likes watching somebody eat. That's gross. I don't know what's wrong with the people who like the mukbangs. I am not one of them, though. I think it's strange. And I think the people that like that is weird. So I'm going to play this video real quick from Joe Morrison for the Weaponization Committee. No, it is true. You guys do not want to see it and you don't want to hear it. Oh, like anyone wants to see someone stuffing their face and hear them crunching on a freaking French fry, talking with their mouth full, and then probably getting ketchup on their lovely blouse. Just let me play the 2-minute video, stuff my face, and then we'll get going. I promise. All right, guys. And then we get right back to the play-by-play.
My name is Joseph Morrison. I was entrapped, framed, slandered, defamed, and falsely convicted and imprisoned because of the weaponization of the DOJ, particularly the FBI. My constitutional rights were violated and used against me. Instead of investigating and following evidence, the FBI in my case, through CHS Dan Chappelle, at the guidance of Special Agents Henrik Impala and Jason Chambers, created and manufactured a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Dan Chappelle led all combat training and even paid for people to go to training at other CHS Steve Robeson's property in Wisconsin, who otherwise would not be able to attend. Without Dan Chappelle and the FBI, no plot would have ever happened, nor would have most parties.
This call is from a federal prison.
Please do the research into this case and see the facts, all the facts. Unseal all documents in this case, especially the text messages between Dan and his handling agents. Show the totality of the corruption to the American people. Don't just use this as a prop to appease your base or get votes. We are hurting. Our families are hurting. My wife, my children are hurting. My mother-in-law is hurting. Myself and these other men do not belong in prison. We belong at home, raising our children, loving our wives, helping our communities, working our jobs. You have the power and opportunity to right an injustice, to show the American people that the Constitution still matters, and that the FBI can't operate as the Stasi of East Germany, targeting and entrapping political opponents. You have the opportunity to go down in history as those who stand against the tide of injustice, to stand firmly for truth, liberty, and justice. All it takes for evil to prevail is for the good to be silent. So I earnestly ask you to do not be silent to this evil. If you are, history will remember you as cowards. Strong and courageous, may God grant you the wisdom and courage to stand for justice.
Amen to that. Woo! Okay. Sorry. I just have to say, I think Mr. Morrison did very good with that. So I had asked him to, the first time I talked to him was while I was filming for the documentary. And I didn't know. So it was like a spur of the moment thing. I had no idea I was going to get to talk to him that day. And I didn't have anything prepared. I wasn't sure, like, it just happened. And so the first time I talked to him, I kind of asked him, there's only 15 minutes on these phone calls. So you get 15 minutes and you're like, in between those 15 minutes, you hear they do that dumb thing where they literally cut the person off who's talking just to let you know that the call is coming from a federal correctional institute. And it's like, I know I heard that when I answered the phone and had to accept the call. And it says, this is a call from a federal prison, like I know what I'm listening, like, they do it just to mess with people and just as part of a humiliation ritual. So I didn't know I was going to be able to talk to him. It was just a spur of the moment thing. And so I kind of asked him something like, if you could say something to the Weaponization Committee, what would it be? Because I didn't know when, if ever, I'd be able to talk to him on the phone again. And he kind of spur of the moment didn't really know what to say. I mean, he said something, but I think he also wanted to talk to his kids and stuff, and his family, which is obviously understandable. And I would expect him to do that, not to waste his time talking to some documentarian. And so, yeah, it's all part of a psychological game. Yes. So I asked him to think about it, and then so he did, and that recorded call is from that he actually had time to think about it. And I thought he wrote a very good statement to the weaponization committee, trying to urge them to, I don't know, do something like they're supposed to be investigating weaponization of the federal government. I don't actually see them doing that. All it's been is Hunter Biden this and Hunter Biden that. No one cares. The entire world knows Hunter Biden is a crackhead screw up. Everyone knows that the Bidens are a crime family and that they operate in a very similar manner. But guess what? Newsflash, it is not just Hunter Biden. It isn't just Biden. The Clintons were the same way. All of DC is like this. It is with all of them. So I understand doing something like, hey, we're going to enact term limits. We're going to make this a thing so that you cannot be a career politician, and coming up with things that could be applied to everybody and passing legislation. What they do is hold stupid hearings and then put out their dumb documents that are designed to elicit donations. They're not doing anything of import or that's going to make a long-term difference. Who cares at this point? Hunter Biden is in his 50s. You know, it's like, it'd be nice for him to have to face the equal treatment that a regular person would if they did his crimes, but it would be nice if all of them, all of the Nepo babies had to, DC Nepo babies, shall we say, had to face consequences. Like, a symbolic ceremonial thing to get Hunter Biden is not helpful. Like, we get that he's stupid, but no one cares. Like, we all know. No one cares about the details of his IRS scams. No one cares about the details of what he was doing with Rosemont Seneca and Bohai Harvest and all these other companies he's on the boards of for things he knows nothing about. Everyone understands it's influence peddling. We all understand that it's racketeering. Well, charge him under the RICO Act or don't. Refer him for prosecution or don't. No one cares about your making this a televised fundraising scheme. It gives Sean Hannity something to blather about. Yeah, for an hour every weekend. Exactly. That's right. And no one else cares, okay? We want to actually see, like, why don't you guys start by defunding the IRS then? Why don't you start by defunding the FBI? I've not seen this proposed. I've not seen them doing anything for anybody. The weaponization committee's done nothing for all their, virtue signaling about how they're going to be the church committee 2.0. As far as I know, the church committee actually uncovered real and relevant things. So it wasn't a soap opera in a Real Housewives situation. No one cares about the Real Housewives of Hunter Biden, and the Biden family. It's a soap opera. We know. They're all weird. We know. There was weird things in Ashley's diary. We know. He's saying weird things to children. We know. Can't keep his hands off them. We know. Can't stop smelling them. We know. We're seeing it all. Now do something or shut up. All right, getting back to, we're still on direct with Mr. Barnett and Mr. Molitor. So now they're once again talking about the fucking RF device, the $50 toy from Amazon.com. He did not take it with him. They went to Dan's vehicle, he entered the back seat, Everybody else was, he got in the back seat of the passenger side. Adam was in the passenger seat, and Dan was driving. CHS Dan. Eric, you should be calling him Informant Dan or CHS Dan. We will discuss this later. Other than that, your testimony has been really good, but you should always remind the jury that this man is a rat and a snitch and not credible by calling him CHS Dan or Informant Dan, because that's true. So Dan's driving, meaning the FBI is driving. Adam's in the passenger seat, and Eric is in the back seat, but sitting behind Adam. So he said when he got in the vehicle, Adam made a comment about, we're going to scope out the Tyrant B's house. And he said, right after that, he then said, maybe we're going to blow up her bones. Oh my God, poor Adam. I bet Dan gassed him up to say that, you know, before they picked Eric up. And this is so tragic. And Adam probably is thinking that this is all a joke, you know? He probably thinks it's funny because Adam was very naive and way too trusting. And he really did. I mean, he said a lot of things, but it doesn't mean he meant them. And you have to understand that by that point, by August, Adam has had numerous informants, including, I would suggest, his ex-girlfriend, Amanda Keller, all hounding him, working him. First of all, telling him he's special, he's going to be a leader. The FBI makes him the leader of a fake militia group, and they give him the business cards and say, yeah, you're head of the Michigan chapter of this fake militia group. Oh, we made this Facebook page for you. We're going to administer it, but here you go. Here's this business card that we made up for you. We're going to give this to you. Here, sir. Here is your little business card that says, you know, head of the Michigan chapter of the Patriot 3%ers group that the FBI made. Here's your business cards, Adam. Why don't you display those in the basement of the Vac Shack? And Adam's like, oh, yes, thank you. You know, oh, the head of the Michigan State. Robeson is literally gassing him up so hard. He's telling him that he's literally gonna, like, he's literally the leader of Michigan. That's what he's telling him. And Adam, you know, making him feel super special, super important. He's got Steve saying this. He has CHS Steve, the pedophile. He has CHS Dan telling him this stuff. He's got his girlfriend Amanda Keller telling him he's lazy and doesn't have ambition and pushing him to be involved in these groups. She apparently is, you know, being unfaithful with an informant, that at least one that I've heard of. And so, yeah, you're the king of Michigan. No, Dan literally called Adam and Amanda the power couple of Michigan. That's how much they were gassing him up and trying to inflate his ego. They were calling him the power couple, Adam and Amanda. Anyone who has had any interaction with Amanda Keller knows that she is not a power of anything. The only thing she's powering is her mouth on a bottle of vodka. That's the only thing she's powering. Okay. And she's doing other things too. I've heard with some of the other guys at the FTXs. If you know what I mean. There's a little of that going on. This is why I think she was also working for the FBI, because, hello, that's exactly the kind of thing that they do. You all know what I'm talking about. Son of Liberty says Michigan would probably have been better off if Adam wasn't charged. Couldn't get much worse than Whitmer and a bunch of kid diddlers. Oh my gosh, right? That's actually we're actually, that's a good point. I mean, oh my gosh, you look so cute. Yes, honey.
Do you want me to go for Halloween? Because there's one that's like for 5 feet. So
You can come over here, honey.
what do you think? Do you want to?
Do I want to be
Nezuko for Halloween.
Nezuko? We're talking about, for people who don't know, what is
Demon
a Demon Slayer? It's an anime.
Yes.
And she's asking me if I want to be. Doesn't Nezuko have that thing she wears?
Yeah,
now?
the costume comes with it.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Where did you
It's
see
like
it?
$40 though.
Oh.
Is that a lot for a costume or a normal amount for a
I feel
costume?
like that's a normal amount for a
Yeah.
costume. So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, it is.
Bobo's tickling my feet. Can you take this creature up with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, honey.
Yeah.
Go ahead. All right. So, anyways, yes. So I believe that Son of Liberty's comment is correct. Yes. Because at least Adam would have people doing fun stuff. Everybody would have like required barrel training or something. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's get back to this. So, yes. He's saying that this is the kind of talk is once he got into so he didn't hear this type of talk prior to getting into the vehicle. He was basically told, hey, we're gonna look at, like, he said that they were gonna go drive by or do a ride by a high profile vacation house. And in Eric's mind, he thought this was referring to, again, security work or something related to the riots that had been occurring. And so he's like, oh yeah. And then once he gets in the vehicle, this is when Adam starts basically just parroting the things that Dan Chappell has already told him to say. But OPSEC, my OPSEC, and all this other nonsense that they make up. He said something like, if she buys another boat, we'll blow up that one as well. If she buys another one, we'll blow up that one as well. He said by that time he was laughing. So, yeah, it's Adam stoned and he's joking. And I'm sure that's how everybody thought it was, Eric says it came across as a joke to me. He says, an appropriate joke, but it still came across as a joke. And his lawyer says, how did you respond if you did? He says, he responded and said, that made me think about, I had a mental image of a rubber stamp saying revoked or declined. He doesn't remember the exact word he used. And his lawyer says, why did you say that back? He said, because when he was talking about her voting privileges have been revoked, in my head I saw one of those stamps. Clink. So this was something he had in his head, so he said it. He says, were you using marijuana before this? He says, oh yeah. Prior to that, he said probably. Yeah. He smokes a lot. So he said his lawyer asked, like, is it, you a regular smoker? Does it, asking about side effects or something? And he's like, yeah, that's the reason you smoke, is for the effect. It's for the effects it has on you. He said, yes, I was affected by it. Yes. That's the reason why you smoke it. He says, okay, what happened next after that, if you recall? And Eric says, after that, to the best of my recollection, we left the house, started driving north for about an hour. He says, okay, was there any discussion about getting sworn in? Some sort of oath or anything of that nature from Adam? He said, listening to the audio, he did bring up, he said, I think he asked Dan about swearing me in. That's interesting, isn't it? If Adam is the leader, why would Adam be asking Dan about swearing Eric in? Just come up. I know you're going to. Okay. Bobo, this creature. She sits down there looking up at me like this. And I'm like, I know you're going to jump up, so just come up. Stop looking at me like that and just looking up at me with a silly face. Hang on, you're cut. You're stuck. Your paw. Like, just come up and sit. I know you're going to do it. Just sit still and behave, okay? You distracted me. I totally forgot what was being said. She wants the French fries. Yeah, that's what it is. She's smelling the fries and she wants them. And now Bobo has distracted us. Just sit still. Okay. Yeah. Get your paws in order, miss. No claws. Just paws, no claws. Make way, woman. Here comes Bobo just jumping up here. This creature is ridiculous. You all have no idea what I have to deal with her. This creature loves its mommy. And it likes to let me know how much she loves me. So she does this all the time. She's always sitting on me and won't leave me alone. And then she does this with her claws, just digs the claws right into my legs. And it is awful. But she's so cute. You know, it's not like you could say no. And if I put her down, you guys have seen it, she'll just jump right back up and she'll keep doing it. I'll pick her up, I'll put her down, and then 2 minutes later, and she just comes right back up with that ridiculous little look on her face. You're such a baby. Oh my gosh. This pathetic thing. She's just in my lap, and I have to scratch her ears and her chin. And she gets upset if I don't do that. You are so ridiculous. She's such a baby. If only you guys could see the look on her face when I'm scratching her little chin. She looks so content. Okay, getting back to the things being said in the car. They're in the vehicle now. He says it's about an hour's drive up north to the house. So he asked Dan about having stop with the claws. Paws, not claws. You know that. Adam asked Dan about swearing Eric in to what is supposed to be Adam's fake militia group that the FBI gave to him and told him he was a leader of. Very interesting that he'd be asking Dan about permission for this. Very weird. So he said, why would he be asking Dan about that? His lawyer asks, and he says, as a member of the group, I believe. And he said his leadership position. And he said that Adam had talked to him about being a lieutenant. He said, I think that's when he first approached me about his first militia. He said this was the second time he talked to him about being a lieutenant. His lawyer says, did you accept his invitation or deny it? And Eric said on the second time, on the 29th, he said he didn't offer at that point. He was just talking about it. Talking about oaths. So he didn't actually question him to his recollection. He said, did you get sworn in to his militia? He said at no time in that car was he sworn into the group. He said, did you tell him why not? What your thoughts were about militias? Eric said that he told Adam he's kind of soured on militias at that point. He didn't want to join a militia. And he said, is that what you said at that time? He said, yeah, paraphrasing. And he talked about Ken's group and Ken and his group. He thought that's why they were there. And so His lawyer asked him, "What city did you think you were going to, or where did you think you were going?" He said, "I thought we were going to Bel Air," because he said, "I saw Bel Air on the map, and so I took it we were going to Bel Air, and I wasn't correct on that." He says, "Any more specifics other than Bel Air?" And he's all he was told was high profile vacation house, Bel Air. He said there was no exact thing we were doing or going to see. That was told to him. Now, he said his lawyer asked, "Were both you and Adam in Ken's group at one point together?" He said, "Adam, I don't." He said, "I don't know if Adam was actually in the group. Like I said, I saw him on there. He was there for the online training. I asked kind of why he was on there, and he just made a comment about, an extra person, why not?" Something along those lines. His lawyer asked, "Does Birch Lake come up at all?" And he's thinking. He said, "Not on the way up." He said, "It did eventually come up." And the lawyer says, "What's that mean to you?" Bobo. He said, "It didn't mean anything to me at that point in time. There were comments made at the beginning that were being recorded, some that were played for the jury. Don't you dare do it not on the keyboard. You know better. You know better. Now get back on the lap or just go lay down." Yes, I'm still talking. It is a long court case, and I have a cat on the lap that is getting all of my cords tangled, getting fur everywhere, with its stupid tail. Would you just sit? Okay. She's gonna do this and just annoy me until the day is over, and she can go snuggle me, because she does like to do that. This creature. She's now kissing my new chair. She likes this chair I just got. It has a nice cushion on it, and it has these cushioned armrests, and she just cheek rubs on the armrest, and it's so silly. All right, back to the proceeding, Bobo. So his thought as he's driving up is, his lawyer's asking, "Was there anything in your mind on the way up relative to, I'm gonna blow up a bridge or something, or a boat, or whatever names Adam used?" He says, "Oh, nothing." He said once the joke was done, it was just over with. You move on from the joke. It doesn't stay with you. So he said, "I was feeling like we were just going to do what I thought we were going to do." He said no one was really saying much. His lawyer asks, "What significant event happened on the ride up, if anything?" So he asked, "Was there any talk about Lake Michigan, Bel Air, Lake Rapids?" On the way up, there wasn't a lot of conversation. There was some comments about her house or whatnot. He said there was no mention of Whitmer or governor or anything like that. And I thought we were going to see a house or a residence, so it still didn't mean anything to me. we were about an hour away, hour and a half away from Cadillac. He said, when they finally started talking about Whitmer, and that's when it hit me. We're going here for real. So he said, how close were you to the area when this happened again? He says, and he said, we were in Elk Rapids at that point. We did not go to Bel Air. They ended up being in Elk Rapids. And so his lawyer asks, when did you figure out there was a difference between Bel Air and Elk Rapids? He said, just a couple weeks ago when we were going through stuff. So he said, do you recall what address or input directions were given on the way up? He said, it's my understanding at this point that Adam and Sean Fix had pretty much figured out where she was at. She, I guess, meaning the governor. He said there were pictures and newspapers previous to that. So it was quite available what it looked like. So they were talking about that, but he said, was that a phone call? How did you know they were talking about that or communicating? He says, now, knowing what I know now. Bobo, stop. Apparently he had texted Sean Fix. So his lawyer says, what was going on in your mind about that? He says, while this was going on, he attempted to look up the address. He said he was not going to hand it over to them. That was for his personal benefit. He said, something about he made a comment that they were right away from it. But he says, as far as he said, I did not find anything and I did not share anything, any information anyways. So his lawyer asks, why would you look in your phone and plug in some words like Google her address? He said, part of this, he doesn't know how to answer the questions without rambling. He said, there's stuff that goes into this because when I'm on the ride with Adam that first time, this was the Adam that I thought. Then we get up here, start talking about this stuff, legitimately talking about it. He says, I'm sitting here, no idea this is how this person actually operates or thinks. You know, they're talking about doing some very serious stuff, and I was scared. I didn't know what they had in mind. He said, yeah, I will look on my phone. I will take a video, like whatever they need me to do aside from KILL somebody or do property damage. I'm going to do what I have to do to get home to my kids. So I was scared. His lawyer says, how did it come up that you were going to go through your phone? He said, I think it was Adam that said something about Reddit. He was asked to look on his phone. And so he said that he, of course, cooperated with that. And he said that he put in a search for Governor Whitmer, cottage, address, things like that. So the lawyer asks, is that the only time you did that? Or did you do that later as well? The Google search. He said there was some testimony at the tavern later that you did another search. He said, I didn't do anything at the tavern, no. And the lawyer says, is it possible you opened up your phone there? And he said, I mean, yeah, I'm on the phone, so he says, you plugged in your numbers. What did you say to these folks about, or the names, keywords, whatever? He said, I was under the assumption that maybe they were talking about the place on Mackinac Island. So that was quite a ways away. His lawyer says, so what happened after that? He says, oh, geez, like it's a long story. Seems like they drove around for a bit. They eventually found the house. Adam eventually found it on his phone. And the lawyer says, what was said that made you think he found the address? He says, it was on the transcripts. That's how I know he actually found it and how he found it on his phone. And his lawyer said, you didn't know at the time, or did you? He said, no, not really, no. His lawyer says, you testified you didn't have that address or how to find it. And he said, that's right. He did not give them the address. He did not tell anybody how to find it. Now, after the address was known, what happened next? Mr. Barnett asks. He says they went and drove by it. So they went down and back. To his recollection, they went 2 times. So down and back twice before going to the tavern to keep talking. And his lawyer says, what'd you observe the first time coming through? With what's going on in the car and outside. And Eric says there was a lot going on inside of my head that I wasn't really paying attention to a lot. He said one of the things that was going on was I kind of lost track of time. So how close in proximity of time was it from this point to this point? He can't tell you. He said, I don't remember a lot of the conversations Dan had. They were having. I'm sitting in the back trying to figure out, what do I say? How do I act? What do I do? I don't understand the situation. I don't have the training. I don't have backup. I got nothing. So he said what was going on in his head. He didn't get to hear everything that Dan and Adam were saying, especially during the beginning. He said even when they were talking, Dan and Adam, he's in his own head, trying to figure out and think about what he has to do, so he's not paying attention to them. And so Barnett asks, what was Dan's role when all of this is going on? He says Dan was the driver. He kind of talked to Adam, ideas, what they're doing, what to do next, And Barnett says, what'd you think about Dan? And Eric says, Dan, at first, when I first met him, he seemed pretty cool. He very stoic, very quiet. He seemed to be a thinker. He seemed all right. And then he says this was in the house and in the car. He was pleasant to be around. Very stoic, though. And he says, you're going by the first time. What do you see or hear going by the cottage? He said Adam got pretty excited when we went by the place. He said he calls it like childish excitement. This is the thing about Adam. And yeah, what was Dan's role? Entrapment. We know what Dan's role was in this. Guys, Bobo is still on my lap. I don't even know how ridiculous. Can you guys see her? She's so silly. Look at her. She will not leave. Oh my God, it's just digging her claws in as usual. Even though I keep saying paws, not claws. This creature. Anyways, yeah, so he's describing Adam as very childlike, which is true in my opinion. I don't think Adam did think that this was serious. I think they were talking serious, but I think that in Adam's mind, he didn't really think that they were doing anything wrong, first of all. But I believe that Adam also thought that he was trying to appease Dan and keep Dan happy, because later on, and we read this too the other day, Adam apologizes to Dan after they do the nighttime recon. And he's like, let's back off this plan. Let's try to focus on Ty Garvin's plan to buy property and bug out and this and that. And he's trying to like say, I don't want to go through with this. Basically, he was just trying to keep Dan happy by doing this stuff. And Eric describes his excitement as very childlike. Yeah. He said at one point, Dan kind of looked over, so I could see kind of his eyes, and it looked like he rolled his eyes as he put his head back over, like, okay, okay. So that's when Adam's finding the place. Dan's like, that's, yeah, CHS Bobo. Oh my God. So he's asks, was Adam doing anything when they drove by the first time besides his childlike excitement? He says, he said he was saying like, okay. He said, you've seen photographs that have come in here. Do you know where those came from? Could you not, creature, please? I said not on the keyboard. What are you doing sitting there? No. Stop doing that. You're going to have to move if you keep doing this. You have to behave and you have to be nice. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is annoying. You're trying to follow along, and this creature, oh my God, how are you stuck now? Is not allowing anyone to focus. Don't you dare come back up. Go over there, and then I will pet you. No, go lay down. Go lay down. Yeah, this creature. I just don't know what to do with her sometimes. Yeah, someone needs to check Bobo for a recording device. Oh my God. I told you if I put her down, she's just going to come back up again. I don't have a choice. And then she digs the claws into my freaking legs when she sits on my lap like this. It would be one thing if she could just be pleasant about it and just sit still, but she has to this. What is it? They're baking the biscuits. She has to bake her biscuits and then dig with her claws. And it is not nice. All right. So Adam, his lawyer just asked, what is Adam doing when the car drives by? And he's described as very childlike excitement, saying, okay. And Dan's rolling his eyes while Adam is saying this, you know. He says there was a picture, freeze frame picture. Dan's face is in it. Who took that? Adam took that picture. He says you can tell from the picture. Now the lawyer says, "Did you see anything that Adam did in the front seat on the drive-by?" He said, "I mean, he had his phone out." He said, "I wasn't paying attention to specifics, to what Adam was doing, or what Dan was doing." And his lawyer says, "Why not?" And he said, "That wasn't my concern at the time. My concern was trying to figure out what was going on, like why we were going to be up there." He said, "There was a lot of danger. Like, how much danger am I actually in?" Like, he's trying to read the situation as it's ongoing. That's where he was at. So he went down, came back, and then on the way back, he said, what happened on the way back? And Eric says, "We ended up driving down a couple times. Then we left and went to the Red Bull Tavern." His lawyer asks if he saw the second set of pictures, like 7 or 8 clips that were shown that came from Adam's phone. He says, "I believe I have seen them." And he says, "When was that taken? Which time up and down?" He said, "It was one of the first 2 times." He could not say which time. Yeah, then so they drove up like twice, then left the area. He, Adam, and Dan then ended up at the tavern. So I think he's covered everything he wants the jury to know as they're driving by the first 2 times. As far as what was said, he says yes, what he could think of. Then, excuse me, off to the tavern, the 3 of them go. He says yes. Pull in the driveway. They pulled in the driveway. They ended up getting out. Everyone went to smoke more weed. They smoked before they went in. Of course. He said Dan and he ended up taking their weapons off. He said, "This is when I found out that Adam said he didn't have a weapon." So he said at that point, he said Dan was not sure about the logistics, about the bar. And he said, because I wasn't 100% sure on that either, I was like, I don't really want to mess around. So they both took their weapons off and stowed them in the vehicle. And then they went in. So when they go in the Red Bull Tavern, Eric goes to the bathroom. When he's coming out, Dan goes in. He goes and sits down. Eventually, Dan came out and sat down. Then Adam sat down. They ordered some food. Dan and Adam were talking. There was a couple times where Adam got loud. Dan had to tell him to be quiet. "Oh, yeah, Adam, the criminal mastermind with all of this OPSEC, who they want us to believe has taken control of the group or something," which did not happen. Adam is so bad, actually, at OPSEC that Dan has to tell him to keep his voice down about talking about blowing up boats and stuff in a public restaurant, you know? So OPSEC, right? And again, in Adam's mind, none of this is real. He told me that Dan had told him that they had to have goals and missions and objectives and all of that, and he thought that it was sort of just something that you do for training, but wasn't like actually real. And here's mine. That's what he's thinking. Sorry, the French fries. That's what he's thinking. Aw. Bobo is awesome. She does love the limelight. I think people like Bobo better than me. I'm just kidding. She's very silly. At least she's relaxing now. And she's not clawing me. She's just laying here. Hopefully it stays this way. Because she's silly. Rowan says, I just got a 6-month-old kitten. Aw. She decided she wants to live on my desk while I work. She tries to eat my keyboard. Yeah, she's probably working for Bobo. I don't trust Bobo. Bobo cannot be trusted, okay? Tactical Bobo. Combat Bobo. Come on. Bobo is probably a secret agent, probably working for one or more foreign powers. You know. Is a vast conspiracy. The vast right-wing Bobo conspiracy. So he says the two of them were talking. Dan has to tell Adam to keep his voice down. He says, what was your discussion? What was your conversation at that time? He said, at that time, I did not converse about that stuff. They did end up talking about Sam and doing a security job. Would have been a conversation about that. There were clips of that played as well. He says, did you see anybody doing anything else besides eating in there? Eric says, Globo. Oh my God. He said, I think I understand the question. Adam was drawing a map. He said at the bar. Where did that start? His lawyer asks. So he's asking, like, how did that come about? How did he get the paper in his hand? Eric says, I have no idea. He says, how did he get the pen in his hand? He says, I have no idea. What happened before he started whatever he was doing with the paper and pen? He said, I don't know. He said the two of them were talking. What did you have to say or do while the map is being drawn? He said nothing. He said nothing. I was just sitting there listening. And so he said, there's been testimony that the three of you talked or engaged in some discussion about the map drawing. Is that true? Eric says, no. Dan and Adam were talking about the map. And Barnett says, was your phone out? Were you helping with anything? Input you're giving besides them talking? And what was the result of the map? He said, I wasn't looking at the map. I don't know what the result was. He said they had a piece of paper with some lines on it, drawn on it. He said, I wasn't paying attention. And then Barnett says, how about where was Adam's phone during that time period? He said it would have been with him, by him. And he says, did you see anything on his phone? He said he was sitting across from me. I don't know if he was holding his phone. The back would have been to me. He says, so you and Dan are on one side, Adam's on the other. So he says, if this is the table against the wall, he's in one spot. Dan is sitting kind of at like in a booth. And so Adam was over there. It's hard to see because his arms are cut off and where he's pointing. He said, "Did you hear what was being said in the tavern between them, the words?" He said, "Not really, no." What was it like as far as volume, background noise? He said, "It was pretty noisy." They said, "Pretty big group of people in there." They were talking quietly for the most part, except Adam raised his voice and Dan would tell him to keep it down. He gets excited, and Dan would be like, "Keep it down," you know? So Mr. Barnett says, "Do you recognize now, looking at that drawing, there was something about police departments and mileage and minutes and that sort of thing?" He says, "Yes, they did have. I believe they referred to it as first responders in general. Police department, sheriffs." And his lawyer asked, "Did you hear them talking about that?" He said, "At some point, they did bring up, I couldn't say who said what at what point, but they brought up that." He says, "How long do you think you were at the diner, tavern?" He says he couldn't say. And he asked, "Did you pay for your food or did Dan or Adam do that?" He said, "Dan paid for everything." Yeah. Because the FBI paid for the entire thing. Paid for the gas, picked everybody up, brought them there, paid for the food. Of course they did. Did he pay anything to get up there? Have anything to do with this besides sitting, looking up the address, going by at this point? He says, at this point, I don't think so, no. So, he says, what was going through your mind now? He says, leaving the bar? He says, as you left, he says, I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. What's the dynamic between these people? He said, I barely knew Adam. I did not know Dan at all. I get this crazy stuff dumped on my lap with no precursor to it. It's a lot to deal with throughout my time. When I first found out where I was going, by the end of the ride, even within that couple of hours, I was not near as worried by the end of it. It seemed to me that Adam, they didn't have her address. You know, he said we'd heard they had pictures, but they didn't have pictures. They didn't have a plan when we went out to do this. He said they didn't have a plan when they went out to do this. They were doing it on the fly. He said, seeing Dan roll his eyes, seeing how childish Adam acted, all of this stuff accumulated, to it wasn't as terrifying at that point. So, anyways, he says, sitting in the bar, listening to them, I wasn't actually listening to them. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Listening to them, trying to figure out, am I in danger? I'm an hour and a half away from home at this point, and I'm with people I don't know. So that's where I was at. And so what happened next? He's asked, would you leave the facility? He said, of course they left. He's trying to think if there's anything else. Nothing he can think of. So they end up leaving. They went out and again smoked marijuana, of course. And there was some talk about their guns. So he said they went to show their stuff off to each other. So Dan had a really nice piece. Dan had a really nice gun. He said it was very decent. So we were talking about that. Then Dan started telling Adam how to Oh, how to find his dominant eye. Okay, Bobo, enough. We're not doing this. You're going to sit here or not at all because you are not going to dig claws into my legs anymore. Okay, it's not nice. It isn't. And nobody likes that, okay? I bet you just behave and you just be nice without being silly. No claws. He said Adam was complaining about not being able to shoot and wanted to know how to figure out which eye is his dominant eye. And then Dan was instructing him and training him into how to use your hands to make a triangle. And then there's a way to figure out through that what your dominant eye is for shooting. Don't even think about it. Not on the keyboard. Then they left again. And he said, went right back down the road again. He said, what happened next? So they went down. So he said, we went down. We came back. That's when Adam said, hey, barricade. And that's what they called Eric. He said, what's up? Adam asked him, why don't you take a slow-mo video? So he did. So he took a slow-mo video. That's what happened. He said, why did you do that? So his lawyer asked, why'd you do that? And Eric says, what happens if you don't? What happens if you don't do this? He said, he wasn't saying shoot somebody. That would have been a hard no. He didn't say blow something up. That would have been a hard no. He said, take a video. I took a video. His lawyer says, what was going through your mind? Thoughts? Eric says, yeah. He said, I just wanted to get back home to my kids. He says, he just wanted to get home to his kids. Oh, it's just a dress. There's nothing wrong with this dress. It's nice. It's a little black dress. So he said, he was just trying to get home, basically. He just wanted to get home. So he's asked how many times they went by after they finished eating. He said just the one time. Mr. Barnett asked, had you made comments to them before about getting the heck out of there? He says, on the way back, after taking the video, I took the video. And then he's going to paraphrase what he said. I want to get the F out of here now. So he wanted out of there. He wasn't quite sure what all was going on. He said, they brought up the boat launch previously. And they doubled down on getting out to that road. And I said something. He said, I said something about the boat launch at that point. He says, you tried to help Adam? His lawyer asked. He says, no. He said, I'm trying to get off that road. Like we have been, he said, each pass is probably 2 times down and back. That's 6 times. He said, I was already uncomfortable. Didn't want to do it once, but 6 freaking times. It was time to get out of there. A question I have is, why did they need to have to drive by like that repeatedly? 6 times even. It makes no sense, does it? that's a little bit weird. It's almost as if the FBI was really trying to get them on those pool cams, weren't they? You know? Good Lord. And again, talking about OPSEC and all this other nonsense that we've heard about, I don't think it's good OPSEC if you're trying to recon and surveil a governor's vacation home to be driving up and down the street repeatedly, acting weird, taking pictures and videos, like for all and sundry to see, because this was the daytime recon. So you're gonna look conspicuous. Everyone is going to be wondering, what is this strange vehicle doing, driving up and down the street, up and down, up and down? Yeah, and this is actually a very good point, because the Fed driving the vehicle needed it to look suspicious. That is absolutely right. Hello, the definition of entrapment. So his lawyer says, did you know what was going on? What the effect or the end result would have been with this video? Were you thinking at all? And he said, there's no cohesive thought. I'm not thinking about that. No. At that point in time, I didn't. He said, you can put stuff together in context and you can assume. He said, at that point, there's still no explicit, we're using this for that, we're going to do this. He said, yeah, they're just. And then his lawyer asked, did you figure out whether they were serious or not, or this was just that tough talk and all that? He said, if you're asking me for my opinion, sitting here today, no, I don't think they were serious. So he's saying, sitting here today, he does not believe that this was a serious surveillance or recon, which is what he found out. He said, what about then, though? You've been asked to take it. At that time, when you're asked to take the video, he says, right then, yeah, I was scared. I thought they were serious. Now, after they went by the second time, he did not take any pictures. And then he said, when you're pulling out of there, what's going through your mind as you're headed to the boat launch? He says, still the same thing. You don't really remember, basically what's going on. What information can I glean from playing along, listening to like whatever? That's what's going on. How do I play this role effectively? How do I make myself seem believable? He said, I don't want them to think that there's any chance I'm not cool. So what happened? Did you go to the boat launch next? He says, yes, we went to the boat launch. So he says, as soon as they pulled into the boat launch, there was a vehicle there. Now, the FBI already has their cameras there too. He said they left immediately. So we made a comment about how they were there to get high or something, because that's how people like that would act. He said, we all get out of the vehicle. Adam and Dan go over to the boat launch. And he stayed by the truck. The lawyer asks, what did they do down by the boat launch? Down by the beach. He said, I know now because of pictures and whatnot. Adam was looking across, trying to see if he could find Governor Whitmer's place. from the boat launch, and Dan was standing behind him taking pictures. Dan was standing behind him taking pictures. How effing weird is that? But not weird when you understand what's happening. So he said, were you able to see that from where you were? He said, no. He was not even, he didn't care what they were doing. He said it had nothing to do with me. What happened next? He's asked, how long were they down on the beach? Eric said, I couldn't tell you. Could you see them from your perspective? If not, at what point? He said, at that point in time, I wasn't trying to look to see if I could see them. I was just sitting over by the truck, minding my own business. He said, I didn't see them because I wasn't trying to see them, I guess. He said, I don't know what they were doing. Now, Mr. Barnett says, if you were to look, would you be able to see them from where you were standing? He's thinking about it. He said, I couldn't tell you. He said, from my recollection of the area, I couldn't tell you. He says, how about the sign? There's supposed to be a sign, a nearby sign, and that they're over by the beach. He said, that is what Dan said. I did. He said, I did not walk over to a sign and stand behind him. If he was worried about me, why would he allow me to be behind him, especially knowing it I was armed? That doesn't make sense. Like, he didn't step off so he could keep me and Adam both in view, and he's supposed to supposedly saying I'm standing behind him. He said, I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. I stood over by the truck. So he said that it was about 70 feet away. And he said from that far away, he could not hear what they were saying. He says, did there come a time that they came back over? He says, yes. He said, they ended up walking back over the truck. About that time, that girl had pulled back in. What's her name? Is it Sherry? Patty? The vehicle pulled back in. He said, she left when we first got there. She pulled out. That's when we made the comment, she's probably here to get high. And then, so when they came back up to the truck, she'd pulled back in, and that's what she was there to do. So her and the group ended up smoking together. Now, remember, her mother would end up on the jury at one of these trials of these guys. Her mother, after the FBI came and knocked on this girl's door. So at that time he did not participate with getting high. He stayed at the truck with Dan while Adam and this girl got stoned. Patty, that's her name. They were over in her vehicle, getting high. So he says, was there any other discussion? By him after lunch at the car at any time after this? He said there was quite a bit of discussion. He was trying to play a part. He said, you can't just sit there and not do anything. He said, this is stuff we've heard from people who had training. I did not have training. I'm trying to figure out on my own in the moment. I've been saying from the get-go, like I've been saying, I was trying to play the part. This is what I had to do to survive the situation. He said, I guess this is what you're supposed to do in situations like this. So he's asked if he gave in statements after his arrest. He said yes, multiple. Now, he is asked if he gave consent to search things at his house. He said yes. He said, for some reason, I was asked if they could search my vehicle. He believed they had a warrant, but they asked, and he said yes, of course. He gave them the password to his phone. He said, I gave them what they asked for. I didn't care. Like he didn't have anything to hide, I guess, is what he's trying to say. So he says, you said some things in the car, maybe going around that were. So he said there was quite a bit he needs to refresh his memory. And so they have a little thing that they made up, a little booklet. So he's looking at, I guess, the comms or something. Or transcripts. Okay. So let's see. He said something about the attorney general. What? That clown. Oh boy. So, okay. Let's see. Now, he's looking at his little packet. So, what are we doing here? Come on. Everyone's just sitting there looking stupid. I don't know what to say. He says, do you recall any of the attorney generals that might help you refresh your memory as to what was going on at that time? He said it's possible. So they're looking at a transcript right now to help him refresh his memory. He's looking at that right now. He's looking at it, flipping through the pages again. Once again, the microphones are on their sleeves or something. I don't know why they did that. It's so stupid. And so they are, he's fumbling around papers. And it looks like, so he's still looking and still looking. This is so goofy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so he said, does this refresh your memory of what was going on at that time? He said, I believe so. He says, he's trying to find one that's the most recent, and then they end up going on an afternoon break. Good Lord. Then coming back from break. Jesus. So now he says, if we were to review the exact documents, would that help you as we walk through that? He said that would help immensely. So, was there any discussion about police departments by you or anybody in the car. He said, there was some words about the police departments, yes. What did you say? He said, so as far as what I said about police departments, I made an offhand comment about, I don't remember the full segment of it, but pretty much my part was my old jiu-jitsu instructor from Grand Rapids was a police officer. I made the comment that he told me there's sometimes only one cop out at a time. He said, I don't know. I'm not sure. This isn't Grand Rapids, so I'm just trying to fit into the conversation. And then he said, did you say something about wanting to go look at the police department? He said, did I say I want to go down and look at it? Yeah. I didn't go down and look at it. He said, did you make that statement? He said, no. That it was your idea to go down and look at the police station. He said, no. He said, did you go down to the police department there? He said, we did go, yes. Did you have discussions before that about how far away those departments were? He said, I don't remember that. And so the audio of this trip he's heard a couple weeks ago. It brought a lot more back. That refreshed his memory. He said, up until that time, I was told to go through it, and he hadn't. He said, why hadn't he looked at the documents? He said, I get to the ride part up here, and it just, a lot of anxiety. I couldn't listen to it. Aw, that's sad. He said, why not? He said, I just didn't listen to it. What does anxiety mean? He said, when your heart rate starts pounding, you can't focus on things. He said, how is that compared to when you were in the car? He said it was way worse in the car. Yeah. So his lawyer says, your testimony is you did not converse at the tavern about the boat launch. He says, correct. And then you left at that point in the back seat and went where? He says, they covered the boat launch, the police department. After that, it was the way home. So he said, you drove by the police department. There's been a map or two drawn up there about some sort of pathway over to Lake Michigan. Do you know anything about that? He said, I don't remember anything about that. And his lawyer said, were you able to hear everything that was set up in front of you? And he said, no. He said, you're hearing what, bits and pieces? He says, yes. So that was when Adam asked him if he was in again. He said, this part was on the ride. He asked me if I was in and if I wanted to be a driver or a medic, I believe. That was this part. Instead of just directly answering him, I didn't want to say yes, but I didn't want to say no. So he just completely blurted out a new question altogether. And I was like, I don't even know what's going on. You're telling me bits and pieces. To which he started to respond to that instead of that line of questioning. an active member. He said that happened on the way back. So he said that didn't. He said something about a conversation about painting a boat or blowing up a boat. He said that didn't happen. And his lawyer says, did he ask you any other time on the way back if you were in the mission? Are you in? He said, I recall 2 times. He asked, may have been 3. And his response was, I'm not sure, or let me think about it. Let me be with you guys longer so I can make a more informed decision. Or as long as things are done professionally, no stupid SHIT. Pretty much an indirect answer. Not a yes, it's not a no. And so his lawyer says, why don't you just tell him, no, I don't want any part of this? He said, I don't know how far they're willing to go to keep me quiet. He said, I don't know these guys. He said, Dan? He said, I don't know Dan, barely knew Adam. He said, I don't know how far they might go to keep me quiet. They're talking about doing something extreme. Like, he said, like, if I just say no, oh, they're going to go, oh, cool. We'll go get someone else. You know, his lawyer says, you did that for what then? For, he said, so I could make it home. I just wanted to get home. He said, once I found out what was going on, my only thought was getting home. Do what you got to do to get home. And then he said, do you recall anything about this being said on the way back to his home? He said he'd asked me about joining. He said, to the best of my conversation, or to the best of my recollection, that was the same conversation coming back home. The rest of the way was spent talking about normal stuff. Guns came up again. He says, how long is the trip on the way back? About an hour-ish. He says, yes, sir. They talked about local stats. He said he was looking up stats that he was talking about. He was trying to fit in with everyone. So he wanted to give him something to talk about. So he says, up until then, there's a lot of times I'm just sitting there quiet and I'm trying to think of something to say. I got to get in here, do something. So he said, certain times I would say things, I don't remember my exact words. He says, every time I interjected, I don't remember. You know, I talked, I said stuff. And Barnett asks, what's your intent by bringing those things up? And he said there was no intent. He said just to seem like I'm somebody like-minded, trying to keep myself safe. He said his lawyer asked what happened when you got back to your home. He said they smoked more marijuana. He showed off some of his gun collection to Dan, of course. Yeah. So he's saying, like, how does your feelings of safety change throughout this trip? He said, yeah, so it did change. When I first got dropped off, I was still in fear for my life. Throughout the trip, there's a lot that eased my mind, but it was still in the back of my head that these guys picked me up from my home where my mother lives, where my kids live. This is my home. So, yeah, there's still a little bit of worry in the back of my head. I don't really know these guys. Dan's a professional shit kicker for the military. He had videos. He said he's legit. That's intimidating. So he said, especially once they sit there and start talking about kidnapping the governor. Yeah, you're going to be scared. He said, yeah, sorry. So he's like, he rambles and talks in a similar way that I do. That's so funny. And I'm sure the lawyers, the prosecutors are probably very mad about this. Like, why is he talking so much? That is funny. He says, did your feelings and impression of safety, concern, did any of that change? He said, well, towards the end of the ride, it didn't seem serious. He said, through everything that I witnessed, it wasn't like, I don't remember any specific instance where I was like, oh, this wasn't a worry anymore. It's not like that. He said, but the danger level in my mind was decreasing just based on the fact that they were not organized. It was two guys. One of them was just talking crazy, stoned. So my danger level went way down from the beginning of the ride to the end of the ride. And Barnett says, how did you perceive your days after that? He said, my days after that pretty much just went back to regular living, just working, hanging out with my kids. Stayed in contact with Adam, still wanted to, wasn't too worried about plans or anything. He said, one of my reasons for staying in contact was if I heard about plans progressing that was dangerous, then it'd be possible I should go to the police. He said, unlike some people, like Dan, for instance. Oh, yes! He said, Dan was actually part of a group, and the group was talking that way. Yeah, that's people, not just one or two guys saying stupid things. That's a group. He said, that's where maybe you would go and talk to police officers. Amanda Keller had 4 months worth of infinite knowledge of this, attending these meetings. She knew stuff. I didn't get to know anything. So he said that was so the next contact he had with Adam was the next day. One of the things that happened is Adam said, keep what happened between us or something, and he said something like, I don't even know what you're talking about. He said, what did you mean by that? He said, what I meant by that was, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's nothing to talk about. That's what he meant. Now, Barnett says, why didn't you call the police at that point? He says, I had a couple of different reasons for not calling the police. Like I said, by the end of the ride, I wasn't as worried as I was at the beginning. At the beginning of the ride, whole different story. Anyways, so I didn't feel I needed to call the cops. If there was more information, if there was a group involved, if there was more plans, if there was concrete evidence that I had that I could actually take, and say, look, I just went on this crazy ass ride, like he said, there's nothing to show anything. There's no proof. He said the majority of this, why he didn't call. That's why he didn't feel like calling the police, because he wasn't sure if he should ruin two people's lives over talking stupid. No matter how crazy it was, he said that's kind of what it was to me by the end of the ride. So I didn't want to ruin lives by calling cops unless I had more to go on. I believe that that's reasonable and normal. Now, he says, did Dan contact you after the ride? And he said, Dan got a hold of me like a month later, asking me what I thought of the ride. Yeah, not suspicious at all. He said, which, and then the lawyer says, I'll come back to that. So they had a text communication. It was a chat. He was in some of the wire chats. He did leave one of the wire chats. He doesn't remember the name, but he left it. And he said, why were you on these wires? He said communication, stay in contact. So he goes, did you have any advanced knowledge of an exhibit that about who's up for kidnapping? And you're on that? He said on the chat. In the chat, yes. He said, did you see that ever? He said, I did not see that until I was sitting in jail. And when you sent me a packet, that's when I saw it. And he says, where were you that day? He says, the only time I wasn't reading this is when I was at work, because I worked a lot. He had his phone turned off in his pocket. Yeah, so basically what he's saying is, like, I think everybody can understand this. How many of y'all are in different group chats and you're not paying attention to what's being said in every single group at every single time? I could probably tell you that I have 100 different Telegram channels that I am a member of, which means I just follow their person's Telegram feed. Some of the Telegrams have chats associated with them. Sometimes you have a group chat created for something. And so I could be in 100 different chats right now. Do you think I know what's going on in every single one of these freaking chats? No, it is not reasonable to suggest that people would. That's ridiculous. I don't pay attention to every single thing. Say you follow 1,000 people on Twitter and you have access to Twitter. Are you looking to see what every single 1,000 follower is posting every single day? No, that's crazy. You see what you look at when you open up the app and you look at the feed. You see what has most recently been posted. That's it. So anyways, I'm going to wrap it up here for now, guys. I will start again tomorrow. We'll do the same type of thing. I'll probably start tomorrow a little bit later. I want to start probably around 10 a.m. just so we have that lag so we can go right through again like we did today. So anyways, it's been 7 hours now. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Do me a favor, though. Pray for these families tonight, if you don't mind. Pray for Eric, his family, and the Bill and Michael Null and their family. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Have a good evening.